AW 2024, that would be great. The toilets, if you're needing them, there's only one set in the building. They're through back where you came at the beginning of where the entrance is. They're downstairs. If the fire alarm sounds, which I'm sure it will not, there's an exit this way and an exit to the back of the hall, and also through the saloon. You'll be guided to the assembly point, which is outside Starbucks outside. Now, lots to look forward to. We have an extremely distinguished keynote speakers and panelists with us today. We've got political leaders, policymakers, climate leaders, practitioners, and a host of other experts, all looking forward to speaking to you today. So, to get us underway, he is the co-founder and co-CEO of E3G. Many of you know him, I'm sure. He is a key figure behind the London Climate Action Week, which I know you know is on this week, one of the world's largest independent climate festivals. Please give a warm welcome to Nick Mabey.
Thanks, Tim, and thanks everybody for being here in this very restrained and relaxed venue, which we were meant to be originally at the Guildhall on Thursday, but because there was a state visit, things got moved around, and we were offered this kind of second-rate venue by the mayor, because it's, unlike his 13th century Guildhall. But no, it's a wonderful place to be. The Egyptian Hall, we were talking yesterday about, we're not quite sure what's Egyptian about it, but anyway, it's a beautiful place, and thank you so much for being here. Before I start, I just want to apologize. Due to family emergency, I'm going to have to run away after this opening session, but my co-CEO, Shane Tomlinson, and the E3G team will be here to look after you, so that's fine. Things happen, and you have to adjust to them. So what I want to do is just start with a kind of overview of why we're doing this and how it fits into E3G's journey, but also what we hope to get out of this conference. The motivation for holding this event is pretty simple. We think that the main barriers to achieving the climate action we need is not economics, it's not technology, but it's politics and institutional change. And that's why E3G was founded 20 years ago, last Friday, on the solstice, was to bridge that gap between politics and policy, which we felt as founders, myself, Tom Burke and John Ashton, who founded E3G, was holding us back. We were then working in the UK government, and we saw far too many clever climate policy ideas being put forward, but without a lot of regard to the context or how they were going to work politically for decision makers. And the response of climate experts when their favorite idea wasn't put in place was often just to blame political leaders for not having the political will and not being courageous enough. And that is sometimes true, but as anybody who's worked in decision making can tell you, it actually helps if people design policies or put forward propositions that help you build coalitions that deliver what you're going on. Sometimes politics is not just a matter of will, it's also a matter of design and building coalitions for change to make the politics more tractable. As my old boss Tony Blair once said, when someone said, we have all the technology we need to solve climate change, and this was in, I think, 2003, he said, yeah, but you haven't got all the technology I need to win the politics of climate change. Which, as a man who didn't really understand technology, I thought was a very precise statement. So over the last 2 decades, E3G has worked to kind of understand and get underneath the politics of climate change. We've done in-depth analysis of around just about 30 countries around the world, covering around 73% of global emissions, working with local partners and stakeholders to really dig into what drives people's approach to cutting emissions and their position internationally. Firstly, we did that to inform the international negotiations over a climate treaty, for those of you who remember that far back, but then very quickly moved into much more real economy work, so working on defining climate targets, looking at coal phase-out, just transition, how do we reform building stocks, how do you deal with just transitions in places as far apart as Poland and China, but also how do you deal with environmental backlash, how do you produce sustainable political answers. And our conclusions from that work is, as the technology has become cheaper and better, the political barriers have become so much more important. And you can demonstrate that with a few numbers. And one of the themes of this conference will be, if you're not talking about numbers, you're not doing climate politics. So If you want to take a broad thing, keeping climate change at around 1.5 degrees will directly cost under 1% of GDP in most countries, and if you're an energy importer, it's probably economically positive for you. Okay? And that number is continuing to shrink as the engineers get their heads around the issue. So that's one number. First round damages from climate change, 25% of GDP in 2100, not counting conflict or global food meltdown or virtually anything else or any tipping points, so very conservative. And as most major emitting countries spend between 30 to 60% of their GDP on public services and security, as one of my people said to you, that's a very marginal issue as a public good. If people buy it, could buy climate safety from an alien who would suck carbon out the atmosphere, 1%, bargain. So that isn't the full story, because if that was the full story, we wouldn't be here talking about this, because it's not about the cost. Just because climate change is cheap does not make it easy, because it requires a fundamental rewiring of every single economic, financial, and human transportation, urban, agricultural system in all countries in 2 decades. Shifting $90 trillion of investment just in the next 15 years from established technologies and incumbents to new players, revolutionary technologies often made in other places. That is what the politics are about. And that's what issues like the Chinese EV discussion, which is currently going on in all countries, Europe, Turkey, Brazil, US, that's the issue. It's how the shift and the politics of the shift. But compared to investing in clean technology, where we have thankfully put a lot of effort in, we've not really invested in understanding those politics and how they work. And so this conference is one element of a suite of E3G's work, which we will talk about during the day, to kind of bridge that climate politics gap and help build a set of approaches, practitioners, and networks who are better at solving the political problems we face, just as we've built networks and practitioners and peer-to-peer groups to solve the grid problems and the R&D problems and the engineering problems. Now, in many ways, climate politics is the same as normal politics. People said, why do you call it the Climate Politics Conference? It's just the politics conference. Well, yeah, of course. It's about who wins and who loses. It's about who has influence and who's ignored, and how to use that information to build those stable coalitions to get the change you want to deliver. So it's like normal politics. It involves passionate arguments. It involves people splitting into tribal groups. It involves disruptors versus revolutionaries. And it has its own strange tribal passions. People get particularly overexcited in my 30-year career about particular energy technologies at particular points, way beyond their importance to the cause. But that's fine. Every political family has its quirks. And at under 30 years old, climate action is a very new player on the block compared to the discussion on how to grab and distribute the proceeds of industrialization, which has been dominating our politics for 200 years. That is the politics we have, and it's evolved. And we've seen climate politics evolve, climate evolve from this kind of niche environmental and scientific issue to something that affects everybody's lives everywhere at the moment, whether that's through economic transition or climate impacts. It's affecting the political debates at the moment, though often the people involved in those debates don't realize climate is the heart of it. It's very interesting watching people talk about clean energy as if it's just appeared from nowhere. There's nothing to do with climate policy, but that's actually quite normal in most countries we work in. So that political debate and our understanding has lagged behind the technological reality, and that's partly because the climate community, and we should be clear about this, very weak connections to local political parties. Lots of people in climate don't find human systems that interesting, to be honest. I start off in WWF. They like natural systems, they're interested in that. And the environmental community lacked established networks of influence and an audience to listen to it. People training in politics who went into politics don't understand climate. And it's because of that, because climate politics is different to normal politics. I'm going to go through 4 ways. 1, climate stability is a true public and global interest. Some lose more than others. Some have more assets in fossil fuels, but no one can survive a 3 to 4 degree world and climate tipping points. Polling shows people realize that even in the strange and exceptional country called the US, and we'll be discussing that later. Climate politics therefore revolves not around is climate change happening, that's a very minority sport, but about how much risk we take, how fast we get rid of fossil fuels, how we manage those impacts. who is accepted, and what's that acceptable threat level we have. And that's why the Paris Agreement was so amazing. Countries agreed on a dangerous threat level. They agreed they would come back and do more, including next year to set new targets to meet that, but they couldn't agree how to split up that action. That is the nub of climate geopolitics, and we're going to hear going forward from Jennifer Morgan as the German climate envoy, from Selwyn Hart, the advisor to the UNSG, from Anna Toni, who works in the Brazilian government, about how that issue of who does what and who's helped is moved forward into next year in 2025 as a hub of climate geopolitics. And we're also, and if you read the FT today, you'll see it about Guyana, going to look at the tricky geopolitics of those countries who have just discovered oil and gas, have previously not committed much to climate change, but we're now asking them to keep that oil and gas in the ground in order to keep us safe. It's the same. So what's that political bargain? The second one is the pace of change matters. Unlike most normal political problems, if we don't solve climate change quickly, we don't solve it at all. That's not true for poverty. It's not true for inequality. And I think that issue is much more like hard security problems, mutually assured destruction in the Cold War. It means that actually compromising over the pace of change is not a way you can win the politics, because fundamentally you might lose the whole game. So again, that means the stakes are very high in a way they're not outside the hard security realm. Thirdly, we're losing while we're winning. As you may have noticed, the world may peak fossil fuels use this year, data centers for living. But the world's going to carry on getting warmer until we get to net zero, which is hopefully going to be in 2 decades or a little bit longer. How do we hold coalitions together to go through radical economic transition when it looks like it's not working in their real lives? I think that's a huge challenge for climate politics, building sustainable coalitions, and we're going to look at that through the prism of the Chinese EV issue, through the prism of backlash in Europe. And lastly, we're looking for drive change everywhere all at once. Yes, developed countries have rightly gone first, but now everywhere, all G20 countries have to peak in the next decade. We're going to look at how those tensions play out in financial sector reforms, how they play out in terms of our partnerships. So climate politics is normal politics and then some. And as the title of the conference said, it's normal politics is the art of the possible, then climate politics is the art of the necessary. And that's what we've got to focus on, doing things the same as good politics, but broader and deeper and new. And it's really important that we do this right, because not all political approaches to climate change are going to work, and they have to work for all of us. So we also have to be quite rigorous and not just say, oh, if everybody cares about climate change, it's fine. It's not. So our program today highlights how climate issues are central to the core issues of current politics, but also how they are different to the issues of current politics, and why we need to look at politics that understands ecological dynamics, that requires fundamental mobilization of all of our economies, not in a time of war, but over multiple decades, and needs us to build coalitions that can sustain real radical action over those times. And we want this coalition to be the beginning of the building of a group of networks of people who understand this work and can really take it forward. Because, again, if we're serious about climate action, if we think it's an existential threat to humanity, we've got to take the politics as seriously as we take the economics and the technology over the last 20 years, because it is the pathway to a safe climate for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick, for that wonderful introduction to this inaugural State of Climate Politics Forum, and for highlighting all the reasons why we are all here today for a whole host of the interesting discussions that we have today ahead. As Nick mentioned, the motivation for this forum is rooted in the insight that political and geopolitical issues are the main barrier to effective climate action. And the aim is to improve and facilitate mainstream analysis, debate, and solutions to these wholly complex and tricky issues, and to animate what is a crucial conversation on the road to Belem. By the way, does anyone else feel that's a song for Coldplay, The Road to Belem? I think it's one for the next album. I'm wasted here. In the meantime, it's the theme of our next speaker. Please put your hands together for Jennifer Morgan, the German Special Envoy for International Climate Action.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. And before I kick off, I just also want to say a huge congratulations to E3G. As an alum I have to say I learned a tremendous amount from my time there that I've taken with me throughout my professional and personal career. And you've made a massive contribution to getting us where we are now. And a particular shout out to Nick Mabey, one of the brilliant brains that we have in our movement. Thank you, Nick, for all your leadership over all these years. By 2025, all parties to the Paris Agreement have to communicate their new climate plans for 2035. In a time of war of the European continent, humanitarian crises in the Middle East, debt distress in many developing countries, and a cost of living crisis in a vast majority of industrialized countries, this may not sound like a significant milestone for national and international politics. But in these turbulent times, there is an existential crisis that unites us all, which we know, which is the fight to keep global warming at a 1.5 degree rise, below that. And in doing so, limit mounting droughts, floods, hurricanes, and forest fires to a manageable level. This crisis is simultaneously deeply global and deeply local. Be it punishing heat waves hitting Mecca, Delhi, or London, putting particularly the most vulnerable segments of population at risk, or the devastating floods in Bavaria, Nairobi, or Rio Grande do Sul. The impacts, well, they're hitting at an ever shorter intervals across the globe, with all of the economic damage and the human suffering that entails. Internationally, the climate crisis is a driver of instability. Think of the 20.6 million people requiring urgent humanitarian assistance following floods in Pakistan in 2022, and the nearly 8 million people still displaced, or the existential issues facing vulnerable Pacific island nations. In the worst cases, it is already an accelerator of conflict, as in the intensifying resource conflicts in the Sahel. So it is undeniable that the climate crisis is already reshaping international and national politics, as Nick mentioned. And these are all the impacts that are happening below a 1.5 degree C rise. So in the words of my foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, the climate crisis is the greatest security threat of our time. And current climate plans for 2030, well, they see us on track to a well over 2 degrees world. And this may not sound like a lot, but the seemingly small interval between 1.5 degrees C and 2 degrees C contains massive differences in climate impacts, and the risk of tripping, cascading tipping points like the cascade of the Amazon rainforest or the melting of the permafrost that could see our trajectory shoot up to a well above 3 degree world. And as the UN Secretary General so clearly put it, we are on a highway to hell. And these are the risks these are not the risks we can be affording to take. And this is my first key message. In this time of turbulence, the road to Belem is important because the decision that we take along it, well, it will determine the fundamental stability and security of our world. Best available science has set us clear benchmarks. Numbers matter. Deep emission reductions globally, 43% by 2030, 60% by 2035. And achieving it doesn't just mean setting big headline emission reduction targets for 2035. It means getting serious about the economic transformation that these nationally determined contributions, NDCs, are meant to communicate. And taking this seriously, well, it means developing national economic development and investment plans that bring us back on track to 1.5. So getting on track along the road to Belem also requires decision makers not being naive about managing the politics of transition and of the mounting climate impacts. And this is my second message. Success on the road to Belem requires us to seize the opportunities that climate planning offers for economic development and social justice. Climate-related policies cannot only be climate-only policies. Instead, they need to be designed to maximize economic gain and social benefit. Only then can we see the pace and scale of transition needed, and, to go full realpolitik, limit the opportunity for political point scoring that threatens to derail or delay the transition. This is a challenge, not just for our policymakers, but for our national politics. We've never done something like this at the pace and scale required. And so there's also good news to help us move through this. There is a huge amount of opportunity to be had, and change is already occurring. Renewables, well, they've never been cheaper, and they're bringing new quality jobs. The German renewable sector now employs over 400,000 people, 20 times as many as coal. And every pound, euro, or dollar invested in climate action now saves 6 times as much in climate impacts down the line. So we are still barely in this golden window where an investment in climate action is an investment in our prosperity as well as in our stability. And we need to be brave and decisive enough in politics and in policymaking to seize it. This is why Chancellor Scholz and President Macron have come out strongly in support of putting the Green Deal at the heart of Europe's new competitiveness agenda and industrial strategy. And I know that there are questions right now being raised about the future of the Green Deal with a more conservative European Parliament. But the reality is that there is strong binding legislative and regulatory frameworks, foundation that's been set by the European climate laws and the Fit for 55 package. And also, bringing in kind of security and politics, European businesses, well, they want continuity. They need continuity in this. In Germany, the last 2 years, well, have been a masterclass on what responding to the new national and international climate politics looks like. The Russian war of aggression in Ukraine made us painfully aware of the vulnerability that comes with our dependence on fossil fuels, turbocharging an acceleration of the energy transition. We passed the largest legislative package on energy in our history, setting an 80% renewable target for 2030. And I'm very pleased to report that in 2023, for the first time, more than half of our electricity was generated from renewables. Currently, it's at about 58%. We are no longer importing natural gas from Russia. We also have managed to close 15 coal power units just this year. But I want to be frank with you. The last 2 years, they were not a walk in the park. So enabling this tectonic shift, well, it required and requires acceleration of bureaucratic approval processes, a balancing of nature and renewables, and importantly, an inclusion of local communities. And this is not even touching on issues around housing and efficiency measures that have also been implemented during this time. It requires leadership and diligence. And despite the challenges, we are working to be the shaper, not the taker, of the economy of the future. There's no going back to a world before extreme weather events, before IRAs, or e-mobility. There is no option to just push pause. Instead, we have the skills and the capacities to shape a better, more modern and resilient future, and we are deploying them. This also means changing the way we approach our foreign policy and our cooperation, which is good, because this is also key to success on the road to Belem. So this is my third key message. The road to Belem means taking multipolarity seriously and developing a suite of cooperation and partnership offers accordingly. So looking at the state of international climate politics, China and the US, well, of course, they are important. But they are no longer the only poles shaping the global landscape, the only major emitters shaping for climate safety. So a strategy that doesn't consider the economic and geopolitical clout of the BRICS, the moral authority of the small island states, the influence of major fossil nations seeking to maintain a market for their products, or the growing geopolitical competition for alliances with African nations is not fit for purpose. And at the same time, just as in the UK and Germany, climate impacts are hitting hard. And climate action is becoming ever more economic in our partner countries. So therefore, our climate diplomacy needs to be economic and development diplomacy. Germany has been laying the groundwork for this, including through our first ever climate foreign policy strategy, We're mainstreaming climate into our security, development, economic, trade, health, and foreign policy. And we've established over 50 climate priority embassies, including here in London. And we're working to develop more tailored cooperation and support models, be it the Global Shield against climate risk to support the most vulnerable countries and communities, our work to support African countries that are driving forward to 100% renewables via the African Partnership for Accelerated Renewables, or our green hydrogen diplomacy in Namibia or Chile that works at the intersection of trade and development, prioritizing local value creation while securing supply lines for our future energy system. It's very much still a learning process, but just as with our national climate efforts, our climate foreign policy is proving most effective when we work with partner countries to find win-win economic cooperation and make social considerations and local value creation a priority, not an afterthought. And at the same time, well, it's undeniable that to drive to a zero-carbon economy is bringing its own geopolitical implications and its challenges. So it's shifting the global balance of power, it's changing the parameters that define political and economic influence, parameters that throughout the 20th century have been defined by the ability to access and exploit fossil fuels. There will be those that benefit and those who are challenged by this transformation. So finally, stepping back, and this is my final message, the road to Belem is about changing what gets invested in and what doesn't. And I know this will be a topic coming up in your talks, and Selwyn also will be covering this, but I have 3 final thoughts on the priorities to Belem. Number 1, across the board, we need to get finance flowing into the solutions. We cannot afford investments in fossil fuel-based infrastructure any longer. This means changing underlying risk models and incentive structures, be it those used by governments or finance institutions. Number 2, alongside growing the green finance pie, we need to ensure more of it flows into emerging and developing countries. This means countries getting serious about these NDCs that can be jumping off points for investment, as well as drastically increasing the use of instruments that can overcome barriers to investment, be the cost of capital or currency risk. This is why Germany, together with the US and others, is continuing to push forward World Bank and MDB reform, and why we've initiated a Green Guarantee Group. And number 3, we need to recognize that, at least in the short term, commercial green finance has its limits. There needs to be more concessional finance available, particularly for adaptation and overcoming loss and damage, and make it more accessible, especially for SIDS and LDCs. The climate crisis is fundamentally changing our politics, nationally and internationally, and in reaction, we are having to change the way we do politics. The road to Belem means taking this challenge seriously and being brave and bold enough to seize the opportunities that it offers. Let's be brave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer, for those powerful words. I'm very happy we are doing Q&A, yeah. Happy to say that Jennifer's staying for the Q&A, so please welcome back Nick, maybe. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We'll get better at this as we go on. Thanks so much for that, and thank you for the kind words about E3G. You talked eloquently about what Germany was doing, obviously, in a multipolar world. One of those poles which doesn't get talked about enough in this town, in our view, is Europe. And obviously, we've got a new parliament, we will have a new commission. What do you see Europe's role is in making this multipolar world work, and whether under Trump 2 or Biden 2, getting what we need from Belem?
I think Europe's world is, well, there's multi things, but I'll take 2. I think one is that Europe can be self-confident vis-a-vis other partners around the world in the fact that at the heart of our economic, energy security, climate policy, we have a set of laws and regulations that are driving us forward in that zero-carbon economy. And bring the benefits of that to other countries as not a coming and telling you what you should do, but sharing what the experience has been and what lessons we have, because we have to accelerate the pace of learning and everything. And the second, I would say, is the role of Europe and maybe Germany, this is maybe a bias, but is to make sure that the most vulnerable are not forgotten in all of this. I think social justice, climate justice, it's at the heart of our climate foreign policy, and I think Europe often is the one that makes those, knows how important it is for us to work with SIDS and LDCs. And that, I think, is also a contribution that we can be bringing. And we need to stay that course and make sure that continues with them and with others as well.
Yeah. People don't realize that 80% of climate finance comes from Europe, I think, including the UK in that number. And a lot of that goes to developing countries. But obviously the big emitters, the biggest emitter is China. You've just done a trip around Asia. What were your reflections from China, and how is China thinking about next year and thinking about its role as the biggest emitter in the world, soon to overtake Europe in historical emissions as well? Yep. It is the big player on the block.
So my thoughts are that China is obviously at a critical kind of crossroads, that my optimistic hat, which one always has to have if one works for a long time on climate change. They're in the midst, what they have achieved on renewables is extraordinary. And I think they're on their own journey nationally and seeing how they can be bringing energy security. Germany sees renewables as our energy security policy or security, together with climate, so that they can build, and this is key, it's a little geeky, but you'll appreciate the grids and the flexibility and the storage so that they can stop building building new coal and actually depend on a flexible grid that then can build their confidence to move forward. And I think seeing how the rate of increase of renewables in 2023, if you were to say, okay, that can continue, it can really build the ambition. And this green transition that China is going through, there's some numbers out there, it's 40% of their GDP growth. So this isn't going to go away. This is core economic policy for China. And so I think the other key piece is, and maybe this is a European reflection right now, but they're not going to move away from that as a priority. So I think it's fundamental to engage in a very transparent manner to get fair trade rules in place. And my sense is that there's an openness for that conversation with Europe, at least, I can say.
Yeah. And that leads, you've used a lot of words. I think we're going to hear a lot of confidence is one. You just talked about international rules, the international system around finance, the international system around trade, the international system that also helps on humanitarian and allows countries damaged by climate change to have some. That's not a very popular, the international rules-based system is not very popular. You go to a foreign policy conference, it's old hat. We're in this world of geopolitics. How do you see that relationship? What might success on climate mean for that broader discussion about rules? We need all of those rules, but is climate one of the things that can bind up this fractured world a bit? Because, again, we all have a stake in it.
Absolutely. I think what we see with our climate foreign policy, that climate stability is a goal, but it is also a lever for collaboration with other countries. Our embassies around the world are bombarded with interest to work together on this because it is such a priority to those countries. It's also an area where we can work together. One thing last week to say, yes, we talked trade, but we mostly talk climate in all of my conversations, right? And that's because I think there is an understanding of what is at stake, and we saw in Dubai, even with the geopolitics, we were able to come together and agree to transition away from fossil fuels. So holding that space together, building the trust, I want to put the trust word in the room, with developing countries, particularly as Europe, and as a foreign policy topic, seeing this isn't, yes, it's the climate, but see climate as what it can bring to a modern foreign policy as a whole. And if you're not doing that, then I think you're not seeing the realities of some of the shifting geopolitics that I explained.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I know your schedule is the maddest, I think, of all the climate envoys in the world. Thank you for taking time with us, for being so frank in your discussion. Please give a round of applause to Jennifer Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thanks, Nick, once again. Lots to consider in there on the road to Belem, and even if it's not a song quite yet, it's certainly paved with some pretty difficult decisions, and hopefully, in Jennifer's words, it won't become the highway to hell. So, to this morning's keynote speech, Transforming International Finance, Building Trust and Resilience for Effective Climate Action. Our next speaker is Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on Climate Change and the Just Transition. His role is to ensure delivery of the Secretary General's priorities on climate change. He is former ambassador to the United States and permanent representative at the Organization of American States for Barbados. Please welcome Selwyn Hart.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you. It's very difficult coming after my very good friend, Jennifer Morgan, but I first want to thank E3G and all of the dedicated colleagues who've made such an invaluable contribution to our work on climate over the course of the last few decades. And I'm delighted to participate in this morning's event to share our own perspective on how the international financial system can contribute to building trust and resilience to keep the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement within reach, but also to deliver on the climate justice imperatives that we all have. So colleagues, as the Secretary General said just a few weeks ago, we are truly at a moment of truth in our fight against the climate crisis. Our internationally agreed goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is hanging on a thread. And we know that to keep this limit within reach, global emissions must fall by around 9% annually during this decade of the 2020s. Yet the reality is that global emissions continue to head in the wrong direction and rose by 1% last year. And as the world charges towards the 1.5 degree limit, the cost of climate chaos keeps piling up, with those that have contributed the least paying the highest price. And one of the great injustices of the climate crisis is that the most vulnerable are being left stranded and struggling to deal with a crisis they did nothing to create. And it is a shame that for every $1 that is needed by vulnerable developing countries to adapt to climate extremes, only about 5 cents of that $1 that is needed, only 5 cents is being mobilized. And today, less than 10% of the required basic weather and climate data required to build effective early warning systems is available from least developed countries and small island developing states. Less than 10% of the most basic climate and weather data is available from SIDS and LDCs. And 6 out of every 10 persons in Africa are not covered by an effective early warning system. And we know that early warning systems are the most basic tools for saving lives and protecting livelihoods. While those at the center of the climate crisis, the fossil fuel industry, continues to make record profits while riding on the backs of taxpayers and enjoying trillions in taxpayer subsidies. So we are truly at a critical juncture in our fight against the climate crisis. And the decisions, the actions and choices made and taken by leaders today will determine the world of tomorrow. And this battle to keep 1.5 within reach, it will be won or lost under their watch. And the good news is, I am optimistic that it can be won. It can still be won. We have never had this much clarity on what needs to be done, by whom, and over what time frame to keep 1.5 alive and to deliver climate justice for those on the front lines of the climate crisis. We have the technologies, the solutions, the know-how to cut emissions and save ourselves. Renewables have never been cheaper or more accessible. The cost of wind, solar, and battery storage has plummeted over the last decade, and they are delivering energy security, clean air, new and good jobs, and increased energy access. And last year, clean energy investments reached a record high, double the amount that was invested less than 10 years ago when the Paris Agreement was finalized. And there is enough global manufacturing capacity available worldwide to meet the goal of tripling renewable energy that was agreed to at COP28 last year. However, we still face a number of challenges. Clean energy investments in developing and emerging economies outside of China are stuck at the same levels as they were in 2015 when the Paris Agreement was finalized. And last year, a mere 15% of new clean energy investment went to emerging economies and developing countries outside of China. And these countries represent 2/3 of the world's population. And despite Africa's wealth of natural resources and vast renewable energy potential, it was home to less than 1% of last year's renewable energy installed capacity. So we need a global financial system that is part of the solution, rather than one that continues to incentivize planetary destruction and fails to allocate affordable finance to the places that need it most. We know what the investment needs are, in excess of 1.7 trillion a year for developing and emerging economies outside of China. So in short, we need a massive expansion of affordable public and private finance to ensure that developing countries can truly join and meaningfully participate in the race to net zero, while at the same time protecting their people from worsening climate impacts. And we know what the barriers are. They include the high cost of capital, high levels of indebtedness, and insufficient risk-bearing and cheap capital. So the cost of capital, and as we look at what needs to be done, we have solutions to addressing this issue of the cost of capital. We know that the cost of capital could be as much as 3 to 4 times higher for developing and emerging economies than for the advanced economies, and this negates the record low cost and affordability of renewables. And we know that a bigger and bolder MDB system will be absolutely critical, as well as new and innovative financial instruments to address the risks, some of which are unfair risk perceptions, that these are absolutely critical. Yet, we continue to tinker with MDB reform. It is not yet delivered at the pace or scale that the climate crisis requires. And on the debt side, we know that low-income and low-middle-income developing countries are currently spending around 23% and 13% respectively of their export revenues to repay their sovereign debt, more than these countries are investing in education and health, let alone the energy transition or climate resilience and adaptation. And we have historical precedents for addressing this issue. In the aftermath of World War II, to support the rebuilding and reconstruction of Germany, the share of export revenues going into debt servicing for Germany was capped at 5%. It was capped. It was a decision taken by Germany's lenders that export to debt service to export revenues would be capped at 5%. Yet today, developing countries, low and low middle income developing countries are having to pay 23% and 13% respectively of their export revenues simply to service debt. So we need to get serious, right? We need to get serious about these issues of international financial architecture reform. And in the absence of new public grant and concessionary finance, we need to start moving from exploring to implementing new and innovative sources and new and solidarity levies on sectors such as shipping, aviation, and fossil fuels. I've been involved in diplomacy for a number of decades, and we continue to have a very circular discussion on all of these issues of innovative sources. Now is the time for us to move, and the Secretary General, in his Moment of Truth speech, he clearly outlined 3 principles that should guide movement on this. Scalability, because we need finance at scale. Fairness, developing countries and vulnerable peoples and communities should not be burdened with unduly burdened. And third, we need to ensure that these new levies or sources are easy to collect and to administer. So we hope that many of the international efforts currently underway in this area move from discussion and exploring to clear implementation. So I know that Nick, I will disagree a bit with what Nick said earlier. He's my friend, so I guess that we can do this. Despite the very clear economic case for urgency and ambition, we're simply not moving fast enough. And in my view, the climate crisis is a crisis of political will. It is a crisis of political will. The climate crisis is a crisis of political will. And climate politics and diplomacy is currently taking place against the backdrop of 3 really important political forces: geopolitical divisions, a massive leadership, and I may say genuine leadership void, and third, mistrust between the developed and the developing world. And I think as we look at what needs to be done over the course of the next 18 months, we talk about COP30, but the road to COP30 has to go through Baku at the end of this year. And we have this negotiation on a new climate finance goal. And I believe that this negotiation on this new climate finance goal, it needs to send the right political signals that there will be predictability and certainty to climate finance flows to the developing and emerging economies. And it must add impetus to all of those issues that I just mentioned on MDB reform, on issues related to debt, on issues related to exploring and implementing innovative sources of finance. So I share Jennifer's view as well that the opportunity of the next round of indices, which are due in 2025, that we must seize this opportunity. And we need indices from the G20 that truly reflect their responsibility to reduce emissions. But these indices must be backed with credible policies and regulations. And I will use the R word. We need credible policies and regulations. All of the G7 countries have committed to net zero by 2050. Yet in virtually every one of them, they're still approving new oil and gas licensing, which the IEA has said is incompatible with a 1.5 degrees Celsius world. When one looks at the new oil and gas licensing being issued, the majority is from the advanced economies who have all committed to net zero. When one looks at who's financing new fossil fuel infrastructure, which again is incompatible with the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement, most of these financial institutions are in the advanced economies. And there's no requirement for them to have transition plans that are in line with the net zero commitments of these countries. So if they are to be serious, if leadership and seriousness is the order of the day, we need the NDCs from the G20 to be extremely clear in terms of not only have a number, but be very clear in terms of what are domestic policies and regulations that will be attached to implementing the goals contained in their nationally determined contributions. And for the developing countries, the preparation of this new round of indices also presents a golden opportunity for these countries to clearly identify their transition pathways, which will be different. We're all starting from different starting points, but also to detail their investment needs. Their investment needs both on the energy transition, but also investment needs for adaptation and resilience, which is the overriding priority for most of these countries. And we can learn from some of the recent examples that we've seen. The Just Energy Transition Partnerships, as imperfect as they are, represent a very clear model for developing and emerging economies on what needs to be done at the local level to coordinate all various sectors and actors around a nationally owned plan that can be financed by from a variety of sources, domestic resources, internationally sourced finance as well. And we need countries developing and emerging economies as they prepare these plans to have all relevant sectors and ministries and stakeholders around the table. And it also requires all of the international actors to also coordinate around these nationally owned and national-led plans. So I believe the opportunity of the preparation of the upcoming round of indices represents one of the best chances that we have of fighting this crisis and sending the signals and certainty that is needed by the private sector. So in conclusion, I know that I've exhausted my time, but I believe that the opportunity to truly address the climate crisis is within reach. The challenges are complex, the challenges are urgent, but we've never been this well equipped to meet those challenges. But we must overcome the divisions, we must overcome the mistrust that is currently prevalent, and for good reason, globally, and there must be a new spirit of collaboration, compromise, and cooperation. For our part, as the Secretary General said in his moment of truth speech, the United Nations is all in. We're all in. This is an all-in moment for the United Nations. Our tools, his voice, his absolute moral clarity on what needs to be done, that voice and moral clarity will always be there. And the convening power of the UN system will be used to the maximum extent to build consensus, to seek compromise, and inspire hope that we can get this job done. So, colleagues, again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I really look forward to continuing to work with all of you, because it's not only an all-in moment for the United Nations or even for national governments. E3G has played this really amazing role in the past in helping to shape international climate policy, and we will need entities like E3G and others to help us to find ways of navigating this extremely complex and challenging landscape. So thank you so much.
Couldn't find the mic. I'm sorry, I'll get better at this one day. Selwyn, thanks so much for that and for your kind words. Let's talk about political leadership, as you raised it. Obviously, it is a personal quality, and I think you're right. I've never seen the landscape being so bereft of leaders, but it's also a result of how leaders talk to each other and what happens in their countries. So I'll be interested, you talked about the UN being all in. What are some of the things you'll be doing and the Secretary General will be doing to build that sense of joint responsibility, collaboration, and leadership, but also what would be the challenge you push out to the room and to these stakeholders in the room, what they need to do inside their countries to do the same from the bottom up?
So the UN does not have lots of resources. We can't force anyone to do anything, but we have the voice of the Secretary General. And he will continue to provide moral clarity on what needs to be done, by whom and over what time frame, as I said earlier. And he will continue to try to convene leaders to find solutions to some of the challenges that we face. And we also have a broad network of UN system entities who've been mobilized to help the developing countries in particular address some of the challenges that they are facing on climate. And I'll give you a couple of examples. UNDP, it has presence in most developing countries, and we've tasked UNDP to coordinate the UN system internally to deliver and help the developing countries prepare their next round, their next generation of NDCs under the umbrella of UNDP's climate promise, right? So practically the developing countries, many of them lack the capacity to prepare climate plans that can serve as transition plans or investment plans. So we're using the UNDP architecture really to help these countries to do that. Another example is on some of the challenges that we're currently facing around issues like critical energy transition minerals. We know that demand for these minerals will increase or is increasing manyfold, and they're concentrated in a few areas, and processing is also concentrated in a few areas as well. And we know that if we do not address the challenges related to resilient and transparent supply chains for critical energy transition minerals, it can serve to potentially slow down the energy transition. So the Secretary General, he has convened a panel of resource-rich countries, countries of processing, countries of consumption, along with stakeholders, indigenous people, the industry, civil society, etc., to come up with some solutions to address the challenges that that this issue of critical energy transition minerals might have. So we see the role of the UN and the Secretary General to convene, to help, to push, but many of the decisions will ultimately have to be taken by national governments and other stakeholders. And on the role of folks in this room, we really need your voices, we need your leadership, we need your ideas. No one has a monopoly on good ideas, no one has a monopoly on solutions. And we also need you in the absence sometimes of national governments working together and collaborating to reach out to institutions and entities in other countries and try to understand their perspective and try to work with them to address some of the complexities of the transition. So, reaching across national borders and engaging and working with many of your colleagues to exchange ideas, because none of us have a monopoly on solutions.
Thank you so much. I think it's good. We often talk about the need for whole of society action domestically, but I think we also need whole of society diplomacy if we're going to rebuild the trust and just do the basic practicalities of such a strong project. So that's a great message to finish on. Thank you so much for your work, Selwyn. It's a really critical year for the UN as well as for the rest of us, and I know you're doing your best to get all the machinery to work, so thanks for being with us. Thanks for being at London Climate Action Week. I think it's your first, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to Selwyn and thank you to Nick once again. We are almost into our first coffee and networking break, but if I could get you to take part in this survey which we are running. It's a couple of questions on a Menti survey. It should help you when you go into coffee because you'll know who else is in the room. So you should see a QR code coming up on the screen, and that will give you the entry to the survey. And if you could do it between now and when you come back at 10:30, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm told it's coming up on the screen. If it doesn't come up on the screen, hopefully you'll see it in the breaks on your screens in there. But coffee is served in the saloon next door. If you could be back here for 10:30, we've got an excellent session coming up. And thank you so much for your time so far. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks for being back in your seats so quickly. Thanks for being back in your seats so quickly. You will see that the Menti is finally working. So if you could take your mobile phones and use the QR code, you should come up with a screen which will answer you 2 questions, both of which will give us an idea of who's in the room. Should be useful for you in your networking over lunch. And we've got 1 response so far, so let's have a see. There must be more than 1 person in the room. Okay, we're going around the globe. I'm told we have more than 150 people in the room so far, so we've got a few to go. But clearly, down to Australia, lots in Europe, UK, Colombia, Canada. Okay, 49 responses. Can we go to the second question, which is who's in the room today? Oh, well, it's half NGOs and half business. There must be others in the room. Here we go. Lots of government, funders, academic, some media. We're just looking for a political leader. There will be later. All right, that's a bit of fun for today, and hopefully you'll be able to use some of that when you're networking later on. So to our first panel of the day, we are walking the finance tightrope, financial risk management in a climate crisis. Our moderator for this session is E3G's Associate Director for Finance and Resilience. Please welcome Kate Levick and her panel of guests.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome to our finance panel. We're going to try and keep this brisk and running through because, like all our panels today, we have a relatively short window, but I hope we'll have a very interesting discussion while we're doing it. So the road to Belem goes through finance. The last few years, I think you'll agree, all seem to have been the year of the finance COP. But this time, there really is a very specific, hard deadline to agree a new collective quantified goal, and that is focusing a lot of people's attention. Selwyn Hart spoke to the importance of that goal, providing predictability and certainty for forward financing of the climate transition. So the third Paris goal, the one that deals with finance, it gets relatively little discussion, mainly because countries have historically been divided on what it takes to implement it. And meanwhile, the financial system itself is run by technocrats. They have a system that sits in parallel to the multilateral diplomatic system. However, over the last couple of years, discussions about overall financial system reform of international financial architecture, have brought diplomats and technocrats into the same conversations across the UNFCCC agenda, also across G20 and G7 agendas, and in other multilateral forums as well. Now, different actors in this conversation have got different goals. So those goals include massive mobilization of finance to achieve global climate safety, but they also include managing and avoiding financial risks that could derail the transition almost before it gets started. And climate risk is unique in being systemic, inevitable, and unavoidable. So these agendas can and should come together, and must do so fast, in a way that delivers finance to where it's needed and at the right scale. So that's what we're talking about today. Our panelists each bring unique opportunities to discuss this challenge from very different perspectives. So I'm going to introduce each of them in turn and invite each of them to give some opening remarks that speak to some of the dilemmas and some of the necessities around the financial system change agenda. Our first panelist is Dr. Vera Songwe. Dr. Songwe is a senior advisor to the Bank of International Settlements, and she currently co-chairs the G20 expert group on climate finance and debt, otherwise known as TF-Klima. She's also the co-chair of the independent high-level expert panel on climate finance, alongside Sir Nicholas Stern. She's also the former United Nations Under-Secretary General and the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. She's the first woman to lead that organization in 60 years. So E3G's more than once had the honor of working directly with Dr. Songwe, most recently to support the development of her recent publication that was called Unlocking Private Capital to Emerging Markets and Developing Countries in a Time of Crisis. So Dr. Songwe, I'm hoping all our tech works and that you're able to provide us with some introductory remarks. And Vera has left Zoom. All right, so no problem. I'll next introduce our next panelist, Paul Budnar, who's the Director of Sustainable Finance, Industry and Diplomacy at the Bezos Earth Fund. So Paul has worked on climate finance issues from a wide range of perspectives himself in recent years and has served in the Obama White House as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Energy and Climate Change at the National Security Council, having previously been the US lead negotiator for climate finance. So since moving on from government, Paul founded the Center for Climate-Aligned Finance at RMI, was Global Head of Sustainable Investing at BlackRock, and is now Director of Sustainable Finance, Industry and Diplomacy at the Bezos Earth Fund. So Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Wonderful. Thank you for the invitation to be here in this magnificent venue. So this topic is sort of infinitely complex, so I'm going to try to focus on a couple of things that I think are particularly important that have arisen in the last couple of years, and I'm going to offer 4 themes to watch for in the next 12 months or so that I think are really, really important, and based on doing this for 25 years, I think are some of the most important topics that we all should focus on and support in this agenda. I think the 2 really interesting things that have happened in the last few years, among others, okay, but one actually Adama will speak about, and that's the rise of public development banks, not MDBs, but national development banks and other forms of national or regional financial institutions in the public finance system, and the degree to which they've been organized and organized themselves into groups like the International Development Finance Club and now Finance in Common. I really think that's actually a very important development, and I'll explain why when I touch on what I think we need to watch for in the next 12 months. The second is actually the realization that when it comes to climate finance, we can't just be tracking green investment, right? The Copenhagen Accord, the Paris Agreement has this $100 billion goal, which I was involved in negotiating, stories to be provided later over a drink, but that's only really part of the story, right? You can't just count up the number of green pounds or green dollars and have an idea about whether finance is flowing to the right places. You have to count the other side of the equation, which is how much investment is flowing into fossil energy, and very importantly, how fast are we retiring the assets, the sticky, long life assets that actually account for global emissions today. We are headed for a long plateau in global emissions. And the reason is we're doing a pretty good job of making all new investment in the energy system, or much of it, clean. But we are going to be living with these existing assets for a very long time. Coal-fired power plants, natural gas, fossil-based industry, unless we can find a fair way to actually retire those early. And that's an agenda that has really come to life in the last few years, and it's very, very important. Very quickly, I think there are 4 things to watch for in the next year or 2. The first, building on the organization of public development banks, is the decentralization of the climate finance agenda. We, to an extent which I think most people are not even conscious of most of the time, obsess about north to south, obsess about the tinkering with institutions of the global north or multilateral institutions and trying to make a better 3,000-mile long screwdriver between London and Nairobi or between Washington and, and Latin America. What we actually need to be doing is helping developing countries to design their own national financial capacity to drive this transition and make all of the multilateral institutions a supporting cast instead of the main players in the story. So I think that will start to come into sharper focus as more and more countries implement national green investment banks, following the good example of the UK and others. The second is the dog that didn't bark for a long time in the financial system is the insurance industry. And finally, the insurance industry is getting engaged in this. You would think that insurance companies within the financial sector would be in the lead, and they should have been for the last 30 years, and now they're finally getting there. Some of you might have attended a great event that Howden put on yesterday, a great sign of that, and I think you'll see more from the insurance industry finally, and you should demand it. The third is net zero transition plans, and E3G has been a leader in this space. Yesterday we saw the announcement that the IFRS will take up the further development of net zero transition plans. I can't underline how important it would be if jurisdictions like the UK and the EU and others adopted mandatory net zero transition plans for emitting corporates. That is the corporate equivalent of an NDC. and it would be a game changer if that were mandatory. And finally, climate resilience. This has been understood. Climate adaptation finance has been understood as a line item in a government budget as far as financial markets are concerned. It's not. Unfortunately, climate resilience is a growth industry in the 21st century. And it's like healthcare. It's unfortunate that people get sick, but we do want capital to flow into the healthcare industry and drive innovation in drugs and treatments and so on, right? Same for climate resilience. We want the products and services and technologies that are in demand in a warming world to be something that capital markets focus on. You want your retirement, believe me, part of your retirement to be invested in companies that are providing resilience solutions, because it is going to be it is already a growth industry. So helping capital markets, private finance, understand climate resilience solutions as an investment area to be just as excited about as decarbonization is the last thing I'll mention.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Paul. That's a great starter for the discussion. So I'd like to come now to our final panelist. So Adama Mariko is the Deputy Director, Secretary General for Finance and Common, and the Deputy Director for Mobilisation, Partnerships and Communication at the Agence Française de Développement. So Adama is a champion of multilateral collaboration on development finance and has created a global network of public development banks which work towards collective ambitious goals. Adama has previously worked for AFD on the ground in West Africa and in the Indian Ocean, as well as in its Paris headquarters, including as a member of the AFD Management Board. So we're so pleased to have you with us, Adama. Please, please carry on.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Actually, I totally agree with what Paul just said, and I'm going to just probably focus more on the public development bank side, right? We are speaking about global crisis and global climate crisis, and I think this also means that the financial system at its own has to rethink itself. And we start hearing that a lot in the global reforms that are going on within the G20, the discussions that are upcoming within the UN Summit for the Future, and the preparation of the next Financing for Development Summit. And just have that in mind as well. All the solutions you can bring in the international discussion, please prepare it for the next FFD summit, because it will be 10 years after the Paris Agreement, 10 years after the Addis Ababa Action Plan, and 10 years after the SDGs. So this is when we take stock on these reforms we have been implementing and to adjust, probably not for 2030, but at least we can have a joint common boussole on those three agendas. So within this agenda, and just building on what Paul just said, the global crisis needs also sometimes local solutions, and adapting the solutions is really, the way to go for me. So by saying that, and also having in mind that if we speak about the risk management, mainly when you have the risk, it's because you have some uncertainty, and you lack probably of information. So who has that? We often forget that there is 530 30 public development banks in the world. Within those 530 public development banks in the world, only 10% have international activities. I mean, the one you heard about every time, the MDBs, banks like AFD, etc., etc. The rest of them work for the national ground, work for the national countries. And they are all over the place, in Europe, in Latin America, in Asia, in the US, etc., etc. So, regarding the point also Paulo was mentioning on the stock we have, if you look at the 23 trillions under management within the public development banks assets, 80% of that amount is in the G20 countries. This also shows you how those development banks was investing in the national economy and probably where the stock of carbon has been built as well, probably with the national development banks somehow in those countries, right? But let's see the other part of the solution. It is also, I mean, a hope for the countries that are still young economies having their financial system growing, being strengthened, to have these national development banks also be part of the solution on helping the government preparing the projects. And this is also something we really want to have in this discussion, because mainly you have projects prepared from Washington, London, Paris or Brussels to be implemented in, I'm sure, in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, etc. Of course, you have risk asymmetry and information asymmetry. If you don't rely on the national institutions that know better their own policy framework, that invest also in their countries, and they are the first that reduce the risk somehow. And they are the one de-risking their own private sector in the country. And they are the one creating also the enabling system for investment. And somehow, even when we speak about this enabling system, we often also think of this as enabling the private sector. Of course, it is important, but enabling sustainable finance should be the common basis on enabling for the private sector or others. And having the public institutions, the public development banks, that are the SDG enablers for their own countries is really useful. So how do we do that? It's also, I mean, useful to have in mind that these banks need to be aligned. We cannot just say that there is public development banks existing, but they have to be their mandate focused on SDGs, being more focused on what matters. We're speaking about 2.5 trillion of annual investment capacity, and these are not pledges, it's actually the investment they are making already. Of course, there is some allocation, misallocation discussion we have to solve, because investing in Europe is not the same that investing in Africa or Latin America, but somehow we are speaking about 2.5 trillion of annual flows that these institutions are bringing in the system. So if we help those institutions to be aligned, meaning that they are only focused on investing in SDGs and not harm them, we are solving a part of the 100 billion problem, actually, because focusing on 100 billion donation between the north and the south is forgetting that there is actually flows that are probably misused, and these were the quality side of the discussion also has been looked at. So local solution through the development bank ecosystem. So that's what we do within the financing common system. It's mainly to help to gather these institutions, to have a right division of labor between the multilateral institutions, the regional institutions, and the national development banks. This is the whole community of public development banks, not just the multilateral ones. I'm really glad to hear multilateral institutions working as a system, but let's think the system being wider than 50 banks. It's like also having the national institutions. And by saying that, it's also on the governments, because they are shareholders of those multilateral institutions, pushing a hard climate agenda and linking development with climate. And I'm really supportive of this push from the government. But those same government at the multilateral level have those national institutions as well. If you don't align the mandate of your national institutions with the international agenda you are pushing, somehow we are missing something. Right? So that's where we think that having this also community to work together is really useful. involving the public development banks also in defining the policies and the regulatory discussions is really useful. And I've seen in some countries, and we can take examples, for instance, in Rwanda or Ghana, where the national development institutions are working with their regulatory body to build taxonomy for climate finance for the private sector and the capital market in the areas. And I think also this is where connecting those national institutions with the international standards is useful, because they help also their own governments to transform the ecosystem and to enable the sustainable finance. I'm going to stop here. I have a lot to say again, but please, if you have any question, we can go deeper.
Thank you very much. So both of you, in different ways, have given a really impassioned call to, have action for climate led out of the recipient countries, effectively to have finance ministers use the full range of levers available to them when they are sort of planning the economic transition in their countries, making their NDCs investable, and to effectively bring down some of the risk in the system by having that much better managed in country. This is a really compelling vision, and then in the context of broader international rule changes and standards and so on, which are also important. It's compelling, but it's very different to, well, it's potentially very different to the politics of the NCQ negotiation this year, which is crucial for that road to Belem and for generally ensuring sufficient trust in the multilateral climate negotiations to move forward to the enhanced NDCs we want to see in 2025. So I'd love to hear from each of you, how you think that might be squared. What would we ideally want to see from the NCQG this year that will help us achieve this broader change and also keep the negotiations on track? So Paul first. Sorry, small question.
Well, I'm afraid that what makes sense for a goal-setting exercise like that in the context of the UNFCCC politics has wandered farther and farther and farther away from what's actually useful in the world. And so I think if you're solving that puzzle for inside the UNFCCC negotiations logic, that's one thing. If you want that negotiation to yield an outcome that actually influences change in the world, it's a different thing. And I'm not super optimistic that we're going to get the latter. I think if we wanted to advocate for an outcome where nations agree on a quantitative goal for climate finance, to me that quantitative goal is 100% alignment. In other words, climate alignment has become a very powerful paradigm in the financial sector, and it goes beyond, again, adding up the green dollars. So whether the green dollar number is 100 billion or some other number, it's obviously much, much higher, as we heard from Selwyn. And it saddens me that we seem to never be able to get beyond the original politics of North-South climate finance. The Paris Agreement was a breakthrough for mitigation. It was a breakthrough for transparency. It changed the paradigm. It changed very little for finance. Finance is the one where we're still living in the sort of political logic and language of 1992. And so, again, if we want to make the UNFCCC negotiations relevant for action, we would couch that goal as climate alignment. You can still have a quantitative goal for mobilizing North-South climate finance within that. But the really impactful thing is if countries commit to policies and measures that align their financial systems with net zero goals, which means new investment in fossil. It means programs to spur the early retirement of fossil assets. Otherwise, again, we're going to be living in a long plateau of high emissions for some time to come.
Okay, thanks, Paul. A good provocation there. Adama.
Yeah, my expectation is that, I'm not into the politics of negotiation. Paul knows that very, very better than me. But I think in these negotiations, somehow, there must be a sense of responsibility at the end. We cannot be focused on the North-South discussion while also we see progress ongoing. And also, we should acknowledge the responsibility of, the southern, part of the world. I've seen NDCs from countries that are poor, that are more, ambitious, that northern country that didn't publish their NDCs yet. So somehow there will be also a sense of responsibility in these global discussions. But just coming back to the solution-oriented, whatever the results are in the negotiation, I think that they should keep, the ambition high for the financial system to keep allowing the investment on the ground. If we get into any solution that come with some more fragmentation in the taxonomies, et cetera, we will lose the pattern of the investment. So for me, it's really important that we keep looking at existing solutions, scaling them and having the private capital and the public finance being mobilized as much as possible. For instance, I'm going to mention two examples we are working on. If you look at the discussion regarding the CRDCs, and the fact that you have several institutions implementing them.
So you might want to spell out the acronym for the audience, because
Sorry.
You might want to just explain what CRDCs
okay.
are.
Climate resilience debt clauses, which is for financial institutions mainly to bring some kind of assurance solution if you have climate crisis, so they would suspend the service of the debt, for instance. So at least explaining that and having common principles on how to implement it throughout the financial system is something useful for the system, actually. And also, we have seen many financial innovation going on, and some countries, implementing it, debt for climate swaps and debt for nature swaps, etc. So having also a clear, mapping on how we do it can help the financial institutions to not waste time on figuring out how they should chip in and develop these kind of operations. And of course, the capital market as well should have clear visibility on what is sustainable finance and how the investments that are used by the corporate or the financial institutions can be clearly reported to the capital market, so they can also get into these kind of operations, help the investments, and move the financial flows also in this regard. So I think those also are some specific items where we should have clarity in the international negotiations and setting the path for that.
Great, thank you very much. Now, our technical team's been working in the background very hard trying to bring Dr. Virasongwe back, but unfortunately has not managed it, which means that I get the pleasure of springing a surprise question on our panelists. Paul, I think you might be able to field this one, and it's one of the questions that was asked by our audience in advance when they registered. They were also keen to know about the NCQG, I should add. But one of the things that we've been seeing in the last year or so is a real backlash towards ESG in particular. That's environmental, social governance investment, for those of you who aren't into that acronym. And then more broadly, political backlash to the costs of net zero. Can I ask you on your feet to give us any thoughts on how that can be combated in the climate finance space?
Yeah, well, I experienced this directly when I was at BlackRock, and it was really amazing to see how quickly the momentum in favor of sustainable investing sort of ground to a halt and started to reverse. I do think that we shouldn't forget that we had a couple of years of very elevated energy prices, conventional energy prices, during the supply shock after COVID, or as part of the COVID response, and then of course due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So, and it was also during that period that if you were an investor, these conventional energy companies were massively outperforming the market, not just renewables, but everything else. So if you looked at charts by sector of how companies were performing, conventional energy was by far the most outperforming sector for a couple of years. And that really spooked a number of investors, portfolio managers, right, who were starting to get comfortable with tilting away from those conventional energy because the ones that weren't were outperforming them and were doing better, and their clients were doing better, and that really was, you know, I think we're still kind of experiencing, even though the energy system has moved on from that episode largely, we're still experiencing that, and even though we're getting inflation under control. The ESG backlash, I think, was the result of two things. You know, one is that there was what I would describe a healthy reckoning within the financial markets over what ESG actually means and what it's good for and what we should use it for, right? It originally involved as a set of actually risk-adjusted performance enhancing tools so you understand if you're investing in companies, you want to understand some of the things that are not on financial statements and how they can affect the future profitability of companies, and you want to take that into account where it's financially material in security selection, for example, if you're managing public funds. So that's fine. But then it started, the same data sets, the same ESG data sets started to be used by those who were interested in financial products that advanced sustainability objectives or outcomes in the world. And the two got a little bit mixed up, and regulators started to step in the EU first with the sustainable disclosure regulation and so on, and then in the UK, and that's all fine. That sort of sorts itself out over time. But it also became politicized, especially in the United States, in the middle of that process. And so ESG was plucked out and made into a political artifact whose story and narrative was sort of disconnected from the market reckoning and the improvement in financial regulations around labeling and so on. So unfortunately, all of that has combined to. I think it's sort of healthy. I think the world kind of needs to move on from ESG. I mean, as a concept, as an integrated concept, there are not very many use cases for having one ESG score for a company that tries to sweep up all of these various factors into a single score. So I think the financial sector will move on and innovate in sustainable investing, but the political stuff is on its own track, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks very much, Paul. And we're basically at time now. So I'd like to thank our panel both very warmly for participating. And we've gone into a number of key topics here. I wish we had more time. I'm sure that they'll both be happy to chat in coffee breaks and so on afterwards if you are able to catch them. But in the meantime, can I please just thank both Paul Budner and Adama Mariko very much for your contributions today.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Thank you to Kate, and thank you to Paul and Adama, and our apologies for not being able to bring you Vera's comments today. She was on screen, as you saw, but then disappeared off Zoom, but it wouldn't be a meeting today nowadays if someone didn't fall off Zoom or forget their mute button. But apologies that we couldn't bring her to you. From that fascinating look at the finance tightrope facing the world in this climate crisis, we move now to an equally thorny topic, geopolitics of oil phase down. How to deal, for instance, with the countries that have contributed little to current climate change, but will have to keep their oil and gas in the ground to keep the rest of the world safe. For our next panel, Geopolitics of the Oil Transition, a warm welcome to our moderator for this session. She is E3G's program lead for the Global Energy Transition, Maria Pastakova. Maria, and your guests.
Many thanks, team, and thanks for sticking for the lighter topic of geopolitics of oil. As we look at the global landscape, we see that oil suppliers' landscape is in flux, with OPEC Plus producers increasingly under pressure from the Atlantic oil that grows its presence on the global market. At the same time, there are clear signs showing that transition away from oil use is picking up pace, particularly in the global road transport and the power sector. And we're likely seeing a global oil demand peak by the end of this decade or sooner, an economic trend now underpinned by the global ambition to transition away from fossil fuels that was agreed by nearly 200 countries last year in Dubai at COP28. This trajectory is, though, not unanimously accepted by the oil and gas industry, and we see the production growing despite the potential risk of an oversupplied market, stranded assets, and lower prices. In this context, the future of oil-producing countries is uncertain, given that they comprise over 50% of all countries on this planet, and about half of them is exporting oil. So this uncertainty left unmanaged may send the world on a bumpy ride for the next couple of decades. This change raises several questions. Some of them are, what are the ongoing trends in oil production and demand? And what economic and security implications the shift in producer-consumer landscape is bringing? What international alliances will have to be reshaped, and what new security pacts will have to be inked as this change goes on? Whose oil will serve the shrinking market, and who will be left behind? How will domestic and regional stability be affected as oil-producing countries struggle to navigate the increasingly volatile markets and replace their dependence on fossil fuel rents? In short, what will the shift in geopolitics of oil look like? Today, we have three excellent speakers to unpack these questions, and we'll do our best to touch upon as many of them as possible during the short time we have. The first speaker to open the panel is Tim Gould, Chief Economist of International Energy Agency. Tim, if you're in the room, please do come up. Tim oversees the supply side of the World Energy Outlook, the IEA's annual flagship report, and the agency's work on investment and critical minerals. Over the last 10 years, he provided tools that define the issues facing today's producers, including the global methane tracker, data on investments, emissions intensities, abatement potentials, low-emission fuels, as well as influential analysis on the oil and gas industry in net zero transitions, with the latest and most comprehensive report on this released last year in the run-up to COP28. Tim believes that energy transition can happen without the engagement of oil and gas industry, but the journey to net zero will be easier and cheaper to navigate if they're on board. Welcome to the panel, Tim. Great to have you here. Our second speaker is Gleda Lan, the Senior Researcher Fellow at Chatham House. Gleda, please do come up to the stage. Gleda believes that a series of crises is transforming the way oil is traded, raising serious dilemmas for exporters. In her 20 years working for Chatham House and various international organizations, she has worked with producing countries on governance, energy policy, and the implications of transition. She was one of the first to flag the implications of carbon constraints for low and middle-income producers, and is here to talk about some of the issues they face and why this is a serious problem and a shared problem. It's great to have you here, Gleda. Finally, our last, but not least, our third speaker, Ambassador Thomas Anker Christiansen, the Climate Ambassador of Denmark at the Danish Ministries for Foreign Affairs and Climate, Energy and Utilities. He plays a key part in leading Danish efforts to increase the global climate ambition level in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. He leads Danish climate diplomacy with active engagement in initiatives such as the G20 Task Force for the Global Mobilization Against Climate Change and the G7 Just Energy Transition Partnership, as well as through Danish leadership of global climate alliances like the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, the Global Offshore Wind Alliance, and the NDC Partnership. Needless to say, Denmark is at the core of the EU's energy transition efforts as well, among others, driving the power systems decarbonization towards a net zero power sector by 2035. Welcome, Ambassador. It's great to have you here. Now let me sit down as well and turn to Tim with our first question. So Tim, given how much data IEA processes and how much analysis it publishes on the trends that are unraveling on the global oil market, could you maybe talk a bit about what trends do you see in terms of shifting producer-consumer landscape and how these trends might change if the transition really accelerates at a pace that is needed for the world to be on track to 1.5 degrees?
Well, thanks a lot, Maria, and it's a great pleasure to join colleagues up on the stage, but also in this magnificent place to talk about these important topics. So you characterized it already very well in your introduction. There are big and important structural changes underway. In our view, that does have significant implications for the outlook for oil, but we are not yet in a world that is transitioning away from oil and gas, certainly. I mean, oil demand, in our view, is probably going to increase by around 1 million barrels per day this year. Because of those structural changes, though, by the end of this decade, the rate of growth declines substantially, so that by the time we reach 2030, we have reached a kind of plateau at around 106 million barrels a day of oil demand, and that's including biofuels. Now, the interesting part, and you also alluded to this, is that there's a lot more supply out there. And there's a lot of supply coming from non-OPEC plus producers, Guyana, Brazil, US, Canada, a few others. And whereas we have 106 million barrels a day of demand, we are on track to have something like 114 million barrels a day worth of supply capacity. And that poses important dilemmas for incumbents, for the major resource holders, particularly those who kind of try to manage those market balances. We already have 6 million barrels a day of spare capacity, spare oil production capacity in the world. And that increases to around 8 million barrels a day in our outlook. Now that's important. That's a big dilemma then for some of the big players. Do they take barrels off the market to keep prices high? Or are we potentially seeing some significant downward pressure on prices, which could then affect those demand trends? So that's a little bit the world we're in. If we were to get on track for climate goals, then we would move away from that sort of plateau around 100 million barrels a day, and we would start to head downwards quite rapidly, because we would be meeting that demand for mobility in other ways, primarily through electricity, and we would be developing cleaner fuels for some other uses of oil today. Now, in a world that is on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization in global average temperatures, that decline is very steep. So that by 2050, you're down to around 25 million barrels a day of oil demand, and most of that, almost all of that, is in non-combustion uses. So it goes into petrochemicals, we use it for asphalt, we use it for waxes, lubricants, various other bits and pieces, but we're not burning it in the way that we burn it today. And that would have very dramatic implications, of course, for oil producers around the world, and I'm sure we'll get into some of those.
Thanks a lot, Tim. That's indeed striking. So we're looking at a market shrinking to 1/4 or below that of what it is today by 2050 if the world is to stick to the 1.5 trajectory and the climate ambition that countries have committed to. And obviously, even in the current landscape, we are looking at a drastically shifting market and a lot of uncertainty coming in for the producing countries. And with that, I would like to turn with my second question to Gleda. You have worked a lot on the so-called vulnerable countries, and I know that that term is very ambiguous. Of course, in a sense, all producing countries are vulnerable to energy transition as we're shifting to a completely different backbone of the global economy. But I'd like your take in particular on those who are quite dependent on oil and gas, mostly oil revenues for their economic and political stability, and at the same time are having it hard to compete with low-cost producers that are dominating the market, such as Saudi Arabia, or large producers that are very flexible, like the US. So what implications do you see for these more vulnerable producers coming with that transition accelerating and with the oil demand peak nearing nearing the peak?
Thanks, Maria, and thanks for inviting me. I was looking back this morning at a piece that I had to write for work in 2020, just about what I did at Chatham House, and I mentioned the IEA's hope at that time that emissions would have peaked in 2019. Now, as Tim said, that still hasn't happened. Not only that, but we're in a very different era in terms of the increased distrust between the rule makers and the rule takers in the international system, inability to cooperate to solve some of the most devastating conflicts, and something resembling a new Cold War in terms of trade and investment. There are changes in the oil market on top of that that are being affected by this. So I thought it was best to look first at those and then look at how they affect the vulnerable countries. So what we know is that changes in demand are coming, but they won't be in a straight line, and they won't be geographically even. In addition, we can't use demand and supply fundamentals to project the prices as we might have wanted to do. Geopolitics has returned with a bang to the oil market since 2022. And on top of that, there's various maneuvers by the major producers to secure their market share. And we see this with OPEC+, we see this through things the US is doing and potentially through the BRICS as well. And so what we're going to see, I think, in the next few years is a series of crises caused by the readjustments in the market, the way people change the way they trade, the currency they trade in. And besides that, there's the rapid technological changes and the onset of climate change itself. So in this context, what's vulnerability for oil exporters? And I do want to emphasize that it's not just for oil exporters. I think their vulnerability is our vulnerability, and it's a shared challenge. So there are at least 22 countries in the world for whom oil and gas represents a fifth of government revenue. That's huge. So the Arab Gulf states, there it's mostly over 50%. For Iraq, which is far more vulnerable to price declines, it's over 90%. So declines in price would be a big deal. Beyond the richer GCC countries, you've got Nigeria, Algeria, Angola, Iran, Cameroon, Ecuador, Guinea, Ecuador, Ghana, South Sudan, Ecuador, Guinea, so on. So these countries are, they're very vulnerable to political instability if welfare subsidies have to be cut at short notice, and they also could face the combination of higher food prices as well. So we saw what happened when the price of oil and gas dropped as a result of the COVID-19 lockdowns, and I think that gives us a bit of a taster of what could come. It could mean economic ruin for highly dependent countries, economic reforms performed under pressure could destabilize societies, encourage militant actors, and so on. And then there's the current account, the foreign exchange that's needed to purchase imports, and it's needed to service debt. So the oil exporters are usually huge importers of food, machinery, fuel, especially in Nigeria's case. And many exporters are heavily indebted. These include Ghana, Mauritania, Uganda, Chad. And here we can see that the problem of oil and money go together. Credit ratings are strongly tied to GDP growth and debt servicing. And countries are really encouraged to find whatever they can to service that debt. And that incentivizes them to go for the export of raw materials, including fossil fuels, to earn the currency to repay the debt. So you have something of a vicious cycle. And although the markets for those fuels are changing, countries are still locked in that trap. And here, countries face a couple of raw edges: the increase in divestment, so companies letting go of their high carbon, high risk assets to meet their net zero or decarbonization targets, and the multilateral development banks also being less willing to de-risk large infrastructure projects, say for gas-fired power or refining, that might, as countries see it, help them to become more energy self-sufficient. And you might well say that renewable energy is the future, but money isn't flowing freely enough for that either, nor for efficiency and many other industrial needs. So I just want to say, have I got 1 minute? So there are some opportunities. There's some ways through this messy situation. If we return to the geopolitical shifts, the current competition over relationships with the global south, between US and China, with a number of middle powers in the middle, provides some choices for global south countries, for developing countries. Non-alignment is a common policy, and as uncomfortable as that may be for some, it offers this opportunity to address some of the systemic power imbalances and have a more constructive dialogue about transition, if we seize the opportunity. And that means opening for much better packages on the table for green structural transformation, not just renewable energy. I think we can learn a lot from the failures so far of the JETPs and some of the successes to improve on that package. That'll be, renewable energy and efficiency will be essential for meeting energy access and industrial needs, but it's not going to suffice in terms of foreign exchange and the need to address the balance of trade, regional trade, and the broadening of the tax base to help those countries through the shift away from fossil fuels.
Thanks a lot, Glada. You've opened up a lot of issues here, but I think the top message or two are really that what we are talking about here in terms of the challenge for the oil producers is it is not just decarbonizing their energy systems, which is of course key and important, but it is embarking on a whole of economy transition that can replace that part of economy that is now dependent on fossil fuel trade and revenue with something else. And from the way it sounds, as you talked about the dependency of credit rate rankings and GDP, the debt issue, the global finance issue, it seems like the global system, the economic and financial system will have to change as well in order to support this transition. But at the same time, we already have some first movers who have managed to transition as we speak. And I'm delighted to have the ambassador for climate of Denmark here to offer some lessons learned. Ambassador, you come from a country that over the last 2 decades not only managed to drastically reduce its oil and gas production, but also to turn its national oil, state oil and gas company into a leading renewables company. This is an unprecedented experience, I would say, globally, and I was wondering if you can tell us a bit about the lessons learned from this experience, and if there is something for the producers who are now contemplating how to transition away from that dependency that they can learn from Denmark.
Thank you very much for having us in this panel. I'd love to come back to where Gleda left off, but let me just start with the Danish experience. And I should start by saying that I'm not sure we have really curbed production yet, but we are probably the first OECD producer country that has set an end date to production and an end to issuing governmental licensing rounds for our oil fields in the North Sea. We thought, well, there's both an idealistic reason for that. We think that as a developed country, in the spirit of the Paris Agreement, we are in a way committed to moving first. That's what the Paris Agreement tells us that we should do as developed countries. We're being asked to curb emissions, and the best way to do that is actually to look at the source of the emissions, the fossil fuels. And hence, we set an end date for our oil and gas production in 2050 and no new licenses. But that also came because for about a decade, the transition, you alert to the transition of the Danish oil and natural gas company into Ørsted, that also operates offshore wind farms in the UK, was taking place sort of within the logic of them looking at the global coal and oil and gas markets and seeing a huge opportunity in becoming the world's first global offshore wind operator. And our other large oil and gas company, they saw the writing on the wall as well and sold their assets in the North Sea to Total, basically because they said if everybody starts implementing the Paris Agreement, demand for oil and gas will go down, as Tim described it, in the not too distant future. That will mean a demand destruction, and our assets will be worth less, and hence we better sell them while we still get a good price for them. A very reasonable approach, except of course in a few years no one will be able to do that because your assets are stranded and there will be lower demand, and hence you're stuck with your expensive assets. And in a way that's what Gleda is describing, that many countries in the global south who have invested in these oil and gas explorations will be left with a huge debt and no market for the product. And what we then did was to engage our industry, but also our unions, in a discussion on also the just part of the transition and transitioning the workforce from being oil and gas workers into being offshore wind workers. Obviously, that is not something every country can do, but you have to realize that for many countries, there is an issue around the workforce in the sense that it doesn't really matter to your local workers if you create jobs in another part of your country. It's the same people who need new jobs. Otherwise, you are creating parts of your country that will be desolate and left behind. And at least for us, that was not an option. So if you go to the Danish port city of Esbjerg, you can see that it's no longer building offshore oil and gas towers, but building wind towers instead. It's maybe the world's largest assembly line for offshore wind now. It's a pretty impressive site. And in that sense, we are also shifting our revenue base from the income we've had for the last 50 years from oil and gas to being now much more focused on revenue from wind and from the green technology. Again, you can argue that's not every country on the planet that can do that, but if we are to meet the tripling of renewable energy targets agreed in Dubai last year, along with the transition away from fossil fuel, the global market for these technologies is huge, and there's a lot of space for everybody to expand for the time being. As part of the decision to end production in the North Sea, the Danish government and parliament actually asked us to then also set up a global alliance to go beyond oil and gas. And this alliance is the go-to place for the conversation amongst producers for what the future of oil and gas production will look like. We are having very quiet conversations in this group, but we're also offering support for producers in the Global South who want to know what their macroeconomic risk is, and the demand for that kind of analysis is vastly increasing, including some of the countries that Gleda mentioned that are knocking on our door and realizing that if the demand crush that Tim described, when that happens in about 10 years, it's probably too late to diversify your economy and look at new sources of revenue. So you actually have to start planning for, let's say, the OECD countries meeting their 1.5 trajectories in 10 years in order that you will not then basically become a failed state because of the revenue destruction that you will be facing. So more and more governments are knocking on our door and saying, we'd actually like to know. And then thirdly, this alliance is also part of the group of countries that push for having transition away from fossil fuels in the UAE consensus, primarily because we think that also in the global climate space, we do need to have a serious conversation about the managed transition. There's no world where we are on a 1.5 trajectory where demand destruction doesn't happen. Tim just described it. So rather than having a chaos in the global economy, we do need to find a way to have if you want, an adult conversation about that transition, also about the just transition, so that we create the least harm and actually try to make it an inclusive transition for everyone.
Excellent remarks. Thank you. Thank you a lot, Ambassador. And I think there are some real lessons learned, particularly for the OECD producing countries, that Denmark can offer. We are hosting one of the, our host is one of those producers, the UK, of course. And I think the topic of oil and gas production phase out is quite high on the agenda in this country, as is in Norway, for example, if we look at Europe. But I wanted to turn back a bit to the future landscape of oil-producing countries in that shrinking market. It does sound a bit from what you described, Tim, that it's the cost effectiveness or cost of production that will predetermine who will get to turn the lights out. But there are other factors coming in, including the emissions intensity of production and emissions regulations. We've just seen the EU introducing methane regulations on oil imports. There are probably security implications that need to be considered, with a lot of countries friendshoring their trade to more democratic countries. There are existing relationships for Europe. The North African neighborhood is quite critical, even despite the unstable political climate. So given all these implications coming to that driver of cost effectiveness, and then we have, of course, the climate justice and the just energy transition that Ambassador has just mentioned, where you have to give the developing countries a fair chance to transition and give an opportunity for their economies to shift in time. So taking all those into consideration, I know this is a huge question, but what would you see as the landscape for producing countries in, let's say, 10 to 15 years? What countries will have to drop out and are kind of urgently needing support right now, and what countries will stay in the market anyway and will have to shift themselves?
Well, I'm nowhere short of time, so I'll basically agree with Ambassador Christensen, because we need to have that conversation because it's not clear yet what criteria we will use in order to make that assessment. Is it going to be left to the market, in which case you're probably going to see a concentration of production amongst some of the low-cost producers? Are we going to see things through an energy security lens? If so, who do we deem to be the secure producers, and how do we attach value to the security of that output? Are we going to be looking at it through an emissions intensity lens, in which case we need to have a lot better data on who's producing with what emissions intensities and how low those methane emissions are and other sources of emissions associated with the production and transportation of oil and gas. And there's a very important equity dimension, as you said. But if equity is to be a consideration here, then how do you, in a sense, reserve any space in the market for people to fill that? And so I think we need to get away from the idea that the transition away from fossil fuels is just a sort of function of us building up a clean energy system. There are important strategic policy, geopolitical issues around how we do that. And that conversation, I think, is just starting, but it's an extremely important conversation to have.
Absolutely. And of course, you've just mentioned kind of the ways how to keep countries, or how to allow countries to continue, let's say, cashing in on oil trade while the market is shrinking to fund that transition. But we all know that this game is finite, and as oil demand is dropping, if the climate ambition is really to be implemented the way governments committed to, then we are looking not just at countries that need to stay in the market, but we're looking at majority of countries who will have to drop out and to devise some other strategies to maintain their economic integrity, to maintain the economic growth, to keep their populations wealthy. And I was wondering, given that you have mentioned BOGA, Glede, you have mentioned a lot of, I think, implicitly financial institutions that have to come on board. What do you think the other part of this kind of stakeholder equation can do to support the transition? I'm talking about consuming countries, I'm talking about developed producing countries, and I'm talking about global mechanisms or international mechanisms that need to be created to support this transition. I know this is a starting conversation, right? We committed to transition away from fossil fuels finally last year, and we're now finally starting to define what this means, what support mechanisms are needed for those countries that need to transition. But if you have any first ideas you'd like to flag, it would be great. Glede and Thomas.
Just a really broad observation. So perceptions of hypocrisy and double standards are really acute right now. And I think in that context, for some of the richer countries in the West and elsewhere, they need to get off their climate high horse. They need to talk about, they need to talk very practically. Take a look at where their own policies at home are incoherent with what they're preaching abroad, and where they're, giving out very, very well-intentioned climate finance and assistance that could be completely counteracted by their consumption and trade preferences, as well as their enablement of, tax avoidance, tax havens, etc., which are playing a huge role in helping to siphon off wealth from many of these countries who really need it to assist with their transition. So I think looking at these things, and then secondly, turning to what Thomas said, is integrity. Integrity talks. Integrity is the name of the game now, and if country can't practice at home what it preaches abroad, it's not a good look, and it's not effective in terms of soft power. So, countries like the UK, Canada, Norway, US, etc., we want to see the first movers too in that, and I think they will gain from that in terms of influence too.
Just very quickly, I think the most important part of the transition away the most important discussion hasn't really started yet, which is how we fund it and what the financial models for phasing out oil and gas are. I think we would need to set up a panel of economists, Nobel Prize takers, to think that through, but also involving the financial markets and the financial sector. I think you here in London, with the City of London, have a great place to start, but it's clear that the IMF, the MDBs, the various global institutions in the financial system don't have an answer to that question yet. But if we were to take on, say, trying to do a just energy transition partnership with Colombia, which might be the country most vocally asking for it, then that would allow us to start then looking at what it actually is that we can fund and how. There's no pool of money large enough to compensate for the loss of revenue that is caused also by the market shifting. But then what do we do? I don't have the answer, but I know that the question looms heavy on the horizon, and maybe for countries to do their NDCs in the next round that covers the period from 2030 to 2035, that is 10 years from now, we will have to be able to give some kind of response to that for them to actually deliver the ambition that they need.
That's a great point. So what you're saying essentially the NDC update process can be used to give a powerful signal to both investors and producing countries where the market is going, so the finance can be shifted in a more managed and quicker way. That's an excellent remark, which brings me to my closing question. I wanted to set us in a timeline a bit, because of course this is a fundamental conversation we're having here. We're just starting, but we need to start somewhere. And now that we're nearing the middle of the decade of action, as we have called the 2020s, and the COP 2030, where the NDC update process has to kick off, or ahead of which the NDC update process has to kick off, I'm wondering, what is the one thing each of you think must have happened by then to pave the key roadblock on the way to that managed transition for oil and gas producing countries?
I'll kick things off. I think I'm going to echo something that Glada was saying. We need to sort of incentivize shifts that move producers in a positive direction, and that means attaching value to lower emissions production, but also it means collaboration on new technologies and creating some real incentives to move into sort of low emissions gases, low emissions fuels. There are important technologies that are adjacent to the skills of the existing oil and gas industry, and there need to be reasons why the producers move in that direction.
So many things to say. I think a more open dialogue between consumers and exporters, and just keeping those channels open, being very clear, very coherent in terms of the policies that are being laid out that are going to affect demand, and then matching that with finance, but not forgetting to address indebtedness at the same time in a fair way.
I think much more openness about what a managed transition looks like, and a more realistic approach to it, getting away from the shouting matches at the COPs, which are so noisy and so crowded that it's very difficult actually to have those as spaces for doing policy.
Thanks a lot, the three of you. Please give the round of applause to our excellent speakers. This is, of course, just the first of hopefully many conversations to be had on this fundamental topic, but thanks you all for the attention. Let's move on to the next panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to Maria, and thank you to her guests. We are slightly behind schedule, so I'm just going to move straight on to our next panel, which is with Joanna Lean. She's E3G's Associate Director for the Clean Economy, and this panel is on the global energy transition. Clean tech.
See where the mics are. I'm going to switch it up and go from the other side. That works. I'll sit on this side instead. Welcome, everyone. You've been very patient with us, and this is the last panel before lunch, so we'll try to keep it snappy, but it is also a very chunky topic. China's clean technology boom. We're going to be diving into tensions between competitiveness, de-risking, decarbonisation agendas, and hopefully also providing some concrete suggestions for how to navigate the thorny politics of the current moment. But before that, I'm just going to briefly set the scene. China accounts for 60% of global zero-carbon technology manufacturing, with the majority of solar and battery supply chains managed by Chinese companies and growing market shares in wind and heat pump sectors. And we're also undeniably now in a season of new tit-for-tats around China's clean tech exports. The Biden government kicked this off in May with announcements ramping up tariffs on Chinese EVs, steel, batteries, and solar cells, amongst other commodities. Just 2 weeks ago, the EU announced that it will impose countervailing duties on imports of Chinese EVs starting in July. And we're seeing this kind of unleash a bit of a ripple effect amongst trade partners. Just yesterday, Canada announced that it has plans to also safeguard the Canadian market from surging imports of Chinese-made EVs. These moves are happening for a number of different reasons. One is definitely that trade partners are seeking to capture growing clean tech markets, so looking to boost domestic manufacturing, capture manufacturing jobs, and in that way also shore up political support for the green transition domestically. Moving from economic security to more national security risks under the banner of de-risking, trade partners are also intent on reducing critical dependencies on China in clean tech supply chains. And there's also a clear sense that China has not been playing by the rules, that Chinese overcapacity and subsequent dumping on the global market is threatening the green transition elsewhere. At the same time, all of these governments are governments that have made bold commitments to decarbonize their economies and get to net zero in a short period of time. And on the face of it, you would say a flood of cheap Chinese clean tech exports should be a welcome boost to those climate targets and in meeting those commitments. But, and this is an argument that we're hearing a lot these days, there's a sense that a green transition predicated on cheap Chinese clean tech imports is not politically sustainable. And so we go around in circles. What role should China play in Europe's, the UK's, and the US's decarbonisation agenda? What share of Chinese imports is acceptable from a political resilience or security perspective? What share is necessary if we're going to meet our climate goals? How might trade barriers slow down the transition or increase the costs, and who's actually going to foot the bill of that? So we've assembled a great set of panelists, including also online, to unpack some of these questions, and I'll go over to the panel now. We're going to start with Dr. Michael Maidan, who's the head of China Energy Research at the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. Before joining OIES, she headed cross-commodity China research at Energy Aspects. And as a key China watcher and commentator, she's going to kick off the discussion by talking us through the latest around Chinese clean energy investment trends. So there's lots of questions circling at the moment. One of these is around whether China's clean technology boom is likely to endure, to what extent we're seeing a kind of structural shift in the Chinese economy from more carbon-intensive sectors to these green sectors as the main drivers of growth. So it would be great to hear from you in terms of what you guys are observing and some of the global implications of that.
Thank you, Joanna. It's great to be here. Is this working?
Maybe hold it closer.
Closer? Okay, closer. Thank you. It's great to be here in this fantastic setting. Lots of questions. I think to start off the discussion, the short answer is yes, clean technology will continue in China, in large part because it's an economic necessity. It is offsetting a lot of the slowdown from the real estate sector. So while it's nice to say that China's transitioning to green tech, it is manufacturing, after all. So there's still a lot of equipment that's being made in China, and that's still energy intensive. It's not real estate sector, but it's still manufacturing. But I think the other thing we have to bear in mind is that China is a manufacturing powerhouse. It is good at making things, and it's not just because of state subsidies. There are many years of state support in lots of different ways that maybe the West can learn from some of those support mechanisms, but there's also a lot of innovation. There's a lot of agility that happens in the corporate space. There are manufacturing hubs and the co-location of industries that has supported China's rise to where it is today, and we can't overlook that. Now, despite all of that, there is still a lot of capacity, excess capacity or overcapacity in China that needs to find a home elsewhere. And it's going, and you've just talked about some of the trade restrictions, it's going to developing economies and to emerging economies. The Chinese companies need that, right? They make much better margins when they export. Chinese EVs sell for almost double in the European market than it does at home. And we're seeing that Chinese companies are also facing the challenges from the overcapacity domestically, and solar companies are even asking the state for support. But they need to go out. is it a solution or is it a problem? I think it's too easy to say cheap Chinese goods are a solution. I mean, certainly they can help the energy transition because having the equipment is a good start. Having the equipment alone is not enough, right? We need the infrastructure. We need the system design. That is still incumbent on governments to have those things in place. That's not just sort of, again, the cheap goods that will go all the way. Countries need to have very clear priorities. What is that we want to achieve? Do we want to achieve an energy transition enabled by low-cost goods? Do we want to de-risk from China? And if we want to de-risk from China, then why? What are we worried about? Is there a cybersecurity issue embedded in some of those clean technologies? Some of them there are, but we need to understand more, and we need to know exactly what those cybersecurity risks are. Why are we de-risking from China? Now, there are obviously merits to maintaining industrial competitiveness because every country needs its industries, but let's be honest about what the priorities are and what the trade-offs are in that process. Just saying that China is the bogeyman is just not good enough, I think, in this discussion.
Thank you, Michael. Really helpful to talk about, what are the objectives and also be a bit more granular about where do we face what risks and thinking that through. So back also to the start of the day where we were saying data underpinning the kind of politics of this. I'm going to pass over to Sam. Sam Lowe is a partner at Think Global. He advises clients on UK and EU trade policy with a particular focus on regulatory barriers to trade, customs, trade and services, and Brexit. Prior to joining Flint, Sam was a senior research fellow at the Centre for European Reform. He's an influential public commentator on all things trade-related. And Sam is going to talk us through the latest trade barriers imposed by the EU and the US on Chinese clean tech exports. You've been following this closely. You've been following the kind of process around EU countervailing duties in particular. For those who haven't been following it, can you talk us through the implications of this decision, most recently by the EU, and maybe also put it into the context of US tariffs and how they differ from each other?
Thank you. I mean, so actually starting with your final question, so the US now has a tariff on imported Chinese electric vehicles of cumulatively 102.5%. So there's the 100% tariff and then the existing 2.5% tariff. They also exempt Chinese electric vehicles from accessing the Inflation Reduction Act's consumer subsidies. All this basically means you can't buy Chinese EVs in the US, or if you do, you're talking very few cars. And I think it's important to realize that, and that was the case before the tariffs were up to 102.5%. They were largely performative. It was just signaling ahead of an election. They're putting tariffs on cars that weren't being imported. And the reason I'm sort of emphasizing that so heavily is that the EU's action is slightly different, insofar as the EU, after its official anti-subsidy investigation, is applying tariffs ranging between 17.4 and 38.1% on top of the existing 10% duty. That's not going to stop the EU importing electric vehicles from China. You sort of basically have to model this by going, okay, so what you can do, a 1% rise in cost leads to a what reduction in imports. And even if you apply quite a high multiplier, you're still importing Chinese electric vehicles at these sort of levels. So I've sort of done a back of the envelope calculation on the 21%, and a low sort of substitution rate means you've still got an increase, right? You're still importing quite a lot, and that is different. And I think it's important to understand that when we then think through, well, what's China's response? Because China can respond in lots of different ways. There's the sort of legal route, so it could start a WTO case. From an EU perspective, that's brilliant. That's how the system's supposed to work. You start a case, you run it through, maybe you have to make some modifications if you found that you did your sums incorrectly, or you have to tweak it slightly. Great. There's then the quasi-legal sort of response. China can start its own investigations, as it's done with French brandy and also Spanish pork, deliberately chosen because Spain and France were quite key supporters of the investigation. You've then got the sort of hostile end, whereas you lock up executives, you close down plants of other companies for sort of not particularly good reasons, and you start targeting even sectors that are completely unrelated but have some political salience. The US created a list of all the politically salient sectors in Europe when it was investigating the EU's proposed digital services tax. So, for example, Austrian grand pianos, Austrian microscopes, etc. So I think there is a difference, and that difference matters insofar as my expectation is actually China's response to this investigation in the first instance. It will respond, there will be some retaliation, but I expect it to be relatively contained. There's a question as to whether that continues when you take into account all the other things that EU is doing. So it's got other tools it can use, the foreign subsidies regulation, which it's used to intervene in procurement bids by Chinese companies in the space of solar and trains, and it's also investigating Chinese presence in wind, and there's other tools out there. So for now, the response I think has been fairly contained, but that could change.
Thank you, Sam. Really helpful to kind of put that into context, and also not just in the context of what the US has done, but broader, what else is the EU bringing into this space, and how might that qualify kind of challenge?
And sorry, and it is just a relative proposition, right? If someone ups their tariffs, then it changes the sort of global equilibrium in a sense. So you then have just a sort of structural reaction where the EU's follow. Canada, as you mentioned, is now going to follow. That leaves in the G7 just the UK and Japan. Japan doesn't really buy electric vehicles. They don't like them that much, so it's not such a big deal. And if they do buy them, they tend not to be Chinese. So my expectation is UK
will follow suit.
Probably next.
Right. Thanks, Sam. And we're now going to pass over to Winnie Wen. Winnie is joining us online. She's Assistant Vice President of GCL System Integration Technology. She brings 15 years of expertise in the photovoltaic industry, specializing in strategic planning, operations, project management, and business development. She's been pivotal in driving not only GCL's, but also the solar industry's success more broadly, and her leadership also extends to the global stage as a board member of the Global Solar Council. So she's going to bring a manufacturer's perspective today on the impact of current trade and geopolitical tensions on the solar industry and how manufacturers are responding to these challenges. Winnie, thank you for joining us online. We've already heard from the other panelists a little bit about how the tensions are simply growing at the moment in this space. We're really keen to hear from you around what steps GCL is taking to navigate these trade measures in the EU.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon to you guys, and thanks for this chance that we can have here to talk a little bit about what is GCL and what is GCL's plan. I'm Winnie Wen from GCL Group, which is top low-carbon, green, renewable energy solution provider, origin from China, with branches and colleagues worldwide. Yes, the World Economic Forum in its latest report, Fostering Effective Energy Transition to 2024, finds that while the global energy transition is still progressing, it has lost momentum. A large reason for this is the geopolitical tensions, regulatory policy uncertainties, etc. A lot of the trade measures have appeared in the regulations and the policies around the ESG issues, implement of the technology like the blockchain to enhance transparency and traceability in the supply chain, improving accountability and enabling quicker response. GCL is pioneering carbon data platform on this, which is launched during the snacking solar. We are utilizing the blockchain from Alibaba, provides from cradle to gate traceability, allowing GCL and partners to check the original journey and handling materials of the products in real time. Yes, for example, every batch of our FBR silicon or solar panels can be traced back to its source, ensuring all the components meet GCL and the EU's quality, sustainability standards, of course. The blockchain are tamper-proof, which can enhance compliance with the regulations and build trust between the partners and customers. It's quite easy. Scan the QR code on the module, you will get all the information about these products, including but not limited to the product's production flow, the raw materials, the vertical integrated supply chain, the carbon emission of each processing. and the ESG reports, and the verified partners engage in the supply chain, and yes, also the information about the GCL, the producer. This will ensure a more stable, transparent, traceability, sustainable energy transition. And we are on the way to leading this. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. Really interesting to hear the kind of measures you're taking specifically on supply chain transparency and as a means of kind of dealing with the current set of issues. I'm now going to pass over to Isabel. Isabel Hilton has spent nearly 2 decades promoting constructive dialogue with China on climate change. In 2006, she founded Climate China Dialogue, the world's first fully bilingual Chinese-English climate publishing platform. It's become the go-to website for information on Chinese policy and the go-to platform for Chinese readers to learn about global climate developments. Isabel's going to tell us about that despite the mounting tensions, we still need to find ways to cooperate on climate change with China. So we've talked a little bit about trends in China in terms of clean energy development, tensions between that and decarbonization agendas and how other countries are reacting in the trade space. Can you tell us a bit about what the recent moves by the EU and the US suggest about China's role in global decarbonization, but also how you are seeing current trade tensions spill over or not into climate cooperation discussions?
Yes, of course, and I'd also like to set this discussion in perhaps in the broader context of geopolitics, because I'm afraid we've all learned that the climate space is not immune from geopolitics. And in a sense, you know, what we're seeing now with Chinese transitional technologies, we saw 20 years ago when the Chinese entered into the manufacture of solar panels and wind turbines in a major way. We saw it with telecoms, with Huawei, where you had the similar kind of pattern of Chinese undercutting established Western industries. Its critics would say, of course, this was because of subsidy, and to a large extent, that certainly played a role. But I think one of the differences now is the shift in the geopolitics, and I would suggest that there are a number of factors which is making this rather trickier to handle. There's been a loss of trust between the major global players, and you know, globalization was premised on a degree of trust which has pretty much vanished. And we've seen the concomitant, as we've been hearing, the willingness of the EU to take a more robust line on trade practices. And this is an important shift in approach. It's tricky. If you look at, everyone has their 3 words on China, you know, confront, cooperate, you know, whatever it is. But 3 words are a description. They're not a policy, because the weight that is given to each of those 3 words in any policy decision is contested and variable. So particularly, I mean, the EU, much more than the United States, is kind of shifting from foot to foot, trying to balance a whole range of influences to this challenge. But the second important thing is compared to 20 years ago, the sophistication of the Chinese industrial sector. This is a real challenge, this focus on more advanced technologies. And that has top-level political backing. And we should also note that there's no meaningful separation really between, there is a civil-military fusion doctrine in China, which means there's no meaningful separation between advanced technologies for civil use and advanced technologies for military use. This has led to mounting concerns in the West, particularly since Ukraine, about dependency and about supply chain dependency. And these, again, are legitimate, not helped by Russia and, in some cases, China's willingness to weaponize those dependencies. So that is adding to the security question. And the fourth thing is we're now talking about the motor industry, which is a kind of fundamental part of post-war German, industrial strength, and not only Germany. But if we are to maintain the legitimacy of the climate transition in European electorates and in, the electorates of liberal democracies, we have to recognize that we can't just wipe out or allow the, major industrial sector to be wiped out and expect to maintain political backing. So it's a real problem. It's also true that, this has resulted from strategic investment by China beginning in the 2010s. And as Mikhail said, you know, it's not all about subsidies. China now has an industry which has integrated supply chains, which is very sophisticated, extremely efficient, in which it monopolizes the processing of strategic minerals and rare earths, and quite a lot of the supply. So, you know, this is a very, very strong position. And it is a position which also contributes, you know, as we know, on the upside. What we're seeing now is another round of another familiar cycle, which is that when a new industry emerges, every province wants one because it wants to kind of boost its own GDP. So every province subsidizes, every province wants its champion to win. This is followed quite shortly by an absolutely savage price war and a terrible triage of Chinese companies. We're seeing this in cars at the moment. There's an absolutely brutal price war going on inside China on those, which makes the hunger for export markets all the greater. So this is not something that is going to go away in China, and Europe, you know, has to navigate this. I think that the trade measures are both legitimate and probably quite constructive. I mean, there are other things that we can do. And also there are markets beyond the EU and the US which are quite hungry for Chinese technology. You know, under the Belt and Road Initiative, we have seen 15 years of China exporting surplus capacity in high carbon goods and services to the detriment of the climate transition. There were many reasons for this. One was the synergy between the state-owned banks and the state-owned enterprises and the end of the construction boom and all of that, the model of development. But China is now at a transition point where it could and should replicate that pattern, but with low-carbon technologies. It's very, very well equipped in both its manufacturing capacity and its capacity to finance, to assist emerging economies to skip the high-carbon phase that we have until relatively recently thought was necessary. On the wider diplomatic picture, to your question about whether these tensions affect China as a diplomatic player in climate, I'm afraid they do. I mean, I think there was a heroic effort between Xie Jianhua and John Kerry after Trump was elected to try to isolate climate, to keep it as a kind of, because it was so important to everybody, to keep it away from the wider geopolitics. But it didn't really work. China, in any event, was doing its own version of de-risking and has been since 2015. And there was a famous and ominous statement by the then Foreign Minister Wang Yi when he essentially said, look, you're talking about climate as an oasis in the desert, but in the end, oases get overwhelmed by sand. And that was pretty much saying, we are not going to let you carve out climate. We are going to, if you want cooperation on climate, then you need to make concessions on other things. So yes, it is, I'm afraid, affecting it.
Thank you, Isabel. That was really helpful putting it in the broader geopolitical context, but also what's happening within China in terms of internal competitive dynamics and then what this means for developing countries. Conscious of time and everyone is hungry and wants to get to lunch, so I'll just turn to the final question, which is we're asking each of you, this is very easy, huge question, but one sentence response. What should be the number one priority for policymakers, be it in Europe, the UK, the US, you can choose your geography, in balancing competitiveness and de-risking objectives while still maintaining momentum on climate action? And I'll start with Michal.
Thank you. I want to hijack sort of 30 seconds of my answer just to go back on some of the things, because you said this in your introduction, that China concentrates, and Isabel alluded to this, it's the upstream, it's the processing. So we cannot exclude China from these supply chains. To sort of say we can recreate supply chains and do it without China is nonsensical. Now, we need to diversify, and we need geographic diversification outside of China, which is what is happening through some of these trade measures. But there is also a geography of manufacturing that is evolving, with Chinese companies investing in other countries, be it in Morocco, that is a free trade agreement partner with the US and the EU. So, there's a lot that's happening in response to these duties. But to think that we can do it without China is wrong. But we have to, I think, engage with China, and this is perhaps the one thing to do, because if we set up policies correctly, then it's not just about China selling equipment. There is technology transfer and learning that happens from Chinese investments. Just like Western companies 20 years ago were forced to transfer technologies in China, well, now the shoe's on the other foot. So let's learn. Let's learn from these processes. Let's learn from the leaders in manufacturing, and let's use that to the advantages either in the West or in emerging economies or both. But let's use this.
Thank you, Michael. And we're getting a couple of signals that the EU is kind of going in that direction with this focus on kind of joint partnerships and kind of bring that tech transfer back to us now. Over to Sam.
So there's two answers to this question. Well, if you just want to address climate change really quickly, China is massively subsidizing production, so the West should massively subsidize consumption and deployment. Yeah. Right, that's my completely political insensitive answer. The politically sensitive answer is that every country has its own equilibrium as to how much of the production you need to capture in order to maintain popular support. And that will vary by geography. In the US, it seems to be nothing from China, or at least nothing in that camp or the like. The EU, somewhere in the middle. The UK will be different, Japan will be different, Canada will be different, Indonesia will be different, Turkey will be different. And it's just a case of finding that sweet spot where you can still deliver on your climate ambitions and the politics don't turn on you to the point of total disruption.
Thank you. And I guess adding to that layer of where can you compete in terms of what is politically resilient, because where are you actually going to get those manufacturing jobs or not, and how can you manage that?
Well, there might not be manufountry jobs. There's a whole service. You know,
installation jobs or wider energy transition jobs.
I think it just completely depends on country by country.
Over to you, Winnie.
Hey guys, I totally agree with you guys what is mentioned now. I think a collaboration and innovation, that's the key. The biggest opportunity for collaboration lies in mutual communication, open discussion, talking. I strongly believe in that. By fully leveraging the strengths of both parties or countries, I think there is enough room for integration and learning from each other. There's a lot of connectivity between EU and China, with fruitful and essential for the energy transition. The incentivize innovation, this increases efficiency and encourages competitiveness, also while driving the advancement that can lower costs, have better efficiency, aiding to the climate action goals. Yes, China is quite strong in the pre-production, there's no doubt, and now it's a very good economic scale, which is contributed to the better cost control and increase the deployment of the solar globally and worldwide. But also more and more Chinese companies, not like us, GCL, are doing real movements on the local capacity installation. For example, for us, the FBI to be under construction in, it's a capacity in the UAE. And also, some of my colleagues from the investment department is along with us just now. We are talking with some of the partners. We want to do the preparations to do the setting the downstream production capacity in EU locally. We work a lot on this kind of collaboration, which is much benefit for mutual parties, not for just for Chinese makers or just for EU. But I think it is utilize the strengths of each party and also the collaboration. For example, there are some demands in the EU, which is increasing the local capacity. And this is something actually not just the GCL is ongoing. I think a lot of the clean energy solution provider, they are also working on this. So we are moving step by step, but still, I think it's a collaboration and open for discussion. Don't shut down doors and just impose the tariff, making some this kind of positive and workable solutions together. Negotiation, collaboration is much, much important than this shut down and impose the tariff.
Thank you, Winnie.
Okay, that's all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Sorry to be so shy, just always trying to make myself not so...
Winnie's joining us from Spain. I'm going to pass over to Isabel. We are at time, but Take
most,
a minute.
the most urgent thing. Okay. I completely agree with Mikhail. We need to learn from China. Get China to create jobs in Europe rather than destroy them. Setting up manufacturing, it's beginning. Secondly, stick to your guns on regulation in order to drive up standards in China. And thirdly, address the security problems with electric and connected vehicles. These are real. And again, we can learn from China. You know, connected vehicles collect huge amounts of data. We don't know where the data goes. They remain connected to their manufacturers because of software updates. And in a world of hybrid warfare and the capacity to weaponize in all sorts of ways, that is an absolute security risk. In China, this is recognized. If you're driving a Tesla, you're not allowed to drive it near a military base. You're not allowed to drive around town when Xi Jinping is visiting. And your data has to stay in China. So, hey, you know, if they can do it, surely we can reciprocate nicely.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being part of this session, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much. Well done, Isabel. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to Isabel, Michal, Sam, and Winnie. Particular thanks to Winnie for not following off a Zoom link. If you could be back here from lunch just after 1 o'clock, that would be great. We've got an unmissable panel for you on meeting the climate imperative in a multipolar world. See you in an hour. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and that you have been fed and watered well. And a very warm welcome to those newly joining us for this afternoon session at our inaugural State of Climate Politics Forum. If you took a stroll outside at lunchtime, you will have realized it's a much warmer June day than it is usually at this time of year, 27 degrees, and the meteorologists say that is slightly more than average for a British summer, as I'm sure many of you know. Perhaps just one more reason to add to the mix about why we are all here today to discuss the state of climate politics. Welcome back to those of you joining us online on our live stream as well. I hope you found some time for further networking discussions at lunchtime, because that is, after all, what this forum is all about, a forum for discussion and for examining how climate change is shaping and impacted by broader international and national politics. Our forum is one part of E3G's work to build a stronger practitioner community and more robust debate around climate politics. We have a pretty packed afternoon agenda for you. If you haven't seen the agenda already, you'll find it on the QR code, which will come up on the screens every so often. We'll be discussing this afternoon what to do with a problem like the US, that is my favorite title of today, as well as the EU Green Deal landscape. And a large part of our discussions this afternoon will focus on the challenges of the world in which we now all live, a polarized world where geopolitics are more of a challenge than they have been for many decades, at a time when, of course, the world really needs to come together to tackle and try to solve the climate crisis. So to our next session, Meeting the Climate Imperative in a Multipolar World, please welcome Madhura Joshi, who is Senior Associate leading E3G's work on India's energy transition, and welcome also to her panel of guests.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being so prompt. We have a power-packed panel today, before we begin, I'd like to introduce both our speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Anna Toni. She is the National Secretary for Climate Change for the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Environment and Climate Change, Brazil. She'll be joining us virtually today. Dr. Toni has a long career in promoting projects and public policies focused on social justice, the environment, and climate change. She's held numerous prestigious roles, such as the Executive Director of Institute for Climate and Society, founding partner of Public Interest Management, to name just a few. She's also a member of Brazilian Women Leader for Sustainability Network. Our second speaker is Ambassador Kevin Maigret. He's the French climate ambassador. He's a climate diplomat, he's a career diplomat, and has worked on climate and energy issues, holding several key positions over the years, such as the diplomatic advisor of the minister in charge of climate, environment, and energy, and he negotiated the Fit for 55 package of the EU Green Deal during the French presidency of the European Union. A very warm welcome to both our panelists. So without further ado, my first set of questions are to you, Dr. Anna Toni. Brazil has been a key player in designing the development, environment, and climate agenda, and has a rich history of building bridges and achieving consensus between the different global interests, whether it is leading the historic Rio Conference or contributing to the structural concepts such as sustainable development and SDGs. The world is at a critical juncture in our fight against climate change, while simultaneously responding to multiple concurrent urgent challenges amidst rising geopolitical tensions. Given Brazil's track record, how do you see its leadership working to promote ambition and collaboration on climate and development agenda in a multipolar world? And how can Brazil use its dual role as this year's G20 and next year COP30's presidencies to build on COP28's energy goals of tripling RE, doubling energy efficiency by 2030, transitioning away from fossil fuels, while aligning ambition with President Lula's focus on reducing economic inequality under Brazil's G20 presidency. So not very complicated questions, but over to you, Dr. Tony. You've about 3 minutes to get them.
Thank you so much. I cannot see you, but hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear.
That's good, thank you. So first of all, I want to congratulate and thank E3G for the invitation. I think it's a key that we're talking politics here, because normally, as was mentioned in the former panels, we discuss all types of transition, but not the political transition that we needed to go through in order to get to 1.5. But in relation to Brazil, I mean, I'm glad that obviously with the change in the government, we were able to have and to exercise the leadership that Brazil has been used to for a long time. As we all know, the convention was born here in Brazil, the Climate Convention in '92, and I think that has helped Brazil to play that role. And I think at the moment, what Brazil is trying to do is twofold. First of all, through our presidency on G20, and perhaps the most important move that we made is to the Climate Task Force. And in the Climate Task Force, the major goal that we are debating is about the economic transformation nationally and globally that we need to take. And I think for the first time, we have been able to build a forum, not only of climate ministers and envoys, but we also have in that forum, in the G20, climate ministers, financial or economic ministers, central bank, and foreign affairs ministries. So putting together these 4 players sitting around the table to see what are the solutions that we can look at in terms of the climate solutions in order to get into implementation, and why are we so slow in getting into implementation, I think is being a really innovative way to look at the climate issues. And I can tell you that the debates under the G20 has been extremely helpful, because it's clear, and again was discussed here, until we are able to look at the financial flows going beyond US, Europe, and China, and getting financial flows going also to the broader, the South and other emerging countries, we are not going to be able to really do the transformation that we would like. And I think in the G20, we are being able to really look much beyond the billions that is being discussed in the NQCG debate in the UNFCCC, but we are really broadening up on how can we align already private, public, national and international financial flows in order to the bigger economic and development transformations that we are all looking at. So that, I think, is one small contribution that Brazil has done, is the Climate Task Force. Next year, Brazil will be the president of both BRICS Plus and COP30. And I wanted to pause a little bit on the BRICS Plus, because I think the BRICS Plus is a really important new player in on the climate game, has never been seen as one. But as you know, there is now a task force under the BRICS to already debate climate. And I think would be a very important new forum for us to align investments under also climate. And finally, on COP30, and I know there is a lot of expectation for the COP30, and everybody's talking about COP30 being the COP of the NDCs, but I needed to remind everybody that NDCs aligned to 1.5, hopefully, will be coming by the end of this year, beginning of next year, and NDCs are not really for negotiations at COPs. So we are ready through Troika and joint Troika, as you know, we are already putting a lot of effort on not only leading by example with our own NDC, but also supporting other countries that wanted and could be much more ambitious. But the COP in COP30 will not be negotiating NDCs. I'm hoping that the COP30 in Brazil will be a COP of a just transition. What does it mean in a multipolar world in which we needed to go beyond just the forum of the UNFCCC? Climate now has extrapolated all the different international forums, and we needed to do so. And in order, what is exactly needed to be discussed at the UNFCCC, at COPs, and what must also be discussed in other forums. So what we are looking for is not just the economic transformation that we all need to go through and new models of development and growth, but specifically we need to start talking about the political transformations that we also need nationally and internationally. What's the politics aligned to 1.5, and what are the international forums that needed to be transformed for us to get us there? I stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. So moving from maybe G20 to G7 to you, Ambassador Macron. The recent G7 Leaders Summit had a few positive outcomes on grids, on storage, but by most accounts fell short of the ambition on action plans and timelines that was desired and required. France has been an advocate for ambitious climate action, and President Macron has also called for a precise timeline on phasing out fossil fuels. But what, in your view, can the G7 leaders do to deliver on the COP28's energy goals domestically and support their delivery globally? And what can the G7 and G20 do between now and November to ensure that we have a strong positive outcomes in COP29 in Baku?
Thank you very much, Madura, and thank you for inviting me here and to E3G for this wonderful, wonderful event. And my greetings to Anna, which I will see in Task Force Clima in 2 weeks in Brazil. Very happy to be with you on this panel because we count on your leadership, and we need Brazil, in fact, more than ever in these coming 2 years. Just before answering directly your question on the G7, and we're also part on the G20, so I could eventually jump from one to another. Just to say, I mean, what's the most important thing, and I think Anna highlighted that as well, is to have a shared vision of the way forward. And at the moment, and especially after Dubai and the UAE consensus, what I see is a lot of divergences and a battle of interpretation over what we achieved at last COP in Dubai. Why? Because it goes extremely deep, extremely wide into the transformation of our economies, and especially the paragraph 28 on phasing out fossil fuels. That for many countries and for the whole economy, we still depend on 80% of fossil fuels in the global economy. So you can imagine how deep that goes into transforming our system and development. And 6 months, not only 6 months after, but the COP in Dubai, we can see that a lot of countries are now taking this, what we call the global stocktake decision, as a menu of options. And we need a space to speak about this transitioning away from fossil fuels on mitigation ambition as well. And we can see it's very difficult at the moment. So what can we do? First thing, I mean, you asked me about the G7. We had a G7 leaders summit recently, and I was in Torino negotiating the climate part, and with some people in the room, by the way. And we've been trying to be as ambitious as we could be to operationalize the decision of Dubai. What does that mean? It means to implement it. And how do you implement it if you have to phase away fossil fuels? You need national plans, or you need policies, or you need targets, or milestones, or time frames. Now, with some of our G7 partners to have time frames, it was too difficult, probably to phase out coal. We eventually came out with a date in the first half of the 2030 decade. So that's good. In the UK, I think by the end of the year, you'll be phasing out entirely coal. In France, it will be 2027. And we have now a date for coal, but we have to go beyond that. We have to go on oil and gas, and obviously it's not the same issue for Brazil, for France, for developing countries, for those who don't have the means of implementation of their NDCs, to take the jargon of UNFCCC, or for rich countries. And we will have to lead the way in the G7 countries also to phase out these fossil fuels. That means, for instance, for France, what we are trying to do now, you probably have followed the electoral cycle in Europe and especially in my country. But what we're trying to do is to have a 5-year plans on energy that is consistent with these goals, and to have by 2030 a decrease of oil consumption, and by 2040 the same, and to get carbon neutral by 2050. That's extremely important. And to quote Fatih Birol from the International Energy Agency, we're going to have to act on the demand.
Yeah.
It's not only asking Saudi Arabia or the UAE or others, we're going to have to act on the demand with courageous and bold public policies to phase out fossil fuels. Now, of course, the G7 is just one forum, but the G20 is extremely important. And that's why Brazil is so key at this very moment, because we know we have a discussion on the financing by this year and by Baku. And a lot of developing countries, and sometimes rightly so, are telling us, well, NDCs for us, you know, it's a piece of paper if we don't have the money to implement it. So help us implement it and give us the appropriate means in order for us to keep the ambition as high as it needs to be in line with the Paris Agreement. And next year is the 10th year of the Paris Agreement. Yeah. And we're going to have to demonstrate that this methodology, this collaborative way of dealing with the climate crisis is working. And that means more transparency. That's absolutely crucial, that all the countries give transparency and trajectories on the long run in order to meet these targets.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Macron. I think you touched upon several points. And in the interest of time, I'm going to pose a question to both of you, and maybe 2 minutes each for response. Again, I'm going to make it very simple question. To you, Dr. Tony, I think it will be really interesting, given the context that both you and Ambassador Macron were talking about, that we need both domestic action to also help in fostering global collaborations. So what do you think that Brazil could do domestically to sort of set the tone for ambition for next year's COP30, and also in a way that could help in sort of counter the seemingly populist backlash against higher climate sort of ambitions? Do you think this is a challenge, and how could this be potentially addressed to help also lead towards more successful outcomes?
I mean, Brazil, first of all, very nice to see you, Kevin, and I look forward to see you in Belem. But Brazil is in a good position. We have a very ambitious NDC. Since 2015, our NDC says that we are going to decarbonize by 2030 on 53%. That means we have an NDC that's more ambitious than, say, the US, Canada, Australia, and we are an emerging country. So it's not lack of ambition that some of the emerging countries like Brazil has. And as was suggested is, we have the ambitions, we have the plans. Now we have obviously a government that wants to implement those plans. We need to make sure that we have the means of implementation. And we are not talking in case of a country like Brazil, and we cannot obviously compete with a country like Ethiopia, Malawi, that needs much more public concessional money than a country like Brazil. What we need is investment flowing in the other direction. If the world was rational, countries like Brazil that has a power sector around 90% totally renewable, we would see a lot of investment of companies coming to Brazil to produce their products in Brazil. More than 50% of our entire energy sector is already decarbonized or renewable. But the world is not rational. And that's why most of the investment and the production is still in places that are very carbon intensive. So I think if we wanted to solve the climate problem, we needed to look at the globe and see where can we produce the goods that we need to produce in the lowest, not only the most cost-effective countries, but with the lowest carbon intensity. But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing, I mean, fortunately, countries like the US or Europe have your own money to invest in the carbonization of your new Green Deals. That's not the case of many countries like Brazil. We don't have the fiscal space. So that's why I go back to let us look at the financial flows, how they are moving in the world, then we will see if we get there. I think Brazil is in a very good path. Just last year, deforestation has gone down more than 50%.
If you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, so I think we're doing our part, but I think what we needed now is some of the developed countries to also do their part about their NDCs and be more ambitious with theirs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. And then Ambassador Macron, coming to you.
In a minute and a half, very difficult,
Yes.
but two elements to it. To just build up on what Anna just said. We have launched in France something called the Paris Pact for People on the Planet, and President Macron last year did a big summit on reforming the international financial system. Why? Because even with all the public money and all the budget money that we'll put on the table, we will never match the needs of the transition in the global south or in developing countries or emerging economies. So what we're going to have is we're going to need the private sector and the markets to come in, and we have to reform a system which is not fit for purpose anymore, because investment don't go in the south where 2/3 of the population of the globe is living. So that's something that we will need to work very strongly if we want to answer these challenges, next to our responsibility, obviously, to come up on the public part. On the last part, it's the most important one, I think, the political side of your question. And I think internally, what you need absolutely is to give a vision of how the future would look like with a transition, a successful transition. You need to give a desirable future for the people and hope, and what it can bring green jobs, it can bring employment, better health, and it's not only problems or it's not only imposed on populations and societies. This transition and this climate is not only something which we're going to have to suffer from and we're going to have to pay for only. It's also opportunities, and we have to seize that and get a more positive narrative around the transition globally.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Macron and Dr. Tony. I think this has been a really useful sort of last message to end with, and also leads in really well to the next panel that is going to look at partnerships that can help us in navigating these geopolitical tensions as well. But what is clear definitely is that we need more collaborations, especially looking at finance and trying to sort of bridge the gap between development in the North and the South. Thank you very much for such an interesting session. And thank you, audience. You've been really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ella. Thank you so much for joining us. You are now off the screen. Yes, I apologise.
Timekeeping and making my job easier as well. Thanks to your guests, Anna, Tony, and
you did
Kevin
fantastic,
Macron,
and thank you for engaging so well without being able to see.
I'm
sorry about that technical difficulty.
As Nick Mabey pointed out this morning in his welcome address, to meet the Paris goals, all G20 countries need to agree to peak emissions before 2030 next year. This will require unprecedented global cooperation at a time when geopolitical tensions are rising between the largest global emitters and fossil fuel producers, China and the USA. So to discuss the new geopolitics of climate, partnerships for the just transition in a multipolar world, we have a stellar panel lined up for you. Our moderator for this session is David Africa, who is Program Lead for Strategic Intelligence at E3G. David.
Afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Africa. I am the program lead, Strategic Intelligence at E3G, and I'm very happy to have a very interesting panel this afternoon. We are looking at the geopolitics of climate in the context of very significant geopolitical shifts that's been happening over the last few years, the last decade or so, and coming quite sharply into focus now. So just by way of introduction, excuse me, we have David Lammy, who's joining us. David is the Labour Member of Parliament for Tottenham. In November 2021, he was appointed Shadow Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. And he previously served as Labour Shadow Secretary of State for Justice and as Shadow Lord Chancellor. David. Welcome. Then we have Rahmat Kaimuddin. Rahmat will be joining us. He is the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment in Transport and Infrastructure in Indonesia, and closely involved in the Just Energy Transition Partnership process. And then lastly, we have Kristen Tilley. Kristen is Australia's climate envoy. She's been since November 2022. She has a long background in climate policy and COP negotiations. And when taking a break from climate, was the head of Australian government's Office of Supply Chain Resilience in 2021-22. Thank you, and welcome to our panelists. We are dealing with an issue that that can take up a lot of time, but we have 30 minutes. So we are gathering here at a time when the geopolitics that we are experiencing and that's impacting on climate diplomacy and climate policy is combustible and fragile. We find ourselves in a very tense geopolitical moment, a moment where the progress we've had in climate negotiations, from agreeing global goals to showing the feasibility of net zero, moving from Paris to Glasgow, to building confidence in all countries that net zero is deliverable and beneficial for all. And that this will be supported by the developed world in partnership with the developing world. These partnerships, obviously, it goes beyond aid. It's not just about donor funding, providing aid. These partnerships are intensely strategic and political. And, for example, it addresses trade, migration, critical raw minerals, to mention a few. How governments support these objectives is what we want to explore here. What works and what doesn't work. We are going to start with David, if I may. As the world faces simultaneous crises, all of them of significant geopolitical impact, tackling joint nature and climate challenges with collective action becomes more and more challenging. We find that the G20 is not working effectively. The UNFCCC is reaching its limits. As the world becomes more fragmented and more polarized in some ways, we find that global trust is eroding. How can partnerships between the global north and the global south be reset? And how do you see the role of the UK in that process of resetting and building partnerships?
Well, look, thank you very much. And I'm wearing my on-cloud trainers because I'm meant to be campaigning. And I'm taking some time out to be with you because in the end, there is no more important challenge facing our planet than this one. So if I couldn't get away with spending some time with this community during a campaign, what is it all about? So the first thing is simply leadership. And I am staggered that I sit here hoping for the Labour Party to get over the line on the 4th of July, hoping to be the UK's next Foreign Secretary, but very sadly at a moment in time when under Rishi Sunak, we have backtracked on our climate commitments globally and squandered our leadership role. And so if we do get over the line, the first thing is leadership, and I take that leadership very, very seriously indeed. And of course, for us, it's on many fronts because we also are understandably not sitting where we should be with our friends and partners in the global south. Why? Because we hoarded vaccines at a time when we could have been more generous. 2, because we cut overnight our aid budget, and then what was left, we're spending a lion's share of it housing people claiming asylum in the UK. So for all of those reasons, we are in a bad place. And leadership is important. Leadership is particularly important at a time, sadly, where these issues are still up for debate, and those who are not of my political tradition are gaining currency in parts of Europe, other parts of the world, and maybe moving in a different direction. So I think it's hugely important that if we have the privilege to serve, the Labour Party is in a leadership position once again, and putting the UK in a leadership position. And I pay credit actually to what we've seen in the United States under Joe Biden. And I'm pleased when I'm in the United States that there's a lot in the IRA that it's being suggested is not going to be rolled back by a change of administration, if there were to be a change of administration in their election next year. And then to focus on the strengths, we are still the 6th richest economy in the world. We have a seat on the Security Council. We're a G7, G20 nation. On the G20, it can work effectively, and I'm minded and reminded of the role that Gordon Brown played when he was in a leadership position in our country in really seeing the birth of the G20 as we know it today, dealing with a huge global crisis at that time, the crisis after 2008. And this crisis is even deeper and more sustained. So multilateralism is key, and our party, my party, is committed to that multilateralism. It's not a go-it-alone approach to how we move forward. Then we've also got the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth at a time when countries like Togo, Gabon are joining the Commonwealth, important because small island states in the Caribbean and in the Pacific look to the UK for that leadership. And I think particularly on the issue of climate finance, which I think we'll return to, the position of the City of London, where we are sitting, requires the United Kingdom to step up and join forces with the World Bank and others to see the reform, to find the mechanisms for more funding, particularly at a time when all across the world a cost of living crisis is making it hard to make the case solely for taxpayers' funding. So there's a lot we can do. I hope I get the opportunity after July the 4th. I recognize not everyone in this room has a vote.
Thank you, David. Minister Kaimuddin, talking about partnerships, the JETPs are generally seen as and innovation by Western partners especially on energy transition support, aiming to combine finance, high-level political commitment, and institutional framework support. What made such a deal initially appealing to Indonesia, and how has your experience been in implementing and partnering around the JETP?
Thank you, David. Pleasure to be here, everybody. Maybe quickly, if I may explain about how we in Indonesia look at energy transition. For us, it's a very, very critical issue, climate change, and therefore decarbonization and energy transition. Why? We are a country with 280 million people. We live in the equator. We have 17,500 islands. A lot of our people live in the coastal area. So global warming, climate change, what have you, really is impacting us first. And yeah, sadly also, in terms of economy, we are a G20 country, but compared to many other countries, our GDP per capita is still relatively low. We actually have about less than $5,000 today. And therefore, our ability to do something is actually relatively limited compared to the G7. And when you look at the energy transition situation, today we are still in the very early stage. About maybe 86% of our energy today, both in electricity, transport, industries, are still coming from fossil. And of course, we need to change it. Yeah? And of course, mostly like, coal for electricity, coal for industry, and oil for transportation are the 75% of this problem. So the Pareto is there. So electricity shifting is very, very critical. But also, we are faced with the situation of, yes, we have the wind and solar. We have a lot of solar power, for example, because in the equator. But today, we still have very young coal-fired power plants. The age maybe about 10 to 13 years. So these are very, very big issues. To retire them, you need maybe about $35 billion worth of grants. So this is all the challenge. And therefore, we know that we need support. We need help. We cannot do this alone, especially if we want to be more ambitious. So when the G7 comes to us and offer this potential collaboration in JETP, of course, at that time, this is just prior to our G20 presidency, we believe that this is an amazing opportunity to engage. Of course, we also have our healthy skepticism. Sometimes, the delivery of this support maybe have some issues, but I think if given the choice to engage or not, I think it's very, very important to engage. And then we also know that given the complexity of Indonesia, if we could work together, if we can find solution for Indonesia, that could be a good platform or example for other countries in the other developing nation. And obviously, this is a good example of global North and South collaboration. So I would say the JETP so far, we announced it in 15th of November, 2022, so about 1.5 years, give or take, right now. As a political commitment, I think has been quite successful, quite well. In Indonesia, the effort, the partnership has basically become a catalyst for us to sit down together, rethink about our energy transition, how can we do more, become more ambitious. On the financing support, I think there is slightly, what I can say is maybe not as easy to deploy as possible, as imagined before, because a lot of this funding that is provided are market-based, has to be bankable, while some of this energy transition may not be necessarily bankable. For example, shutting down coal-fired power plant is a value-destructive project, you know. So it has to be funded, for example, with concessional or grants. But on the other, like, you know, renewable development, I think that is fine. So we are hoping that this year, after planning, after discussion, we will we'll have a few of these, I would say, flagship projects happening this year. So watch this space.
Thank you. Listen, you find yourself in a part of the world that is experiencing these geopolitical shifts at, you know, quite intensely. If we look at the rising geopolitical tensions in the Asia Pacific and the differences in perspective, for example, on the role of gas affecting the chance to keep warming within 1.5 degrees, how has Australia's climate diplomacy changed to support the Paris goals and to accelerate action in that part of the world where you are?
Thanks very much, David, and thanks to E3G for the invitation to be part of this panel. I think I'll just build off something that David Lammy started with, which is leadership and ambition and commitment. And so we had a change of government about 2 years ago in which it was effectively, our Labor Party that's in government was effectively elected on a stronger and more ambitious climate platform. And when it came into government, set about very clearly doing some of those things as government priorities. So increasing our 2030 target, legislating our 2030 and net zero by 2050 targets. And for some period of time, Australia, that immediately translated into Australia being welcomed with very open arms and you know, brought onto stages and asked to speak because of that ambition and that leadership. I think what we've found, and much of that was around our own domestic decarbonisation ambition and commitments. What we've seen as well, though, and going to your question, David, about the region that we exist in, the Indo-Pacific, and very clearly our Prime Minister, our Foreign Minister have said many times, that region is in a state of permanent competition. And that makes things more challenging and difficult, and Australia as part of the Pacific in particular, part of the architecture of the Pacific, so the Pacific Island Forum, we do see ourselves as a key partner and partner of choice of some of the developing country nations in the region. When you listen to them, you engage them, and you hear what they're saying, climate change is the #1 economic, developmental and security issue for Pacific nations for very obvious reasons. And so understanding where the Pacific is coming from, what their existential interests are in a stronger global response to climate change, and making climate a central part of our foreign policy relationships, but certainly also our security relationships and our development partnerships, has really enabled us to hardwire and demonstrate, yes, ambition and leadership, but increasingly implementation by the way that we're working on joint projects or architecture or declarations, for example, around continuity of statehood in the face of sea level rise. So I think it's, I just close by saying it's the leadership and the ambition is vitally important, but then taking it forward in a way that meets those key countries that we're working with where they are and where their priorities are has been vital.
Thank you. David, we know that one of the biggest issues, if not the biggest issue, in climate diplomacy is finance. The challenge there is enormous. While the developed economies have just reached the 100 billion mark, much of this is still loans and hard to access, especially for developing countries. How do you view and what sort of action would Labour take to reform and accelerate changes in the international financial architecture to facilitate support for the climate transition?
Well, look, let me begin by saying that clearly a change of government in the UK affords us the opportunity to be in full solidarity and partnership with those that have championed this issue but have been unable to do anything about it, because they do require genuine partnership from a country like the United Kingdom. So when I say that, I'm thinking of my friend Mia Motley in Barbados, and I look forward to partnering with her on the agenda that she kicked off. I think President Ruto in Kenya has also made this a significant issue. I look forward to partnering with him. That is what democracy can bring about, and the UK needs to step into the mix, and not just with rhetorical statements as we've seen from this government. That's the first thing. The second thing is the levers that we have. Well, clearly the City of London is hugely significant in relation to this. Clearly we do need innovation. The private sector is going to be very important. I was discussing and will be discussing a bit later today with the philanthropic community how we can also lever in the funds that exist there, but they do need a government that they feel able that they can cohere around over a sustained period, and the kind of hokey-cokey in-out approach doesn't work, and that's why we talk about 10 years of renewal, and I hope that we can deliver that here in the UK, so we can set a course that cannot be changed. So working with the private sector, working with philanthropy, and we need to change the rules, because what we hear time and time again is that the rules were set up in a different age, in a different century. They don't work today. And we are in a leadership, we want to work with AJ Banga and others to help with that rule change, those rule changes, to bring about the innovations that are required. And of course, because of course this does need taxpayers, some taxpayers' funding to stand by, for example, the 11.6 billion that has been pledged, that's under threat, I think, here in the UK, to stand by that money, and I can give that commitment today. So those are the things that I think we can do. I'm hugely excited by the prospect of delivering, and particularly for the poorest people in the world. And you know, when I was with Keir Starmer, with Ursula von der Leyen at the Munich Security Conference, which is pretty hard-edged security gathering here in Europe, it was really interesting that Ursula von der Leyen was raising the really profound issues in the Sahel, in Eastern Africa, how we deal with some of the climate challenges, how we work together with our aid budgets to secure jobs and other things, in part because of the issue of migration. But if countries like the UK have stepped away from assisting at source, we're not going to get the solutions that are required.
Thank you. Maybe let's turn for a moment to what is really a significant, a big issue, and that is China. As one of the powers that is really shaping the future of geopolitics and the background in which climate diplomacy and climate politics is conducted, really internationally, but also in the regions that you represent. Minister Khaimuddin, how does Indonesia see China's Belt and Road Initiative in the region, particularly with reference to energy, renewables, mining investment, and what is Indonesia's approach to engaging China, and how do you compare it to engagement, scale and support that comes from the West?
Okay, let me try to answer that question with a story. So in 2014, when the new president got appointed, we look at how can Indonesia create more industries. And one of what we think is a relatively obvious first step is to add value on our natural resources. Indonesia happened to have the largest, or one of the largest nickel reserves in the world. And nickel ore in Indonesia is actually less than 2% nickel content. 1 to 2%. The rest is actually moisture, dirt, right? So if you export nickel ore, you're basically exporting mostly dirt and water. So we said, let us stop exporting nickel ore and require the first step of the processing or the refinery to be done in the country, right? So there is region A, investor from region A or government from region A decided that, okay, we understand that's what you're trying to do. So they invest in a lot of metal refineries in the country, in Indonesia. So, and they provide the market for the product as well. So their capital, their technology, our resources, but job stays in the country, economies improve in the country. And region B sue us in the WTO. Yeah, so you see, if you get that treatment, which one do you prefer? And I think you can guess which one is region A and which one is region B. And I think that is enough said for me.
Thank you, Minister. Kristen, China and Australia recently held the annual leaders meeting and agreed, amongst other things, to resume bilateral dialogues on climate and energy. To put a similar sort of question to you, how does Australia view China's Belt and Road Initiative in the region? And what is your approach to engaging or competing with China on third country partnerships?
Well, I guess if we start at the sort of, what is the objective Australia would like to see for the region around its climate response and energy transition? We want as many partners and as many investments as possible to assist with the region's transition. I touched on the Pacific before. That's very much around resilience building, adaptation. The Pacific still wants to decarbonise very quickly, but the real needs are in that adaptive capacity space. Southeast Asia, as we've heard from Indonesia, it's very much around accelerating and leapfrogging out of the coal-based energy resources into renewables, but in a way that's just and fair. And so I think if your starting point is you understand those are the priorities, and that's where donor country, third-party country investments must focus. We are very supportive of third parties and China and others making those investments. What we've learnt and the way we try and make our own climate investments, and certainly strongly encourage others to do, is do it transparently, do it with no strings attached, do it that responds to partner country priorities, and Rahmat touched on some of those really important things around providing an opportunity for domestic labour in that partner country, infrastructure that meets the needs of that region and is cognizant of climate risks coming for that region, and that certainly where lending and debt is provided, that it is done in a very sustainable way, because certainly we know that countries in the region, some of the smaller countries in the Pacific, have much less fiscal space to be able to repay debts. Particularly, just one very quick example, Pacific Island countries, Vanuatu was hit by 2 Category 4 cyclones within days of each other last year. And each one of those events can wipe double-digit GDP off the economy. We know that will just become more frequent in climate change. So lending on fair terms is a very important part that we encourage all investors in the region to focus on.
Thank you. David, in your manifesto, you're talking about conducting an audit on your relationship, the bilateral relationship with China. How would this impact your engagement, both with China, but also in respect of third country partnerships?
Well, look, let me be clear. There has been no engagement from this government on China We've seen across Europe, the United States, Australia, despite, of course, areas where we disagree, a lot of engagement, nothing commensurate here on the UK side at all. We've said that there has to be a China audit, an audit of our relationship, because basically the UK has bounced around. We've had 7 different policies on China, from the golden era under David Cameron to Liz Truss. I mean, I struggle always to describe Liz Truss' approach to most things, but she had a position on China that was different to the current position. So we want to be consistent. And what we said in opposition is, of course, we want to cooperate with China where we can. There are areas where we will compete and challenge, but it is important to have that full audit so that we can engage appropriately about the issues that matter. And there is no more important issue in so many ways than the climate issue.
Thank you. Just to conclude, Kristen and then Minister Kaimuddin, in 30 seconds, if you can you summarize to us what countries need to prioritize in the international partnerships to ensure that we stay on track to meet the 1.5 degree objective? Can you summarize for us just in 1 or 2 sentences what countries must prioritize in the international partnerships to ensure that we stay on track for the 1.5 degree objective?
Thank you. What countries must prioritize? Basically, at least for us, we need to create the good plan, and then after that, communicate those plans as well as the problems for developing nations, trying to also get help from external parties, and then execute vigorously on this. I think execution and communication is very key.
I think I'll answer from a sort of international partnership perspective. I think it's turning up, listening, respecting, meeting, and I'll quote our foreign minister, she says this a lot, meeting people where they are, not where you want them to be, and consistency and continuing the dialogue. It takes time, it takes effort, but that is fundamental to deliver the ambition we need for 1.5.
Thank you. David, the same in conclusion.
For us, it's very simple. High ambition. And, you know, there are areas where a country like the UK has to set the example. And that's why the UK Labour Party has said no more new licenses for North Sea oil. And we're really clear about that.
Thank you. Thank you to all 3 of you. I think just a concluding sentence, really, it's clear that the challenge we face is enormous and that no one country or even group of countries on their own can do this. And it requires global cooperation and innovation in the building of partnerships and relationships. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David, and thanks to your panel, Kirsten Tilley, David Lammy, and Rahmat Kaimuddin. Hands up, who knew Indonesia had 18,000 islands before today? Yeah, me neither. Oh, one person at the back, there's always one. Okay, our next session is an E3G Insight panel working in the political economy of climate action. Let me hand over to Carla Hill, who is Associate Director of Political Economy and Governance at E3G. Carla.
Is it on? In this panel, we are now going to turn not away from geopolitics, but into the blend of politics and geopolitics that is climate action. We're going to look at some key insights from E3G's work, our analysis and practice in the political economy of climate action, which is what we do every day at E3G. As E3G marks 20 years, and we're looking together at the state of climate politics, we reviewed some of our collected insights from our work, from over more than a decade of analysis of political economy in more than 30 or around 30 countries, as well as our international and sectoral work. Our purpose, of course, is to look at these, not just to give you some interesting analysis and facts and perspectives on the state and trends of climate action, but also to see where these insights can inform and improve our effectiveness. As we have said, the main barriers to climate action are now political and institutional. That means that we need to build the political conditions to succeed. If politics is the problem, then in some real way, politics must also be the solution. We have both the technology and the public support for ambitious climate action, but the transitions ahead will very clearly and inherently create winners and losers. They will come up against challenges from vested interests, from incumbents, and institutional inertia. We therefore need a systematic approach and understanding for the politics if we are to succeed. In this forum, we would also like to hear from you. So I have a question for you, for the audience. You will shortly get one of those QR codes pop up on the screen. And the question is, what is your definition of climate politics? And we will take a look at the answers later in the session. I'll give you a moment to do that, and then we will dive into the insights. And here's our first insight. E3G analyzed a few years ago where would the emissions be and what kinds of political spaces. And the trend very clearly is that the majority of greenhouse gas emissions now originate in more restrictive political spaces, and also that political spaces as a whole are becoming more restricted. Global emission trends are now driven in countries that have or have moved into more restrictive political and closed political spaces. Democratic systems emissions share has dropped from about half in 2010 to about a third of emissions in 2022. On the other hand, autocracies have risen in their share of emissions from about 48% in the same period to 63%. So this trend for more restrictive political spaces has significant influence on global trends for emissions and will restructure the politics and geopolitics for climate action in the years ahead. While public mobilization has been a critical driver at key moments, think the Greta-led wave of school strikes, the Green Wave in 2019, this may not be the case. We cannot rely on it everywhere or always. In more restrictive regimes, mobilizing the public, civil society, and business for climate action may become harder, and it will require differentiated responses and approaches to navigate. Delivery may also be more challenging in closed political spaces where institutions, policy learning, and accountability may be more challenging. Second, objective climate risk does not translate into political action. From all the countries that we have looked at over a number of years of analysis, we see both high awareness and impact exposure to risk, but we also see divided or oppositional politics. Political opposition or division is stopping objective climate risk from translating into effective climate action and adaptation. That is at a country level. So this is not about a global picture, but also at the country level, individual country risk is not translated into their policy and institutional responses. As climate impacts are keenly felt, this may also create an opportunity to better align the institutional responses to manage risk. Third, and we'll talk about this more on the panel, competition is increasing to be the technology maker and not the taker. It's come through today. The clean tech headwinds have very much been one of the positive pro-climate stories of recent years. Cheaper renewable energy and electric vehicles are driving rapid deployment, although we did hear that this is not even in the distribution. Countries are aggressively restructuring their economies to focus on climate technology value chains. This is a transition from wanting to be a consumer to a producer. This is also playing out in the international arena, in the innovation, production, and control discussions between countries. Fourth, another mismatch is that objective public support for climate action does not translate into political action. The major UN People's Climate Vote study out a few days ago and represented in the percentage points there, you can see very high levels, over 80% globally, of people want their country to do more on climate change. There is broad-based support for climate action, yet political systems tend to oppose or are divided on the transition. Notably, in the UN study, 72% of people in countries of the major oil and gas and coal-producing countries wanted action, compared to 9 out of 10 majorities in countries and 72% of people globally. Again, the strong public backing is there, but it's not translated into effective political action due to competing electoral priorities, economic priorities, and opposition forces. And I would say here that from an E3G point of view and thinking about the road to Belem, very much the choices ahead in terms of ambition and delivery will be linked to national economy and political choices. Fifth, we see a shift as climate politics moved from target setting to implementation. We need to put greater attention on the demands of politics in the transition. Ambition politics is certainly not over, but we do need to think more about implementation. In 2024, over a third of the way through the decisive decade of climate action, we need to think about whole of economy and whole of society transitions. We can see this visibly in some places, and we'll start to talk about that again on the panel and through the sessions this afternoon. Most countries are in principle committed on climate action, with net zero targets approaching 90% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but no country has the political and institutional conditions for climate safety, and the next phase will therefore be highly complex, challenging, and resource intensive. Again, we'll get into that. So what does this look like in practice? I'm pleased to be with a number of colleagues from E3G today to talk about what we think this real-world climate action looks like in practice. Domain Van Genechten is a senior policy advisor in E3G's Berlin office. Domain focus on the decarbonization of manufacturing industries and the intersection of policies on climate, industry, competitiveness, and trade. He will talk about some of those clean tech competition and industrial decarbonization factors. Roxana Delafiamore is a senior researcher in place-based transitions in E3G's Brussels office. She will focus on the politics of climate action on the ground as she sees it across Europe and the growing ecosystems of non-governmental stakeholders driving climate action. Finally, Chris Littlecott, our Associate Director for Coal to Clean. Chris will reflect on lessons from the past 15 plus years working on climate diplomacy, geopolitics, and politics in relation to coal power generation and some of the lessons that we may take forward thinking about the goal to triple renewable energy deployment by 2030. So with that, I'm going to join the panel and turn to Domine first. So thinking about industry and clean tech, which has come through a number of times today, how do you see the dynamics changing? What has the last 5 years brought? And what does it mean for climate politics?
Just check. Okay, this works. Thanks, Carla. So yes, I work on a bunch of sectors, basically, that traditionally have been labeled hard to abate. I think if you look at the sort of like state of discussions, like 10 years ago, we were thinking, you know, these sectors will take a bit longer for them to decarbonize, to transition. We'll do a bit of energy efficiency here and there, and maybe in a few dozen years, a bit of CCS on the back of it. I think those dynamics have completely changed in the last 5 years or so. You know, first, on the back of the hydrogen hype, we've seen real investments happening in some of these sectors, real sort of like technological innovation happening. And sort of 5 years later, we kind of know now that about 80% of industrial heat can actually just be electrified with existing technologies. So we're really at the cusp of a sort of, you know, great electrification revolution in this sector, same as we've seen in transport buildings, etc. Which also means that sort of the political dynamics for action in these sectors is also changing. You know, we used to, or we, like a lot of businesses, used to fear being undercut by competition from, you know, low ambition, carbon-intensive economies. And basically, for the last 20 years, we've designed entire policy frameworks around avoiding the risk of carbon leakage. Now, businesses are starting to get worried about being undercut by green, cheap products from abroad. We're talking about the investment pool effect of clean subsidies, of cheap renewables, etc. And it's completely changing the landscape, right? Even like the drivers of renewable deployment, like it's not just about decarbonizing grids or cleaning up air pollution anymore. It's now about fueling clean industrial revolution and attracting investments. And this has the potential basically to completely change the geographical landscape of where we do industrial production, which will come with, you know, losers and winners. And this is just one little aspect of this, you know, big all-out clean tech or clean industry race that we are currently finding ourselves in the midst in. I think, as has been discussed earlier as well, you know, countries are starting to pursue their own production and technology capabilities, you know, being it for economic growth, economic security, avoiding dependencies or geopolitical competition. Sort of all these reasons are sort of being blurred together. The lines are not very clear anymore. But what is clear is that industrial policy is back, especially in the West. In other parts of the world, it was never gone. And you know, we see governments willing to intervene more actively in the economy, subsidies, trade policy, sort of like everything is part of the arsenal. And this leads to tension. I think that's pretty clear. It makes the politics more complex. It makes them more fragile. There is less space for cooperation, which is a challenge for climate action. At the same time, there's also opportunities linked to this. You know, you can build new coalitions domestically around new industries. You have more options available, more competition, which drives down cost. And navigating those tensions is a challenge.
Just to follow up on, did you have an example of a particular country where you're seeing this kind of new dynamics emerging?
Sure. So I'm going to give an example of some recent work that we did at E3G. So we recently did some work on Portugal in the last few years, some political economy work. So basically, Portugal is a country that traditionally has been a bit of a passive observer almost to like climate action, right? Like not a big economy, not a major emitter, sort of in European terms below average GDP levels, which makes that, you know, climate action is not a priority, not a political priority. I think through this work, we kind of, you know, quickly realized that the opportunity space is, you know, dramatically changing in a way. You know, Portugal has very particular national conditions, you know, ranging from access to cheap renewables, plentiful renewables as well, like access to domestic resources that are important for critical value chains, battery value chains, very strong political ties with emerging markets, Brazil, in parts of Africa, etc., which basically, presents a very good case of sort of intertwining your economic convergence desires on the one hand with doing climate action. And that is obviously something that needs to be navigated, right? There are real political economy barriers around governance, around institutional capacity, diplomatic capacity, etc. But it does open a political space to work on those barriers, try to make the case that Portugal can be a leader both at home, but also at European and global level. And that's very exciting.
Thank you. Roxana, let's turn to you. Transition risk in Europe, what do you see on the ground, and what rooms are you showing up in where this is happening? And maybe slightly outside of the policy space or in the absence of government action, what are you seeing?
Thank you, Carla. Maybe I can answer the question by starting with another question, which is what's politics, right? If not the arts of bringing people together. And here I'm borrowing this sentence from Tom Burke, one of the co-founders of E3G. So politics is the art of bringing people together, and this has never been more true than when we look at the delivery of climate action on the ground, because it calls for a whole of society approach. And the few remarks I'll be sharing will be showing really how climate action is being championed across various channels by a range of stakeholders, even amidst challenging political conditions. So we will see that climate awareness does not always translate into political ambition. However, this awareness is being picked up more and more by market players. And this is an emerging trend that's hard to quantify. But what we can see is that really aloofness is being replaced by awareness, and business as usual is giving way to new business models or business alternatives. So maybe an example of Denmark. We talk a lot about climate risk and about the financial institutions, financial sector being behind in integrating climate risk into their mode of operations. However, in Denmark, for instance, there were some recent storms a few months ago, and as a result of that, climate risk is very much part of the conversation of the banking sector, because they are looking to future-proof their real estate assets. And so to do so, they're thinking about financial instruments that could help their borrowers adapt their properties, right? So this is one example, but I want to give another example where we can see those same private initiatives by market players being facilitated by the regulatory framework. So in Poland, for instance, the previous government, before the election that took place last year, was peace, right? It was a conservative, populist government. This country to now have become the third largest generation for solar power in Europe after Germany and Spain. How did that happen? Because of some measures that were adopted by the previous government, such as feed-in tariffs or very generous remuneration schemes for prosumers. And this has led to a massive uptake of solar PVs in the country by prosumers. The solar generation capacity has 10x'd in just 5 years. The industry has followed through. They managed to build a very strong installer base, so strong that those same guys are now working in Spain and exporting their skills there to install solar PVs there. They are also now transitioning to installing heat pumps, for instance. So really the industry delivered. So what was the incentive of the government for doing so? Was it climate action? Absolutely not. The incentive was to diversify their energy mix. And why were people just completely being on board is because they just wanted lower bills. So I think this provides really good examples of how concerns linked to energy security, to cost of living, which we will see more and more, those can really drive climate impact. And this was achieved because what ended up being a clean energy policy really served as a vehicle for the political priorities of the government at the time. So the main lesson here, I think, to keep in mind from the Danish example I just gave, from Poland, but we can see that across the board, is that buy-in can be won when we speak to the motivations and the core interest of the key stakeholders. And it can also be won by making the new thing more attractive than the old, right? So they were not targeting their coal mines in Poland. They were just like building up renewables. And doing those two things, I think, speaking to the motivation of people and making the new thing more attractive than the old, can really drive climate action forward while preventing backlash, even when there is obstructive political spaces. And I think these are very valuable lessons for the time to come.
Thank you, Roxana. Turning to Chris and perhaps casting back a little bit further, the picture on global coal, which, Chris, you have been following intently since about 2008. What are the trends and what have the dynamics been? What have you seen change in that time?
Thanks, Carla. So I feel like there's a really important thing that we need to stress, which is that actually changing things in the real world itself can be a changer on politics. And so often our community tries to focus on changing policy, but actually stopping stuff getting built or getting stuff built can in itself be that catalyst. And we've seen that then through the power of example and building momentum and creating norms, you can then have a real snowball effect. So starting in the real world and really deliberately amplifying that has been very impactful. And we actually don't need to look far for a success story. We're here in a bit of UK grandeur from the era of empire and of the Industrial Revolution and coal power. We're in the city which had the first coal power station in the whole world. And 15 years ago, UK government and UK industry wanted to build a whole new generation of coal power plants, which seems quite incredible at the time of the Climate Change Act and wanting to be a leader on climate. And thankfully, 15 years ago, the last Labour government under Ed Miliband said no new coal without CCS, and then as we were in an election period, I will be extremely even-handed and say the Liberal Democrats then took over and Ed Davey introduced electricity market reforms and ruled out long-term contracts for coal. And then the Conservatives took over and agreed to a coal phase-out and created the Powering Past Coal Alliance. So we should actually congratulate politicians from all three parties that they have all done the right thing on coal. And the UK is now a success story. This year, by the end of September, the last UK coal power plant will close. And when we think around the UK's cultural impact internationally, that is actually a really important message and story that needs to be told. You know, Alok Sharma wanting to consign coal to history at COP26. The UK is actually doing that. And we went from 40% coal in 2012 to less than 2% in a decade. So it can be done. And the UK has been at the forefront there, and that's a UK success story that collectively we need to tell. But this is an OECD trend. So 39 out of the 43 OECD and EU countries are either coal-free already or have a coal phase-out. They have a plan. There's only 4 left. I was very pleased to hear the Australian ambassador mention coal in her remarks because Australia is one which doesn't yet have a plan for phasing out coal. So that is a real collective trend. Every step of the way it has been pushed by civil society. So I think collectively as rich world countries, there is a responsibility and an opportunity to complete that job and to be showing what the solutions are around grids and flexibility and storage and to really drive that forward. And I'll stop there in the interest of time.
Chris. And thank you for sharing that, the kind of the longer term perspective and also some success stories. I want to ask a sort of final question to the three of you. Given your assessment and those trends in your area, what are the challenges and opportunities ahead? And I suppose what I'm getting at here is the kind of, what do we do from the analysis and your assessment? What are the opportunities? What are the interventions? What are the coalitions that need to be built in order to drive the next phase of change? You did? Yeah? Well, we can come back the other way if Chris wants to keep going on renewable energy and the clean story.
I'll carry on. So I'll just talk through the kind of the success story of the OECD. There is a positive work in progress in the non-OECD outside of China. So there's been a really steep decline in their pursuit of new coal. So that's down almost 80% since the Paris Agreement. There's a handful of countries still pursuing coal. The end of new coal is in sight globally. But many of those countries now need to think around how to phase out existing coal. And we just had Minister Kalmudin on stage. He joined the Powering Past Coal event yesterday. We had the Deputy Prime Minister from Malaysia yesterday, committing Malaysia to halving coal use by 2035 and being fully out of coal in the 2040s. So there is now a conversation to be had in the non-OECD. The real challenge on this is China. China is half of existing coal in the world and is over 70% of planned and under construction. At the same time that China is a champion on renewables. So we have to find ways of really continuing that dynamic and those norms around what is acceptable behavior or not. We need multiple countries coming forward and making that concrete in their national plans and their nationally determined contributions. And we need to be finding ways of reinforcing how those clean electricity systems are actually going to function in ways that push coal out. And actually finding the sweet spot for China on that is the key to unlocking then the whole of the global transition.
Thanks, Chris. Roxana.
Yes, I think this is a great question. Because going back again to politics being the art of bringing people together, I think the opportunity space is big, is large, is much larger than we think, right? And one actor that has been acting as an orchestrator of spaces where multiple stakeholders can come together are cities. Cities really play a key role at the forefront of the delivery of the climate action, because they are at the level of administration the closest to the people, but because also that's where the climate impact is felt, is the more acute, right? And it's most felt. So I think really new unconventional alliances can be built by cities where action can align with local and subnational priorities, even in challenging political spaces. And they can really act as that convener of ecosystems of like-minded champions. And finally, there is often a big issue that's brought up is the lack of capacity. And I think when you act together with others, within those alliances, within those coalitions, that's a great way to, in a way, fill in that capacity gap. And again, also prevent backlash, so cities.
Thank you, Roxana. I think we're gonna close the comments there, and that's a perfect place to land in a way, because it takes us into London Climate Action Week, which is a kind of a whole of society mobilization of climate action and at a city level and a global level. But also I wanted to come back and get the thoughts from the audience. So we will see your responses to our question on what is climate politics to you, the geopolitics, the climate, the national politics of climate action. I can't see the screen, or maybe I can in a moment. I think it's going to come up. So thank you for that, and then we will close the panel and from there. Here we go. One-word answers as a welcome. We left it open to you whether it was going to be a one-word answer or a 50-word answer, so let's see. All talk and no action, yeah. It's a tough call, isn't it, in a forum and in COP, because we have to talk, but we also have to act. So, as Chris said, we have to do it in the real world. but on the other hand, get people in the room and hammer it out. So yeah, we do have to talk. Trust, survival, divided, lobbying, brutal geopolitical forces with a nice smile, interconnected, convoluted. We didn't say it would be easy, so thank you for that. In all seriousness, I think defining climate politics together is something that we want to do and want to work on. So thank you for your attention to this panel and the opportunity to share some of the insights from E3G's work. And we look forward to taking forward the conversation, and we'll close there. Thank you.
Brutal geopolitical forces with a nice smile. That is my favorite phrase of the day. We are heading into a break now. I'm sure Carla and the team will be ready to chat to you further about their insights. We've got what do you do with a problem like the US after this, and I, for one, cannot wait to find out the answer. Should be tea, coffee, and hopefully some cakes in the saloon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Some of your colleagues still getting a sugar fix, but we are on a schedule, so I will try and get them to come in and we can get going. So 2024, as you know, is a year of mass democracy with elections around the world. In fact, how many of us in here right now do not have an election to vote in or haven't had an election to vote in this year? That's a lot of voting there. That's what I thought. I, for one, wish that politicians and manifestos contain much more about climate change than they currently do. And that obviously is one of the hopes that we have during this climate politics discussion, that we encourage more of that. New governments are forming in South Africa, in Indonesia, in India, following their elections, each with implications for climate action. I've just lost my, there we go. And a new European Parliament, as you know, has also recently been elected with some countries skeptical of faster climate action. The UK, as you know, is also in the middle of an election campaign where net zero is being portrayed as a cost. And all eyes, as you know, are on the US elections, which will have a global impact on climate politics. So, our next panel today, I've told you a few times this is my favorite theme of the day. What do you do with a problem like the US? I'm very excited to find out the answer. I should point out that one of our guests that we were hoping to hear from, Dr. Leslie Vincimuri, Director of the US and the Americas Program at Chatham House, has unfortunately had to pull out of this next panel. So we are fielding a rather male panel, which was not our original aim. So please accept our apologies, she is not here today. But we are nevertheless grateful and delighted to have Professor Michael Cox with us instead. And our moderator for this session is the Executive Director for E3G in the US, and that is Clarence Edwards. Clarence, over to you.
Should they come up to the stage too? If you're there. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? As was noted, we do have a manel here, and I'll just reinforce that at E3G, we're always striving to have that balance, diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity. We didn't achieve it with my panel. Well, we achieved the racial diversity, kind of dropped it onto the gender diversity. But we always strive to make sure that we have balance. Thank you for joining us today. The topic, what do we do with a problem like the US? I'll have to be honest with you. Originally, when I saw this title, I kind of winced because I don't think of my home country as a problem. But when we talk about international climate issues, the United States is a problem. We drop in and out of climate treaties. We tend to do things in a very bilateral or unilateral way. But this year, it's the largest year in terms of elections across the board, across the world. Estimated 49% of the global population is going to the polls this year. And we have elections we've had in Indonesia, South Africa, EU elections a couple of weeks ago. And I believe there might be a small election coming up in the UK on the 4th of July. And the other election that is getting a lot of attention is the election in the United States on November 5th. It draws outside its attention. The idea that the US election holds unprecedented significance is something that happens with every US election. Just in the 30 years that I've been in Washington, D.C., it seems like every 4 years, it's like the most important election in American history. This year is not an exaggeration, I would say, that this is an important election, not only in American history and for the United States, but for the world. And what we've done is bring together 3 people to help us talk about where we are in the US on climate, on just our role in the world in general. Forgive me for saying our all the time. It's a tick. But our elections are very important to the rest of the world, and where we're going is really relevant to the people in this room and people around the world. So over the next 25 minutes, this panel is going to explore the state of politics in the US, analyze the potential outcomes of the election, and assess their implications for climate and for the US role in the world. To help me do that, I'm very grateful to Professor Michael Cox, Professor Emeritus and Founding Director of LSE Ideas and Associate Fellow for the US and Americas program at Chatham House. I'm grateful for you stepping in at the last moment. Alden Meyer, my colleague in Washington, D.C., Senior Associate at E3G. Alden has been to, I believe, every COP. He missed one COP, so he is indeed not perfect, but that is a very close to perfect record. Alden has 30 years of experience in Washington, D.C., at least 30, including at the Union of Concerned Scientists, where he served as the Director of Strategy and the Director of the Washington office. And then we also have Dr. Fergus Green, lecturer in political theory and public policy at UCL. So in a time when the world is grappling with economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and technological revolution, and the increasingly urgent need for climate action, the direction taken by the US is of paramount importance. So let's not hear from me so much, but let's hear from our guests here. Professor Cox wrote a really interesting book that one of the benefits of jet lag is being able to extend the amount of time you're reading it. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm reading Agonies of Empire, American Power from Clinton to Biden. And it was a great look at the challenges that US presidents have faced in the post-Cold War era. And I would like it if you sort of set the stage for us, the geopolitical moment we're in, how the US elections tie in to that geopolitical moment, and from your perspective, many decades of doing research and insight in the US, visiting the US, teaching at William and Mary, please set up for us where you think that this moment in the United States, where we have this rage of populism going on and discontent, 76% of the American public feels like the country's going in the wrong direction. Give us your overview, a brief overview of how did we get here?
Yeah, thanks for those 12 questions, which I will try and undertake to answer in at least 2 to 3 minutes.
I was going for a lucky 13, but almost.
Okay, well, that's great. And do buy the book, of course, it goes without saying. All academics self-promote, as you know. Look, how we got here, the simple answer is there is no simple answer. You can put it down to several factors. One is the downside consequences of globalization and people left behind all around the world. We've got here because of the peculiarities of the American electoral system, where you can still win the majority of votes, but nonetheless not win the White House. We've got here because we live in a world which is increasingly full of massive geopolitical tensions. You know which ones I'm talking about. There's a war in Europe, there's a terrible tragedy unfolding in the Eastern Mediterranean and Gaza. You know, we have all of those things. What I think we're living in more generally, Clarence, I put it like this, we're living in an era which has gone away, but we don't know what's coming towards us. That's the way I'd look at it. I mean, it kind of says we did have an order, which we call the post-Cold War order. We are now in a transition to something we don't know what it is. Let's be perfectly honest about it. You can call it multipolar, you can call it something new, you can call it chaos, you can even call it, as many have called it, a post-American world. Ooh. You can even call it the end of the liberal order, the disintegration of the liberal order. But we are in that, and you know, Xi Jinping says it right. You know, we're living in an age of huge and great changes, and I'm not sure he knows where it's going to, and I'm pretty damn certain that lots of people in this room, including me, I should add, don't know where we're going to. All we know is the uncertainty where we are now at. Where populism comes from is all the reasons I've already given. One thing is clear. We don't know who's going to win this upcoming election, let's be honest. And that's the greatest uncertainty in the world, because when the country which is the got the biggest economy in the world and the second largest emitter of pollution in the world. We don't know where it's going to go in November. By December, do we know who's going to be sitting in that White House and what policies is that particular president going to follow? Because we do know one thing. America's polarized, and it's polarized as much between the two presidential candidates on climate change as it is on anything else. And that is the great worry going ahead, Clarence.
Thank you for that. I was just thinking about the fact that the former National Security Advisor for President Trump, Robert O'Brien, was on Face the Nation, American television news program, talking about the need to ramp up U.S. energy security by increasing oil production. It just popped into my head when you were talking. There's a tremendous difference. It's a very stark difference between the direction we could go in under Trump and the direction we could go in under Biden. Alden, I wanted to ask you, when Professor Cox has written that the U.S. can often decide to act with minimal consultation, which kind of made me chuckle when I read it, because that happens under Democrats and it happens under Republicans. How does this work out in the international climate space? And if you could maybe talk a little bit about these two potential scenarios that we see ahead of us, where we could go into, the U.S. could go in the direction of getting behind fossil fuels in a very serious way again, and really basically, well, the question is, how much does that slow down the energy transition? And the flip side, a Biden administration, where do you think we could go under a Biden administration, and how do these scenarios fit in the world that the professor has described?
Well, thanks, Clarence, and I have been to all but one of the COPs. A lot of people call me a fossil, along with Jennifer Morgan and Bill Hare and a few others. Others call me a serial masochist, repeating the same thing and expecting a different result, but we'll leave that aside. Yeah, I mean, we do face a really stark choice on this. I have watched the U.S. over the years. We are the country that treats the rest of the world like a yo-yo. We insisted that the Rio Treaty be entirely voluntary because the American way of life was not negotiable before the first President Bush agreed to sign it and submit it for ratification. We insisted that the Kyoto Protocol include emissions trading, all 6 greenhouse gases, not the policies and measures approach the EU wanted, when Bill Clinton and Al Gore had no strategy to ratify it in the Senate. And then, of course, President Trump, after 6 months of careful deliberation, pulled us out of Paris, not even understanding what the agreement was. So the world has reason to be angry with us. If Biden gets reelected, we will see the U.S. submit an NDC for 2035. It will probably be in the 65+ range reductions by 2035. They will still have a lot of work to do to meet the 2030 target of 50 to 52%, much less 65. They will have to go pedal to the metal on using executive authority and regulations in the face of an increasingly conservative court and Supreme Court, which will be a challenge. They will have to rely on subnational governments, mayors, governors, businesses, investors, others stepping up even more than they have. The morning I woke up after President Trump's election in Marrakesh, We Are Still In was launched, which was a subnational coalition to say America does not equal Trump and to present that face of climate ambition to the world. That will be very important either scenario. Because most policy in the U.S. is driven at the state and local level, not in Washington, despite what people may think. On the international front, the administration will live into trying to encourage others to step up NDC ambition. They're already working on that, trying to get a group of countries to hold hands and announce their NDCs together at the G20 summit in November during the second week of the COP. They will engage on the new post-2025 climate finance goal. The one thing Clarence and I both know in our bones is that the president has no power when it comes to money in our system. The saying is, the president proposes, Congress disposes. Our Constitution gives the Congress total control over finance in the U.S. So to change the U.S. doing much less than our fair share of finance for international decarbonization and resilience, we have to change the thinking of the Republican Party, and that is a task of months, of years, not months. We also will see some action on trade. They have launched a trade and climate task force looking at carbon border adjustment mechanisms, looking at working with Europe, the UK, and others around reforms of the WTO. Who knows where that's going to go, but they are going to actively engage in that if they get a second term. And finally, G20 and G7 leadership. The US holds the presidency of the G20 in 2026 and of the G7 in 2027. They have clearly indicated that their G20 presidency will in part focus on recapitalizing and increasing the finances for the MDBs and the international system, building on what Brazil is doing and hopefully what South Africa will do. If you look at Donald Trump take two, it's a very different message. I mean, he will be a domestic and international climate wrecking ball. There's no doubt about that. He will pull out of Paris on day one, not day 180. The question will be, will he also pull out of the Framework Convention on climate change? Or, even worse, will he decide to stay in and try to build a coalition of the unwilling with the Saudis and other malefactors and destroy it from the inside? Those are the two options, as I see it. He will try to gut climate finance, and the question is, will we be able to work with some Republicans to prevent that in a Congress? And of course, the Senate is quite likely to go Republican, even if Biden wins re-election, because of who's up for election this year. You could have a Republican Senate and the House flipping Democratic. So the congressional outcome matters. We don't really know what it's going to be. Domestically, you're right, Clarence. He says, drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby,
Talks
drill.
about energy dominance, ignoring the fact that under President Biden, oil and gas production and exports have increased to all-time highs. So it's fact-free, but it's his rhetoric. He wants to roll back the Inflation Reduction Act, although I think rolling back the tax incentives, which may amount to over $1 trillion, will be very difficult, primarily because over half of those incentives are going to Republican states, and they love the money even though they voted against the bill. America's all in. That will be key in this strategy, just like it was in the last time. One thing you may not know is there's a almost 1,000-page report put out at the Heritage Foundation called Project 2025. One of its principal goals, not just on climate, but across the board, is to decapitate the administrative state. What they mean by that is President Trump would issue an executive order on day one, fire 16,000 senior civil servants that drive the real action in departments across the federal government, and by the time the courts catch up, it'll be too late. The rest of the bureaucracy will be terrorized. They will fall into line instantly. He will also not put in place people that challenge him this time around. He wants yes men and yes women. He does not want anyone fighting back from inside and leaking to the press what he's up to. So it'll be a totally different regime than we saw in the first go-around. The only thing is a wild card. Trump has no policy credits or leanings. He makes it up as he goes along, and chaos could rule despite the best efforts of those in the Heritage Foundation and others that want to wire the system for total change from what the Democrats have been doing.
Well, now that we all want to break...
Is it time for drinks yet?
Have a drink. But I appreciate that context, Alden, because it is... I think that this is something important to get across to people overseas, that this isn't just... we all know about Trump's policies and so forth, but this is... I said to my boss, I said, honestly, if Trump wins, we're going to have bigger problems in the U.S. than even climate change. Because, as Alden mentioned, decapitating the administrative state, following through on, pushing back on something called the Chevron doctrine, really going at the heart of what makes the federal government function. That's really the goal. And it's not even necessarily Trump's goal, but it's the people with him who have a particular view of the world and see that view being really held back by the government. And so it is as code red. My heart started palpitating listening to Alden.
I didn't even mention NATO, Ukraine, China, trade, SDGs.
Stop right there. That's it. Thank you, Alden. That will do. Everyone take a breath. It's going to be okay. Dr. Green, your work, I was reading, the other piece I was reading at 3 o'clock in the morning, your science piece entitled No New Fossil Fuel Projects, the Norm We Need. And I really vibe with the whole thing that you're writing and talking about in that science piece. But I try to, in my mind, my question is to you, how do we get to that world? How do we get to that state when we have a problem child like the United States, where, I will have to be honest with you, fossil fuels, you know, Dick Cheney once said that we were given fossil fuels in the United States because God blessed us with fossil fuels. And it seemed a little bit hyperbolic, but I try to explain to people that the fossil fuel industry, which started up in Pennsylvania in the 19th century at the beginning of another industrial revolution, is embedded psychologically in America's concept of freedom, our role as a superpower. It's what built the country. It's what raised a lot of people from poverty into the middle class, including a lot of people of color. It is like trying to extract the nervous system out of a country. Not to make it sound too difficult, but that's what it's going to be like. So with that set up, how do you see us getting to that world where we are really cracking down on fossil fuels? And give us your thoughts on that, and maybe a little bit, or a lot if you'd like, on how do you square that circle?
Great, thanks. So let me set the context. So we start from recognizing the reality that we're in there's a weird disconnect between rhetoric and action on climate and fossil fuels. So if you go to the COP last year, countries recommitted themselves to the 1.5 degree goal. We have record numbers of net zero commitments from governments and business. And we know that those goals imply a rapid phase out of fossil fuel production and power generation. And we went even further at the last COP with a commitment to take steps essentially to phase down fossil fuels, to transition away from fossil fuels in energy systems. For the first time, we have explicit language on that. And yet, at the same time, in 2023, we've seen expansions in fossil fuel consumption, production, and investment. The International Energy Agency says there was more than $1 trillion of investment last year in fossil fuel production and power generation infrastructure. And so that's the weird disconnect that we start from. And so it seems to me, given the challenges that you've mentioned and that others have talked about today in terms of phasing out fossil fuels, that's essential but really, really difficult. It's easier to not build new fossil fuel projects, not allow new exploration, extraction, and power generation fossil fuel projects in the first place, right? Because of how difficult it is to phase out the existing ones. And so in the paper that you mentioned, my co-authors who are energy systems modelers and we basically looked at the findings from the International Energy Agency and sort of extended those, which basically sort of show that if we're serious about 1.5, and if you look at a range of the scenarios for staying within 1.5 degrees, the economic scenarios, and we look at the oil production, gas-fired power generation, and coal-fired power generation, those four categories, if you look at the energy needs across a range of those scenarios, and then we compare that with existing and planned capacity across each of those four categories. And what we find is that in order to kind of stay within the 1.5 degree constraints, we don't need to be building new fossil fuel projects, right? There's a couple of the categories you might need under some scenarios, some of the fields that are in development, gas fields, and some of the gas-fired power stations that are under construction. Beyond that, it's not needed. So we've kind of affirmed, extended that International Energy Agency point that we really don't need new fossil fuel projects in the transition to net zero. And so then we make the point that, in theory, you could still get to net zero by building a lot more fossil fuels now and then phasing out even more quickly, but that would be totally irrational because of the economically costlier, and politically much more difficult for some of the reasons you've alluded to. And so getting to the kind of what might this mean, and in the context of a difficult country like the US, though it's far from the only one, it's far from the only rich country that's expanding fossil fuels. I'm from Australia, and the Australian government is still green-lighting new large coal and gas projects, and there are a number of other countries in the OECD. So this is a problem, and we think that trying to start with countries that are willing to stop new fossil fuel projects, and building club arrangements like the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, like the Powering Past Coal Alliance that Chris talked about earlier, and we need more of those for the other pieces of the fossil fuel puzzle, so we can build from the ambition that's already there, and then try and create a norm against new fossil fuel projects that can put pressure from outside on countries that are not complying with that norm. It can also facilitate some of the domestic resistance. Alden, you were talking about at the state level, it can help civil society that's pushing for a lot of these actions. So, I think a norm-building approach requires sort of making no new fossil fuel projects an aspect of climate leadership, and a litmus test for climate leadership could help somewhat in this kind of more challenging geopolitical context where we do have some countries that are determined to push ahead with more fossil fuels.
Let me ask you really quick, because Alden and I serve on the board of the Pricing Carbon Initiative in the U.S. Is what you've laid out there, would that be facilitated if we were able to do legislation on carbon pricing or polluter pays, or just to start ramping down?
Sure, I mean, it would certainly help. I mean, a carbon price would obviously help, shift investment flows. But I mean, it's funny that today's, I think, that's the first time we mentioned carbon pricing today, right? It's probably indicative of how much carbon pricing has sort of fallen off the agenda, I think, as it's been recognized how politically difficult it is. I mean, certainly in the US, it's not even on the which we're talking about. It's definitely not on the table. Obviously, the IRA was kind of an alternative approach. So, where it's possible to do carbon pricing, that's generally a good thing and will generally help. But we need some really clear red lines, I think. And I think making a red line that if you're serious about being a climate leader and taking action on climate change, and you're serious about 1.5 and net zero, then a pretty reasonable litmus test, I think, should be that you're not allowing new fossil fuel production and fossil fuel power generation.
As a former climate lobbyist, I had to put a plug in for carbon pricing. Oh, please, go ahead.
I was going to get back onto the question of climate leadership, because the whole question for the United States isn't just leadership on climate, it is what are the consequences of the US not leading in a particular way on climate?
Right.
And it means two things. One, it means that its relationship with its main allies in Europe and across Asia are severely compromised, because the very nature of American leadership simply requires it as a global player with influence to have a position on climate change and signing up to the major agreements, because that buys all the rest of its allies into that relationship. And it would be a severe compromise for the US as a global leader if indeed what we fear most in November happens. Let's be perfectly blunt about it. The second point I'd make, and it's often forgotten, I think, the United States, it's not often forgotten, it's actually talked about all the time now, the United States is in a long-term competition, whatever you want to call it, with China. And in some ways, that competition now revolves in part around a whole bunch of things like technology, military power, all the sorts of things we've been talking about for years, but it revolves around who leads on climate change.
Right.
And at the moment, unless I'm reading the runes wrong, and maybe I'm reading the wrong newspapers, it looks to me that China's doing a pretty good job in some areas on climate, because of EV, because of solar panels and all the rest, and is seen as a kind of somebody who can lead on this better than the US. And if that happens, then the US again loses enormous international status and stature.
You raise a really interesting point, because climate leadership is also tied to scientific leadership. And I wanted to ask Alden about, I wanted to ask all three of you about this. The pressure on a Republican administration and on a Trump administration to keep up that lead or that competition with China, at what point does it force Republicans, in your minds, to really listen to the 70-plus members of the Conservative Climate Caucus, and also always remind people it's not a uniform view on climate action amongst conservatives. At E3G in Washington, we do a lot of outreach to conservative Republicans to talk about climate issues. They're very much in favor of things like carbon pricing, except for when it comes to actually producing a bill on the floor and passing it. But Alden, in the minute we have left, use 30 seconds of it. You could even be a yes or no. Do you think that the pressure on a Republican administration to compete with China and to keep up that technological edge will force them off of where they are now on climate?
No, because Trump uber alles. I mean, he is dominating the Republican Party. What he says goes. There won't be a platform again at the convention. They'll leave it to him to make it up. There is a generational war going on within the Republican Party now. Young conservatives want their party to be more proactive on climate, but they are losing out to the fossil fuel industry dominated elders that continue to take the campaign contributions and determine policies. So this is going to be a war. And on carbon pricing, I would say, first thing you do is you take off the negative price on carbon we have now. I pointed out in Dubai, we may have mobilized $800 million the first day of the COP for loss and damage. We continue to spend $3.5 billion a day subsidizing production and consumption of something we say is an existential threat. That's the definition of insanity.
Thank you for that. We've only been able to scratch the surface of, you could do an entire conference. I'm not advocating for this, but maybe I am. You could do an entire conference on the US political dynamic and what it means for the rest of the world. But I did want to leave us on a more positive note and say this. 5 months, we are 5 months away from the November 5th elections. And in the US political world, 5 months is an eternity. Anything can happen, truly anything can happen. And we live in a world where anything seems to happen all the time. So keep watching it. Don't give up hope. There's an interesting debate coming up on the 27th. And we've got party conventions in the summertime, and then we're going to roll into a fall where the American public will actually start paying attention, because no one in the American public is paying attention to this, except for me and Alden.
4 months and 10 days, but who's counting?
Who's counting? But so we're going to keep watching this issue and learning more about it, and keeping our colleagues here in Europe informed. If you want more information about it, you know where to find E3G and E3G in Washington. So thank you very much for your time. Good deal. Yeah.
So there you have it. What do you do with a problem like the US? You don't give up hope. Thanks to Dr. Fergus Green, Professor Michael Cox, and Aidan Mayer for your insights on the US. So now let's focus a bit more broadly on those for whom tackling climate change is less of an urgent proposition than we'd all like, and often the obstacles to the change which is required. For our next presentation, a perspective on populism, please welcome back Carla Hill, Associate Director of Political Economy and Governance at E3G, and Matthew Lockwood, who is Senior Lecturer at the University of Sussex.
Shall I go straight to this?
Yeah, sure. I'll just introduce you briefly, Matthew. So we need to talk about the populism in the room, or perhaps outside of the room. This agenda item was added by popular demand, and we invited Matthew because he has been looking at populism for quite a while in relation to climate, longer than most people studying it seriously. Matthew is at Sussex, but he has a background in think tanks and government in the UK, and he's looked broadly at populism in relation to climate and energy policies through the OECD. So welcome, Matthew. Matthew will give some remarks, and then we'll have a conversation.
So thanks very much, Carla, and thanks very much for inviting me. So, as Carla's saying, I've had an interest in populism and climate policy for a long time, over 10 years. And in the last 5 or 6 years, an enormous amount of academic research has come onto the scene looking at this relationship between populism, especially right-wing populism, and climate change. And I'm just going to run through with you briefly really what that literature says. I'm going to just briefly touch on what populism is, what's the relationship with climate change, why, and then also why, and then the question of does it really matter? Once populists get into power, what kind of effect do they have? A little bit of a disclaimer at the beginning. I'm mostly going to be wholly talking about really high-income countries, OECD countries, post-industrial countries, not the global south. So think Trump and Le Pen rather than Bolsonaro and Modi. And that's because the economic and the social and the political context are rather different and the dynamics are different. The other thing is that I'm going to focus on what people usually call right-wing populism, because that's really where the antipathy with the climate agenda comes from. Left-wing populists generally actually want a lot more urgent action on climate change. So that's the sort of focus. So I'll start off by, this issue of what is populism? What do we mean by populism? What do academics mean by it? And you may be familiar with this account that says it's a worldview in which, there are no institutions, just the people, and the pure people, the people are good, and the heartland is good, and then there are these elites who rule us, and they are corrupt. But there are also, I think, important analyses which say there's a third party in this picture, and that's minorities who are seen in this worldview as responsible for distracting elites or corrupting elites and taking away their attention from the people. And they should be looking after the people, but they're distracted by these minorities. In a lot of populist concerns, this is immigrants, but in the climate field, it's climate advocates. It's you people in this room. You are the nefarious minority, as some analysts call them. So that's what we understand by populism, a very kind of particular worldview on politics and society. It's also important, obviously, and you'll be aware of this, populism is on the rise. It's obviously sort of broken through in America in a big way, but it's also on the rise in Europe over the last 20 years. A study of 31 European countries showed that the vote going to populist parties rose from 12% 20 years ago to over 30% now, and most of this is on the right. So this is a big, broad trend of emergence. At the moment, we have far-right parties in coalition governments in Sweden, in Finland, Netherlands, most recently Italy, Croatia, and so on, and we may have the Rally National coming through in France as well. And the other big change I think that's going on is that populist parties increasingly in Europe are beginning to appeal also to young people because mainstream parties don't seem to be able to solve the problems that affect them, around housing, for example, which was a big issue in the Dutch election. And young people voting for Kurt Wilders helped really him kind of moving through. You also see it in Germany with the AfD. So that's the sort of background. So what about right-wing populism and climate change? We know that the right-wing populists are often primarily concerned with immigration, but the research shows very clearly that both supporters of right-wing populist parties and those parties themselves are more likely to be climate skeptic, more likely to be hostile to climate policy. I mean, for instance, a good example from the UK election would be Reform UK, which is the only party which wants to ditch net zero. So it's a very kind of clear message. And I would say this hostility to climate policy affects especially any kind of tax and any kind of regulation which can be constructed to be really intrusive in people's lives. In fact, renewables, now where we are with renewables and the economics of renewables, it's probably less problematic. Solar, in some senses, the economics of it are so good, it's likely to be less affected. But the kind of agenda on transport, on road transport fuels, on heating in homes and so on, this is really tricky. Historically also, this antipathy used to be a lot stronger in Anglophone countries, in Australia under Abbott, Canada under Harper, and obviously the US under Trump. But it may also be now changing in Europe as well. We're seeing a stronger anti-climate aspect to European populism, right-wing populism. So what's going on? Why is this? And there's two kinds of explanation from research on populism, academic research on populism. One is kind of takes as reference point structural change in OECD countries over the last 30, 40 years, and an argument that right-wing populism appeals especially to what is in the media often called the left behind. Communities, peoples whose jobs, wages, or economic security have been undermined by a number of different factors: globalization, technical change, shift in the knowledge economy. And this group also feels sort of politically abandoned because a lot of mainstream parties, including centre-left parties, started to shift to try to win votes from middle-class professionals rather than the traditional kind of Labour group. And so this argument is then saying, well, why would these people be hostile to climate policies? They could be because they add to job losses and economic insecurities, say coal mining, steel decarbonisation. We're seeing in the UK, decarbonising steel might actually involve job losses, serious job losses. And it may also be because of a dislike of taxes in particular. This group is economically stressed, feels under a lot of economic pressure, and this is maybe the kind of thing that we saw in the Gilets jaunes phenomenon in France back in 2016. But I think there are limits to this argument, and we have to look a bit deeper into why right-wing populism is so hostile to the climate agenda. And I think it's also to do with ideology and values. So academics often say populism is a thin ideology. It doesn't really have much content in itself, and other values have to come in to kind of populate it and give it direction. And right-wing populism in the US and in Europe at the moment, and in other countries as well, it is socially authoritarian, but it's also very strongly nationalist or nativist. And what this means is that, when right-wing populists are thinking about these elites who they don't really like and who they feel ignored by, they think especially of cosmopolitan internationalist elites, and they think of the EU, and they think of international institutions. And in this context, climate change is often constructed in the populist worldview as a concern of cosmopolitan liberal elites who are this minority who are kind of drawing attention away from the people. I think it also is, you can see how it becomes problematic that a lot of the institutional mechanisms of the climate agenda are international, the science through the IPCC and the politics through UNFCCC. They're quite obscure to ordinary people. They're very distant. And so they make easy targets for populism. Okay, does it matter? Coming on to my final point, there's a lot of evidence, and it's quite systematic. We can all think of examples. Trump is a good example. We've just been discussing Trump. Geert Wilders has just come in the Netherlands. He wants to reverse Dutch policy on heat pumps. But there's much more systematic evidence in the academic literature that when populists get into the legislature in a big way, and especially when they get into the executive, then they do have a damaging impact on climate. They weaken climate policy. And this matters because populism is on the rise just at a time when rich countries need to be accelerating climate effort. They really need to be accelerating the rate of emissions reduction. And so they need to raise ambition and really deliver. But so it matters very much that populism can have this sort of slowing or dampening effect. It matters, I think, especially in countries where populist parties are dominant. It's pretty obvious. This can happen through what's called mainstream populism, Trump being the example in the US, where populist movements get into a mainstream centre-right party and kind of take it over. And then they control the entire government agenda, including the climate portfolio. But you also see it in places where the populist parties are dominant, like in Poland with the PIS. In European countries with kind of coalition government and PR, it is somewhat different. Populist parties, right-wing populist parties, can weaken climate policy. But a lot depends on the response of the mainstream parties and whether they're willing to go into coalition with those parties and whether they're willing to let them set the agenda. I think I'll stop there. I don't want to run out of time, and maybe take up a few more questions with Carla.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, come and join me. There's so much there. So again, we could have a whole day on this, and it's really important. I think I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, and also to somewhat get into what some of the responses might be, or kind of as you were starting to do, how do we perhaps think about neutralizing this? And for that part of it, I always find it, we need to kind of look at ourselves, right? As you said, either mainstream political parties, leaders, or climate advocates. But I wanted to pick up one thing on populists and climate impacts, and just get your sort of take on that. Because I think it is often said that populists in power or in leadership positions, it's difficult to ignore the very real climate impacts that people are experiencing, wildfires, extreme heat, drought, floods, and so on. But on the other hand, is it impossible to ignore those impacts, and what have you noticed in terms of populists responding to those kinds of impacts on their own populations?
Sure. I mean, I think with the right-wing populists, there's two ways this can go, or you see two things going on. One is that there's a series of fascinating studies which show that the way that people perceive extreme events like wildfires or extreme heat, droughts, and so on, is filtered through a partisan lens. And so in the US, there are these studies that show that exposure to the experience of wildfires makes people more pro-climate action if they are Democratic voters, but not if they're Republicans. There's also another study which I've seen in which, in response to a kind of real heat wave, again, different Tea Party Republicans would not acknowledge that there had been an unusually high temperature compared to other people. So I think that we have to, people will cling on to their perceptions, their worldview in the face of events. The other way I think it can go is perhaps more dangerous, which is the idea that if populists do say, okay, well, we can acknowledge that climate change is going on, it's going to have all these terrible effects, then you get into the sort of lifeboat ethics kind of territory, where people will double down on their hostility to the idea of climate migrants, for example, climate refugees, and want to kind of say, well, we're going to close our borders and we're going to dig ourselves in and look after ourselves in the face of climate change.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. So let's, in final sort of question, and to touch on this, this is a big topic, but I did want to get your thoughts. I mean, in thinking about political language, about policy options, about institutions, what are the things that mainstream or non-populist, as you also mentioned, we can sometimes see populists there. What can we do in terms of thinking about how do we make our political systems, our language more resilient against that populist attack against climate action?
I mean, I think here the interesting thing to look at is actually what's going on in the US with Biden and the IRA. He is trying to address two concerns, actually, of right-wing populists. So, creating manufacturing jobs and trying to kind of reintroduce a kind of status to a group of communities, but tie it to climate change or response to climate change. And he's also, in a way, saying, made in America. So this has a nationalist kind of element to it as well. It's difficult, I think, for some people to kind of take that on board, but that's clearly the intent of what he's doing to some extent. And we know that a lot of the investment is going to Republican states, or more investment is going to Republican states. So I think it's not a foregone conclusion, but I think it will be really interesting to see if Trump gets in, will the policy survive? There are also institutional reasons why Trump will find it hard to repeal it or remove it. But I think politically, that kind of strategy of sort of addressing what appear to be the concerns of populists may be one strategy which may work.
Thank you, Matthew. I think we're going to close there. That was a great finish and a great example, and obviously food for thought, picking up on what we see in the US. So thank you very much, and we'll finish there.
Another fascinating insight into populism. Thank you to Matthew Lockwood and to Carla for that. Earlier we focused on what to do with a problem like the US. Time to come back closer to home, this side of the Atlantic, and to look to the European Union next, which, as we mentioned earlier, has had its own set of elections recently in which some countries have seen some gains from parties more sceptical of faster climate action. Our next, and sadly our final panel, EU Landscape for the Green Deal, is moderated by E3G's Executive Director in Germany, Mark Weisgerber. Mark, over to you and your guests.
Want to sit in the middle? Oh, that's right. Well, hello and welcome to our last panel on the EU Green Deal and a lot of things which we heard during the day, including populism and US politics, of course, as a direct effect and this direct relationship to what we are talking about today. So before we start, just let me introduce the panel of amazing speakers. So to my left, Stientje van Veldhoven, former member of the Dutch Parliament, State Secretary and Minister of the Environment and Infrastructure, which is a nice combination, I think, and now European Director of the World Resource Institute. So welcome, Stientje. On the left to her, on the right from your side, Joan Guizar from Spain. He's the Director of the Spanish Energy Agency and has a long history of driving energy policies, including having a nice target of having 80% renewables by 2030. And he will speak about this and the European wider context in a minute. And online we have Kurt Vandenberger. Hello, Kurt, who is, as most of you know, of course, the Director General of DG Climate and has long history inside the EU Commission, including being part of the cabinet of Ursula von der Leyen and actually the advisor on the Green Deal in this function, and with a former career in the Research and Innovation Director General, following on a private function at Ernst & Young. So welcome to the speakers. Just to set the scene, the European Green Deal, as you know, 2019 European Union announced to want to be the first climate neutral continent on this planet by 2050. And what followed, and that was backed by a broad coalition between different party segments in the center, left, center, right, and green fractions of the parliament on the member states level as well. That was followed by a whole set of strategies, policy documents, regulation, but also support package in terms of investment support across all sectors in the real economy and the financial economy. So it was a whole of the economy approach to align European way of doing, to run an economy really on all aspects on a climate neutral way by 2050. There were other components as well, but this is not the focus of today's discussion. So now we're 5 years further down the road. The Scientific Advisory Board of Climate Change published a report which says we may actually be not that far away from to reach the 2030 targets, but we need much stronger policy guidance, steering and so on to get to 2040 and 2050, which are not in place. And a second result, also the same research, was there's some sort of mixed picture on the results so far. So we have quite a success overall in Europe in the energy sector. So we're moving there quite fast, at least as long as it's compared to the commitments and the policies set out at the beginning of the Green Deal. But we're not moving at all, and I think everyone knows them from their private life. We're not moving much on the transport sector, and we're not moving at all in the building sector, which are crucial to make actually this climate neutral continent a reality. So I stop here with the introduction, and I would love to get the first question to you, Kurt, and we hope to hear you out of your comfort zone to say what has been a success for you so far and what is really what we need to fix, meaning being a priority for the next 5 years with new parliament and new commission coming in.
Thank you for the question, Mark, and thank you for allowing me to participate online. I would obviously have preferred to be there live with you and the other speakers in the panel. I think it's fair to say that we got quite far already with the European Green Deal. We got so far that actually we see a rising concern among our public about the cost of this clean or green transition. When we launched the European Green Deal in 2019, we were surfing on a wave of popular support and political demand for climate ambition, but we were alone in the world. The US with Donald Trump, for example, had withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. Today, in 2024, what we see is the reverse situation. We see rising concerns among our public about the cost and the feasibility of this transition. Often concerns that are legitimate and that we have to acknowledge and address. Also concerns that are the result of political polarization and fueled also often by disinformation, which is increasingly rampant on social media. But we're no longer alone in the world, I should say. We actually risk being overtaken in what we thought was our competitive advantage in 2019, namely in the green and clean tech and green solutions. If you ask me what have we achieved so far, I think we have everything in terms of climate ambition now agreed in law with the European climate law. You mentioned this. That was democratically agreed with 27 member states and the European Parliament. We have put a lot of legislation in place to get us on track to 2030. At the same time, we have continued to decouple our economic growth from emissions. In last year alone, we reduced our emissions by close to 10% in only 1 year. And at the same time, we see that private sector investment has tripled since 2019 in Europe. Unemployment is at historically low levels. Our trade surplus with the Eurozone was the highest in January this year since 2002. And even our manufacturing index looks a bit better than that in the US. It doesn't mean that everything is rosy and pretty, far from. We see a decline in the output of our energy-intensive industry sectors, so that's a reason for concern. But rather than reverting course or slowing down, we should come up with a tailored industrial strategy to make sure that those industry sectors also get successfully through the decarbonization trajectory. And I think that is something that you will see coming up in the EU strategic agenda. So all in all, I think what I could say is that we have reached a point of no return on the path to climate neutrality. And it's actually business that is asking us now to stay the course. And staying the course is existential for the European Union, not only for ecological reasons, but maybe even more for economic, security, and social reasons. So if you ask me very briefly, what are the priorities for the next Commission? It is not to have a big discussion on climate ambition. It's really about staying the course and implementing what we have agreed, which is not a green program. It's a program of economic modernization and making our economy fit for the future. And that means implementing what we have agreed with a lot of attention to just transition. Secondly, a tailored industrial policy for those sectors that really need support to get through the decarbonization challenge. Thirdly, a much more active international outreach to ensure that there is a global level playing field in the green economy, but also that we establish win-win partnerships with the global south. And lastly, and maybe the most importantly, it's to make sure that we mobilize investment. This is really an investment agenda, which requires predictability over a long term. That's why we have already suggested a 2040 target for the European Union to reduce emissions by 90% by then. That will be a big priority for the next Commission, which I believe should be an investment Commission. But we should also not forget that we need to become much better prepared for the increasing climate risks. Also, that is a difference compared to 2019. We see now real life the growing risks from climate change. We are not prepared for this, so we will need to do a lot more to make our economy, our society more resilient and better prepared for the growing risks of climate change. So staying the course, delivering on what we have agreed, and preparing the post-2030 for a transformative decade in the decade up to 2040.
Oh, thanks, Kurt, for that clear overview and priority setting. Senior, may I just hand over to you? So, if it's about implementation, because the policies, at broad scale are more or less like designed, but haven't we seen that in the election and during other events that we didn't get the full public support? So, isn't that a major point? And if so, how to make sure that this economic transition and transformation program also gets public support? What's your view on that?
Yeah, absolutely. As a politician, you know that you need to get the public support to be able to move on. But I think actually if you look at all the political manifestos that were the basis for the vote of Europeans in these past elections, you actually see, if you compare to the previous set of manifestos, we did a piece of research on this together with a couple of other organizations in what we call our Systems Transformation Hub, we actually see a consolidation of support for the European Green Deal, especially in the context that Kurt just mentioned of industrial competitiveness. So parties across the political spectrum actually see that this is part of what the new economy is going to be like. And if we do not want to be overtaken, if Europe wants to be economically resilient, if we want to bring the cost of living down, right, we have to, if we want to have our security, we will need to make sure that we implement those policies. And I think it is also time, maybe, that we change our own rhetoric a little bit. Saving the planet was never only about saving the planet, because the planet can do very well without us. It was always about delivering for people. And I think it's also in the way we speak about it that we need to translate it more to what it does, how does it deliver for people. And I think the adaptation agenda that Kurt also mentioned in this context is one which will be absolutely vital. Europe is heating up at twice the pace of some other regions in the world, and notably the south of Europe. So the adaptation agenda, next to the implementation of everything which has the ambitions that have been set and that are so crucial for our economic independence also as Europe, is going to be absolutely vital, I think.
Well, nice. So, Joan, if you want to build on this one, as you're so much ambitious in Spain in energy and you're one of the drivers, what can we learn from that for Europe and the wider context?
Well, thank you very much for this. And indeed, as the previous speakers were saying, I think we have basically revamped energy regulation in Europe in the last 5 years. All of it, anything from electricity and gas markets to renewables to energy efficiency, energy performance in buildings, and increased into the resilience and industrial side of things, which is important. Two, also very importantly, I think Europe has proven that it can act. Probably the millennials and Gen Zers here will recognize online memes around, is the EU concerned? Our leaders tend to have a tendency, and it makes sense, to express concern whenever concerning things happen on the international arena. But with Ukraine, we were able to go beyond we are concerned, this is very concerning, and actually impose sanctions, regulation, strategy, and actually have tangible effects. And the dependence of Europe on Russian gas today is very, very different to what it was a few years ago. So I think Europe has won not only a very robust legal system when it comes to the energy transition, but actually it's proven it can actually do things. And actually, as DG Klima was saying, the fact that there is social response to the climate agenda means that something is actually shifting. So what do we need to do next, or how do we move on from here? I think a lot of work has been done, and it's been said before, on the supply side. Now the challenge is a lot more difficult because we need to move to the demand side, and that is basically decision-making problem. we're moving away from shareholders and board members of a few companies and maybe a few councils of ministers making a few decisions, big decisions on energy supply, to literally millions of decisions on how we move around, how we heat our buildings, what decision we make when we buy, when we rent, when we do something in our day-to-days. That is extremely, extremely difficult to do. We also need to address, I think, the hearts and minds, and I think lots of us here are very comfortable with the numbers and the hardware, but we need specialists in sociology, in psychology, in politics, as we were hearing before, because as the Secretary for Brazil was saying earlier, the world is not rational. It is not enough to play with numbers. And it's very good news that corporate leaders, NGOs, even heavy industry are asking politicians to recommit to the Green Deal. I think this is something that should be a lot more visible. I appreciate companies struggle to position themselves politically. It's not an arena companies are usually comfortable in, but other people are very comfortable in the political arena. So if we see this is systemic, this is problematic for competitiveness, for well-being, companies should also have a clear role to play here. And just to finish off, the importance of very few economic sectors have this. Nobody has a crystal ball, obviously, but very few economic sectors have a plan, a commitment, a local, national, and international political plan of where we want to be in 10, 15, 20, 30 years. This is surely an opportunity for ambition to anticipate strategic and investment decisions. So, let's use this and let's make the case for ambition being equivalent to competitiveness, to the chance to anticipate, rather than some sort of problem we need to solve in the short term.
So, Stine, you have actually the very interesting approach on the systems approach at WRI and US person. Is that an approach how you bring in demand, supply, countryside, cities and everything? So can you just elaborate on that a bit?
Yes, indeed, because I think the 6 IPCC reports said it very clearly. We cannot just focus on the supply. We will also need to focus on the demand. And even stronger, demand-side approaches could add between 40 to 70% actually of our CO2 emissions problems. But when you talk about demand-side approaches, it's not just you and me making a different choice in the same context. It is also very much about what is literally the context, the structure, the system in which we make our choices. So if we look at the transport system, for example, right, we can try to improve, make the cars cleaner. Say we make every car 50% cleaner. But still, since the population is growing, we're buying 3 times as many cars. Our emissions still go the wrong way. So we need to look at the demand side. Just improving what we have is not enough. So maybe then, can we shift to an EV? If you shift everybody to an electric vehicle, and you don't change your transport system, then we will have a massive other problem. That one of the minerals and the mining in the deep sea. So we also have to go to really avoid. How do we change the system so that you can bring your kids to school by bike, and you don't have to have that second car to actually be able to bring your kids to school? Taking a systems approach is really looking back at what is the core need that we're trying to serve. Right? People have a need for transport, they have a need for food, they have a need for energy. What is the way in which we can redesign our systems to actually provide in those essential needs that people have? Very normal needs, everybody needs them, everybody wants them, and it's a purely normal question. And how do we make sure we give people accessibility to that in a way which is sustainable and also affordable? I think that is also really putting people at the center, but we need to start looking differently at the way we try to drive the next, let's say, steps in our drive, in our development towards sustainability. We will need to look more at the system level.
And your engagement level, if I understand you correctly, one of the systems, so to say, where you found everything together is our cities, right? The communities.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So part of, let's say, this context, this actually architecture, is also, do we have the right governance? Right? If you look at cities, cities are very close to people. People trust their city government often more than they actually do the national government, which for a national parliamentarian is not necessarily a nice thing to know, but it's still good to be aware of. I think cities are one of those levers which in Europe are still underutilized for making the bridge between those high-level goals, which we will need to get to, and the local reality of people, because they want to see that the policies and incentives take into account their daily lives, their daily context. And I think cities could be a lever which we could use much more than we currently do in driving that change on the ground.
Joanne, do you want to come in maybe how to engage people more and communities whatever level is necessary to make that change, because a pure top-down approach and segmental policies probably will not make it, as we've seen from the polls, right? So you need to engage better with the people. What's your take on this one?
I think the point about context is so important, because obviously we like to think we're autonomous, we have free will, yes, of course, but we are a product of our context, of our upbringing and our day-to-day. To have a deliberately provocative example, probably all of us in this room have a smartphone with a camera and so on. There was no government policy anywhere saying we should all have phones with cameras, yet the market forces made it so. So I think there is a case here for government ensuring it's convenient for individuals to make the change, government ensuring it's not perceived as risky for companies to change, but also there's a very strong case for market forces to innovate not only from a technology perspective, technology is an enabler, but to aid decision making. So, how can companies help us? I don't know, if in lots of places it might make sense to switch to an EV and you might actually save money, or it might make sense to switch to a heat pump and you'll probably save money, but you might not have the initial investment. Why don't, for example, banks who are obviously providing money for people to buy houses, why aren't they incorporating this as part of the business model in the housing sector? So my point is, a lot of the interaction with decision making can come from the private sector itself. There's probably more levers than we can imagine just from a pure policy or pure education perspective that we can provide from the public sector.
No, so I think that the message is quite clear. We need to have broader engagement. That's not only on the country level, it's not an EU-specific level only. We need to have more community engagement. You mentioned geopolitics. Kurt, you mentioned that as well. We need, as one of the priorities, to reach out better to the world, right? Because there's a lot of discussion on CBAM as a technical instrument, but overall on the role of Europe in the world, as we are facing more and more real climate problems. So Kurt, what is your take on how to better interact with the global community, which is changing, the geopolitics is changing as we heard the whole day. So what's the new role of EU in the global landscape?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mark. I think the role of the EU in the geopolitical and geoeconomic context will need to become much more visible and much stronger. When we launched the European Green Deal in 2019, it was designed as Europe's new growth, innovation and investment strategy, because we knew then, and we know even better now, that we can't grow our economy or foster our prosperity on the basis of fossil fuels and resource wastage. Back in 2019, as I said, we felt a little bit alone in doing so. But now in 2024, we see that the whole world is moving in this direction and is seeing the green growth as the agenda for growth in the future. In the US, we have the IRA. China is now investing more in renewable energy than the rest of the world combined, and has, since many years, we discovered now, a strategy of shifting its growth from real estate and construction to conquering the export markets of the future, which are in clean tech. And even Africa has turned the page at its Nairobi summit last September and said that it wants to be and will be the continent of solutions for the green transition. So it seems that the whole world is moving towards net zero. There's a global race basically for this, which is good. And it shows that when this agenda of decarbonization and climate action becomes an economic agenda, rather than a purely ecological one, things can move very, very quickly for the better. But it throws up other challenges, of course. And what we now need to do differently from 5 years ago is to make sure that we help ensure a global level playing field, that we have sufficient cooperation with the rest of the world and a degree of fair competition. Europe is not afraid of competition, but the competition has to be fair. And that's why we have introduced mechanisms like the carbon border adjustment mechanism that you mentioned, for example. We also have increased our toolbox for trade defense instruments, which we are increasingly using. but we also will need to deploy a sufficient degree of solidarity. It's finding that right balance between international cooperation, competition, and solidarity that we will need to find to foster climate action in the interest of the European Union, but also in the interest of the global community. And in doing so, what we will need to do as EU is to enter into more win-win partnerships with the Global South especially. And there I believe that the upcoming COPs in Baku on climate finance and in Belem for the new NDCs provide a really good agenda. These NDCs we would like to see as true investment plans for investing in the modernization and the leapfrogging of our economic development so that we grow prosperity but stay within planetary boundaries.
So the world, no, thanks very much for that input. World looks increasingly skeptical at Europe at the moment, given all the pushbacks on Green Deals, at least in media and press and whatever, which does not reflect actually some business sentiment and citizens. But nevertheless, that's in the media. And they're looking for a strong signal on NDCs, I guess, coming up. So I think there is a need for an EU to show and signal very clearly that they are not falling behind the race to the top. Senja, you want to say on that one, global implications of Green Deal?
Yes, I think your point on the fact that the world will be looking towards the EU for a very clear signal on a high NDC is absolutely right. I'm very much aligned with Koert, I'm not going to repeat all of that it will really be very geopolitical strategic interest for Europe to make sure that we enter into those mutually interesting partnerships with countries across the world as they are developing for their own populations the ability to foresee in those basic needs that we were just discussing for Europe, also for their population. Because just as neither of us would eat uncooked rice because using gas is bad for the environment, neither will somebody in Kenya eat uncooked rice because charcoal is bad for the environment, right? They will need to be able to foresee in their primary needs in a sustainable way, or they will have to do it in an unsustainable way. So we have every interest in making sure that we also help those countries develop their economies in a sustainable way. It's going to be absolutely vital. And I think next to all of the instruments Koert already mentioned, he didn't mention that there's also an important trade and supply chain mechanisms that the EU has and uses, like EUDR, deforestation-free supply chain. So I'm not just talking about the challenge for climate, we're also very much talking about the much related challenge on nature. The Belem COP is going to be absolutely vital for that. But the way we use our supply chain regulation can really also help creating a market for production from a standing forest. And that's to the benefit of all of us. So there again, we need to look at the entire system, climate, nature, and people combined. And I'm very, very glad that indeed, like Koert says, the international context is going to be a primary part of how the Green Deal is going to look over the next years.
We have a brutal timing here, which we see all the time, like 2 minutes. Jean, last words maybe on the global before we
super quick. So obviously the energy transition, Green Deal in general, alters geopolitics totally. We've had a whole day of conversations around geopolitics. A line that my minister, Minister Rivera, says, which I think is very interesting, is in the same way as fossil fuels have been a tool for war, have been the cause of wars and famine and so on, the trade of clean technologies and clean materials could be an instrument for peace if we get it right. So issues of conditionality, of tracing the supply chains properly, of entering into mutually beneficial partnerships could actually be, if we do it properly, if we don't replicate mistakes from the past, could actually be instruments for peace. And I think that's very, very interesting. Two, obviously, the energy transition allows Europe to stand on its own feet a lot more strongly than if we are sort of linked, fully hooked, constantly connected to an influx of imported fossil fuels. But that competition in clean tech, in materials, needs to be fair. And that means environmental criteria, but it also means social criteria. If we do not accept forced labor in London, in the UK, in Europe, we should not be buying, for example, products made under forced labor, which is an incredibly complex conversation to have from a commercial and a diplomatic perspective, because either you have a checkbox exercise where everyone complies and you sort of put it under the rug, or you actually identify child labor, forced labor, and then you stop trade. And that's very complex in a multipolar world, as we know. So plenty of implications, lots of work to do in the international arena as well.
Great, thanks very much. So I have a 30 seconds final statement question to you. Kurt, maybe we start with you. If you would say the next 5 years, new parliament, new commission, what are the 1 or 2 things which you really want to give us as a message, as a key priority, which we need to look at for the next 5 years?
Well, my message would be, it's the economy, stupid. There will be no economic growth and prosperity without taking care of our ecosystems, both the climate and biodiversity. And if not, it will be at our own peril.
Joanne?
One, implementing, proving that actually the energy transition is an improved quality of life, so proving everyone wrong who is saying that this is bad for us. But 2, finding different arguments. Even if your priority is sovereignty, nationalism, well, actually the energy transition has a role in that as well. So even if you don't care about social and environmental issues, there is also an economic or even a sovereignty argument for the Green Deal. So let's find the right ways to get the narrative across to every single group of the electorate or society.
Sientje, you have the privilege to have the last words.
Thanks so much. I think two words. Social cohesion is going to be absolutely vital if we want to maintain this agenda and drive it forward. And the second is system change. We really need to look beyond the improve, beyond the shift, to also the avoid. And if we want to start avoiding some problems, it means we have to look at the system change.
No, thanks very much for the panelists. I think it was a very nice wrap-up also of a complex thing. We could only scratch the first phase, as always, but I hope it gave you some input for further discussions. And I hand over back to... Are you coming? Right. Because we have a final, very nice Zoom-inning last thing for the conference. Thanks very much.
Do you want to say here for that? Thank you, Mark. Thanks for all those thoughts on the EU. And a great deal of what we focus on today has been about the discussions, the decisions, the deals which need to be made on the road to Belem, where the COP30 negotiations will be held in the region of Para in Brazil next year. So now, via video link, I'm delighted to introduce our penultimate speaker. He's Helder Babalo, and he's the governor of Para.
Estou muito orgulhoso de que minha cidade natal, Belém, e o estado do Pará, do qual estou governador, serão os anfitriões das negociações globais sobre mudanças climáticas da COP30 em novembro de 2025. Um claro resultado do nosso trabalho nesses anos, desde 2019, priorizando a agenda ambiental e climática. Convido você a se juntar a nós no Brasil para vivenciar a Amazônia de perto. Não é preciso ser um cientista para saber que o mundo não está conseguindo mitigar as emergências climáticas. Só nos últimos 5 anos tivemos grandes incêndios na Europa e na Austrália, altas temperaturas nos polos da Terra e frio intenso no planeta. No Brasil, chuvas fortes no litoral norte de São Paulo, rio com 58 graus Celsius, seca na Amazônia e, por fim, enchentes catastróficas no extremo sul. Em Belém, será avaliado o Acordo de Paris, depois de 10 anos. Qual a trajetória que os países percorreram desde 2015? Poderemos debater não só as questões ligadas às reduções das emissões, mas também as questões socioeconômicas ligadas à conservação das florestas, elemento importantíssimo no equilíbrio climático. Para a Amazônia, particularmente, as soluções baseadas na natureza são elementares para qualquer plano ou política pública que possamos pensar em construir. Além disso, o desenvolvimento sustentável e inclusivo é o nosso foco. É por isso que estamos chamando esta COP de a COP da Floresta. Será a oportunidade para mostrar que os enormes ativos de sequestro de carbono da Amazônia e de outras florestas tropicais podem ajudar o mundo a atingir suas metas climáticas. Tão importante quanto preparar a cidade de Belém para o grande fluxo de visitantes da COP é apresentar o Pará como uma grande vitrine, um território icônico dessas soluções baseadas na natureza. Estamos implementando um pacote de leis com foco na proteção do bioma e no desenvolvimento socioeconômico da região, rumo à economia verde e à justiça climática. Estamos implementando ações governamentais que têm o potencial de escalar e envolver mais de 7 milhões de hectares de florestas em terras públicas. Isto sequestrará milhões de toneladas de CO2, garantindo benefícios equitativos e de melhoria de vida para milhões de habitantes das florestas também. Tudo isso gera transformação ecológica e socioeconômica e oportunidades comerciais e de investimentos. Uma nova forma de fazer agricultura regenerativa, pecuária sustentável, restauração florestal e produtiva, bioeconomia e, por fim, uma nova forma de ter relação com a natureza. Agregam-se a isso as oportunidades no âmbito dos pagamentos por serviços ambientais e o mercado de carbono, seja ele voluntário ou regulado. Dirijo-me aqui especialmente à iniciativa privada. Precisamos de sua ajuda. Londres é o local ideal para mobilizar os caminhos financeiros globais. Somente por meio do financiamento poderemos explorar, de forma responsável, o enorme potencial da floresta amazônica para evitar mais catástrofes ambientais. Londres pode se tornar o centro financeiro global por trás de uma nova economia baseada na floresta. É por isso que estou convidando você a fazer parte disso, antes, durante e depois da COP30. Desejo a todos vocês um Fórum State of Climate Politics muito bem sucedidos e uma semana de mudanças climáticas de Londres muito produtiva. Aguardo vocês em Belém.
Helder Babalo there with his thoughts in the run-up to COP30 in Belem. And that brings us, sadly, to our closing address for this inaugural State of Climate Politics Forum. We've been around the world in our discussions today. It really has been a fascinating day, I hope you agree, of examining the climate politics challenges which lie ahead. For his concluding thoughts today, I'd like to welcome E3G's co-founder and co-CEO, Shane Tomlinson.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, everyone. I think people choose to celebrate their birthdays in different ways, and I couldn't think of a more E3G thing to do than to spend your 20th anniversary having a really in-depth dive into the geopolitics of climate change. This really is who we are as an organization, and it's really great to be able to celebrate this with all of you here today. I'd also like to say thank you very much to all of the E3G team that's put in so much work to make this happen today. There are too many to name everyone individually, but particularly Elizabeth Corse and Carla Hill have really led a fantastic team, and can we give them a quick round of applause? And of course, I'd also like to thank Tim for being our host today and keeping us on track and keeping us moving through this packed agenda. As we've heard today, we are on the road to Belem, but we need to make the necessary possible in order to get to a successful outcome there. In order to do that, we have to be clear-eyed both about the challenges, and I think we've heard a lot about that today. We've looked at Trump 2 scenarios, we've looked at populism, we've looked at the difficulties around mobilizing finance at the scale and pace that we need, but also to understand the opportunities, and I think we've heard a huge amount about that as well. Across both the finance sector, trade, clean industry, the energy system, there's a tremendous amount that we can do here, and there's been a tremendous energy in this room. And I think we've also heard from leaders who potentially have a huge appetite to make that change happen. David Lammy and others have really sort of set out an agenda for us in order to do that. But we also need to remember that justice is an incredibly important part of this transition, and Selwyn Hart in his remarks this morning, I think, really brought that back to us. And so as we look forward, I think this is why E3G wants to really look at professionalizing the state of understanding climate politics, because by doing this, this is how we will make breakthroughs together. Innovation often comes from being able to take diverse thoughts and different issues and perspectives, bring them together, and then new solutions will emerge from that. And that's really very much what we've been doing today, coming on the back of last year, launching our Centre for the Political Economy of Climate Change at London Climate Action Week. And so this is a beginning, not an end. So this is the inaugural State of Climate Politics conference, but we very much want to turn this into a series. And as part of the E3G's 20th anniversary, we're going to be holding a series of events across our offices, so in Berlin, in Brussels, and in Washington, DC, around the world this autumn as we go forward. And we'd love to include as many of you as possible as we take that agenda forward. I'd finally also like to say, this is obviously a huge part of London Climate Action Week. E3G is core to making that happen. We've got well over 300 events now registered this week, close to 350. So this makes us not only the biggest climate event in Europe, it's close to being one of the biggest climate events anywhere in the world. So thank you so much for being a part of this. And I really do hope that you're able to stay in this fabulous city to enjoy all of the other events and understanding that we will get throughout the week. But finally, just to say a huge thank you for everyone coming together to share your input and to share your insights here. You've really made a difference to us, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Shane. A wonderful summary of the challenges and opportunities ahead. Thank you to all of our panelists and speakers. Thank you to you for joining us online today if you have been around the world. Thanks again to the Lord Mayor for letting us use this front room for this event today. And we hope to see you at the next State of Climate Politics Forum, whenever that is. And of course, we wish you and all of our colleagues at the London Climate Action Week a very fun week ahead as well. We are going to have a Team E3G photo on the stage here, but that brings our forum for today to a close. From everyone at E3G and from me, Tim Reed, thank you for joining us and safe travels.